Peas, Carrots and a Red Feather Boa, the Peas and Carrots series, Book 2, written by Hannah Lynn, narrated by Rafe Beckley. Chapter 1. Eric yelped as he missed the nail and hammered his thumb for the fourth time in half as many minutes. "Bugger," he said. It was the evening before Christmas Eve. Outside, the air tasted of early winter, of ice and grey clouds and wood smoke drifting up from red brick chimneys. Inside, it tasted of sawdust, drill bits, and pent-up frustration. "This is ridiculous," said his long-suffering wife, Susie, as she took the hammer from Eric and smacked the nail in perfectly on her first try. "I'll call Lids. I'm sure she'll be happy to host." "Not a chance." Eric took another piece of carpet track and positioned it along the floor, ready for Susie to nail in place. "That's what she wants us to do. You saw her face when I said they should spend Christmas at ours. She's just waiting for me to screw up." "That's not true at all," Susie said, although her eyes didn't quite meet his as she spoke. Susie's sister, Lydia, had had a hard time forgiving Eric for an escapade involving a mini-excavator earlier in the year, although it wasn't so much the excavator she had had the problem with, but rather the lying that had gone alongside it. In Eric's defense, he had been under a lot of stress at the time. It was shortly after receiving the conditions of his inheritance when pressure at work was high, and the tyrannical, bearded busybody with the allotment next to him was a long way from becoming the friend that Eric now so desperately missed. As a result, for the last few months, Eric had been the picture of husbandly perfection, and while Susie was never one to harbour a grudge, the same could not be said for her big sister, and so he had invited them over for Christmas. Not just dinner, not even the whole day, but the whole event. Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, the lot. Lydia, her husband Tom, and their 2 boys were to descend on Eric's beautiful home for 3 whole days, and he would graciously accept any carnage that prevailed. Only Eric's home wasn't beautiful, not even close. It was a building site. Lifting his head up from the task at hand, he took a moment to survey the chaos before huffing and slumping back down onto the bare floorboards where a protruding nail promptly impaled his left buttock. "Sod it, let's leave this room," he said. "We don't even need it anyway. We can eat dinner in the kitchen, or on our laps. Lots of people eat Christmas dinner on their laps. It'll be casual. Funky." He puckered his lips and moved his hands in an attempt at a robotic dance move. The results looked about as funky as a hand-knitted mankini. Susie raised her eyebrows skeptically. "Fine, then," Eric said. "We won't eat on our laps, but there's no reason we can't eat in the kitchen instead." "I thought you didn't want anyone in the kitchen. I thought you said the kitchen was the scourge of the house." "I didn't say that. Why would I? The bathroom is the scourge of the house. Then the staircase and our bedroom and the front garden. They're the scourges. The kitchen is more of a blemish, a repulsive, abhorrent, ulcer-inducing blemish." Susie pouted, her eyebrows still butting up to her hairline. Eric offered a half-smile, using only one corner of his mouth. He added a wink, and finally her expression relaxed. A long sigh rattled out from her throat. Part-way through, it transformed into a yawn. "How about we take a break?" she said. "Let's go into the other room and have a drink, then we'll do half an hour more before we head to bed." "A large drink, like 4 normal drinks in one glass?" "A medium drink," Susie said, "though in fairness it might make your aim a little better with that hammer." It had seemed like such a good idea taking on Norman's house after his passing. The big bay windows, the garden, the views out over the river. Even now, with the dining-room carpet rolled up in the living room, their teak coffee table upturned and getting damp in the conservatory, 20-year-old peach cabinets gracing the kitchen walls, and a bathroom that caused Eric to weaken when he happened to pass it, he was sure they made the right decision in packing up London life and moving to the quiet riverside town of Burlham. Still, it hadn't been easy. Technically, it was Cynthia's fault the bathroom had been a disaster, although in Eric's opinion Norman could shoulder a fair bit of the blame too. Had Cynthia, Norman's widow, not made a flippant comment about seeing Norman's reflection in the mirror every day, then perhaps Eric would have been slightly less hasty and considered the problem a little longer before he began to tear away at the fixtures and fittings. They had been in the house a week when he decided to take on the task and attack the tiles. After all, he told himself, he had renovated a bathroom before. How naive he was. Each day a new issue appeared, be it corroded pipes, layers of lead-based paint, or old tiles set in enough cement to refill all the potholes from Burlham to Chelmsford. Water leaked from places where water shouldn't have been, and bare wires twisted and sparked through gaps in the walls. His daughter, Abby, had been spending every weekend at Tom and Lydia's, and only now, with Eric having spent every hour from dusk to dawn working on the project, were they anywhere close to having a fully serviceable bathroom. Only now, of course, it was Christmas, and the plumbers didn't work Christmas. "I'll do it myself," Eric had said 3 days ago, when the finish line was so close he could practically taste the sealant. "How hard can it be? I'm intelligent." Susie's eyebrows had lifted to their accustomed position of doubt. "Have you forgotten what happened with the downstairs toilet?" "That was an entirely different situation," Eric pouted. "I just miscalculated, that's all. Anyway, you're the one who's always on about saving the environment. What's more environmentally friendly than baking soda and vinegar?" Susie didn't flinch. Eric had relented on the bathroom, although he had put his foot down at the dining room carpet and refused to pay for someone to fit that, insisting instead that he could do the work himself. As he sipped on his gin and cast an eye over the half-finished room, he began to regret that decision. At 12:40, the pair finally went to bed. Eric's eyes stung from the dust and the strain, but the carpet was down, the table repositioned, with chairs, and even 1 or 2 Christmas ornaments laid down the centre. "What do you think?" he said, slipping his arm around Susie's waist and pulling her into his chest. "I think it's shaping up to be a very good Christmas," she replied. If Eric had thought Christmas Eve in the countryside would be less stressful than in London, he was bitterly disappointed. At 9 a.m., with the Audi heaters blasting on full power, he crawled along the lanes towards Malden and the nearest big supermarket. It was a last-minute decision to go, and he had stupidly agreed to take their 9-year-old daughter with him, giving Susie a chance to wrap all the presents. Although they'd left in plenty of time, the queue at the petrol station, urgent toilet stop, for Abby, not Eric, and now being stuck behind the world's slowest salt truck, meant they were already an hour behind schedule. In the supermarket, herds of Christmas-crazed adults barged their way to the front of the chiller cabinets and grappled for the last ready-washed giblet-free turkey and discount Bucks Fizz. "Can we get one of these?" Abby said, picking up a pack of battered and broken mince pies. "I guess so." "And these?" Grabbing half a dozen chocolate oranges off the shelf. "These are my favourite." "Fine." Oh, I love—" "Just put them in the trolley," Eric said. 90 minutes and £70 later, Eric left with 4 bags of shopping, a sugar-high 9-year-old, and a novelty headband that had transformed his daughter into a Christmas elf, complete with oversized ears and a hat. All he had gone in for was some chestnuts and a Galia melon. When they finally arrived home, Tom and Lydia were already there. "We thought we'd come a bit early," Lydia said. "See if we could help with anything." "That's very kind. You shouldn't have. You really, really shouldn't have," Eric said. Susie shot him a decidedly evil eye. "But we're very glad you're here," Eric added, then wrapped his arms around his sister-in-law for the longest sober hug he could recall. "Yes, well," replied a flustered Lydia as she brushed herself down. "Anyway, I suspected your house might be a little bare, so I've bought some paint and a few little bits and bobs and thought the children could spend the afternoon making some decorations. Make it feel a bit more, Christmassy." And there it was, disguised as helpfulness, the subtle dig Eric had been expecting since the moment the invitation was sent out. But he had prepared. If Lydia wanted Christmassy, she would see Christmassy. Eric pushed his shoulders back, a wide grin shining from his face. "I think you need to come into the drawing room," he beamed, "and see our tree." The 7-foot Norway spruce was truly an example of nature at her finest. Procured by Hank, one of Eric's recently acquired allotment friends, through some black market tree dealer, The emerald needles were illuminated with tastefully subtle white lights and decorated with a select choice of handmade wooden ornaments. Eric had spent a full day positioning every bulb and bauble, pruning and shifting until absolute perfection had been achieved. "Oh," Lydia said, her eyes scanning up, down, and then all the way back up again. "It's very—" She pondered for the right word. "Minimalistic?" On reflection, the arts and crafts activity was an excellent time filler. While Eric prepared the turkey for its final, salty bath, Tom peeled and prepared the vegetables, and Lydia and Susie helped the children in their construction of cork Christmas tree decorations and papier-mâché antlers for Rudolph. "And you've grown all of this?" Tom said as he scrubbed the dirt from a 9-inch parsnip and tossed it onto the pile of clean vegetables that were accumulating on the draining board. "It's all come from the allotment, but not all of it is mine. If I'm honest, a lot of it's from Norman's plot." After what was initially a very shaky start to their relationship, Norman had very much taken Eric under his wing as he'd attempted to breathe life back into his late father's allotment. It was for this reason that Eric had felt duty-bound to take over the maintenance and upkeep after his passing. Eric stared at his hands as he shifted the turkey around in the salt solution. A large ache spread up from just below his sternum and caused his eyes to prick. Even dead, the man managed to grow better vegetables than he did. "So, what's happening with that?" Tom said, his voice puncturing Eric's moment of reflection. "I'm assuming they won't just let you carry on using it." Eric shook his head. "No, unfortunately not. Although, to be fair, it's tough enough trying to get down there for an hour a day at the minute, even not working. By the time I've taken Abby to school, got the shopping, then done a bit of work on this place, it's almost time to pick her up again." "The trials of being a man of leisure, eh?" Eric laughed. "I suppose I've got it pretty easy." He opened the door and slotted the turkey-filled container into the ready-cleared space at the bottom of the fridge. "But as for Norman's allotment, I'm still not sure what will happen. I was hoping Cynthia would take it over. I know she said she didn't want to, but I thought perhaps if she'd had a bit of time to mull it over." "So that's not going to happen?" Tom said. Eric shook his head. "No, I don't think so. I spoke to her last week, and she'd just booked a round-the-world ticket. Paris to Malaysia, then on to Australia and New Zealand to visit the relatives, and finally Peru for a 12-week tour of South America." "Wow," Tom said. "Yeah, I think she's worried about what will happen if she stays still too long." "It doesn't sound like that'll happen." "No, it doesn't." Out in the conservatory, someone shrieked. It was followed by several more squeals, then an unmistakable yell from Lydia. "I'd better go and see if she needs some help," Tom said, wiping his hands on his apron before slipping it off over his head. "Though if it's the bloody superglue again, they can stay like it. You have no idea how ridiculous we looked at A&E last year." Tom, still grumbling about cemented fingertips, ambled out to the conservatory, while Eric continued his military-style preparation for tomorrow's dinner. With the turkey ready, Eric started on the Brussels sprouts. He peeled the outer yellow leaves and threw them into the green-lined bin. The draining board was already full of veg, as were the 2 colanders on the worktop and the large saucepan waiting on the hob. By the looks of things, they were going to have enough food to feed the entire company of Burlham Amateur Dramatics Society, although, on the plus side, he was going to be getting some great compost next year. At 5 o'clock, Susie appeared in the kitchen. Eric, now on to the final stages of preparation, was wrist-deep in a mixture of bread, onions, and herb extractions. He squeezed the pulp together with a satisfying squelch. "If you want a shower, you're going to need to grab a quick one now," Susie said. "I've told the kids to go get their warm things on. I want to leave in 15 minutes. Eric squeezed the mixture again and let out a long groan. "You're not serious about this, are you?" he asked. "Yes, I am. You said you wanted to be part of a community. This is a community." "I meant a fun community." "For goodness sake, Eric, it's 1 day a year." Eric pouted. "Until Easter. Then you'll say it's only 2 days a year." "Fine, 2 days a year." "No, because then there'll be Mothering Sunday and Holy Tuesday and Harvest Bloody Festival, where not only will you force me to go to church, but you'll take half my tin goods to boot." Where's your sense of fun, your Christmas spirit? Susie said. Fun? If you think going to church is my idea of fun, you don't know me at all. Susie sniffed, scowled, and then planted her hands on her hips. Well, tough. You're coming because it's your fault we have to go in the first place. You were the one who said to Janice I'd do a bloody reading. Ha! So you don't want to go either. I knew it. Susie's eyes flashed. Eric stuck out his bottom lip in a pose that was scarily reminiscent of Abby. Fine, he said, but I'm not having a shower. The only people who will be there will be miserable old folk with nowhere to go and the local drunks who've been lured by the promise of free mulled wine. And I'm sure you'll fit in equally well with both, Susie said. Chapter 2. Given that Burlham played host to 4 churches, it was unsurprising that Eric found himself in one of the 3 he had never set a foot inside before. While Susie abandoned him to find out the particulars of her reading, Eric was forced to lead the rest of the family to a place on one of the pews. Fortunately, a few steps in, Lydia decided to take the lead. The church was not what Eric had envisioned, with lots of pine pillars, a large glass-fronted door, and a stereo speaker system that would have been the envy of almost any teenager. Aromas of glass cleaner and cloves mingled with the dominating scent of ivy. The green vine had been liberally plastered on the pillars, seats, and lectern. The whole lot sparkled intermittently with thousands of multicoloured fairy lights. Sunday school decorations, consisting of toilet roll angels and paper plate snowmen, hung from a 15-foot tree that made Eric's Norwegian spruce look like a bonsai in comparison. The room was modern, sleek, and bordering on stylish. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad, Eric thought. Despite the variation in decor, Eric's estimation for the service and the congregation were pretty much spot on. Next to him, Janice warbled "O Come All Ye Faithful," a full semitone sharp, while the organist varied the pace according to the congregation's singing ability of each particular bar. Rather than attempting to decipher the size 8 font projected onto the screen in front of them, Eric substituted the actual words for a mumbling of dums, dees, and tra-la-la-la-las. Susie read beautifully, as she always did, flashing smiles and glances at everyone as she spoke, while Lydia, who apparently knew every Christmas carol ever written, attacked the descant parts with the skill and prowess of a castrated guinea pig. When the collection tray came around, Susie placed a crisp new £20 note on the top of the pile. "It's Christmas," she grinned at him, as though that were a reasonable explanation for insanity. "Can we go play?" Abby asked, the moment she was sure the service was over. "Ask your mother," Eric said. 15 minutes, Susie replied. "We need to get home in time to put out Rudolph's food." In a blink, Abby and her 2 cousins had disappeared into a large gaggle of children hanging around the nativity scene. A moment later, Susie was strong-armed by Janice, the allotment's most well-meaning and meddlesome resident, into meeting various members of this committee and that committee. "I'm just going to have a quick word with the pastor," Lydia said, following in the direction of her sister. "I want to congratulate him on his excellent choice of decorations and hymns." "Well then," Tom said, as he and Eric were left standing by themselves, "I guess we should go get some mulled wine then." It wasn't long before 1 glass turned into 2, and 2 turned into a competition to see who could get the most cups of cinnamon-spiked Christmas spirit down their gullet before one of their wives caught on. It wasn't bad as far as mulled wine went, and whatever they put in it was certainly stronger than the average watered-down stuff Eric was used to at these type of events. 4 cups in, and the room had adopted a healthy warmth, as had his cheeks. 30 minutes in, and they were level pegging. It didn't help that they stood right next to a large crowd. Even with his apathy toward religion, Eric couldn't bring himself to pick up more than 1 cup at a time or drink one in less than 4 mouthfuls. Sensing the need for a new plan, Eric dropped his latest empty in the bin and made his way to the other end of the table. He placed himself strategically in a corner, away from any sociable-looking folk while still within arm's reach of the refreshments. Tom had tried to follow suit, but had drifted into part of a group and was being forced into conversation. If Eric was going to break into the lead, this would be the moment. He was about to pick up his fifth paper cup when Susie strode over towards him. Eric swallowed, assuming he had been busted. He opened his mouth to protest his innocence when Susie smiled, stepped to the side, and revealed a slight brunette woman behind her. "Eric, this is Fleur. She moved here from Kensington last week." Fleur was narrow-shouldered, half a head taller than Susie, and wore a camel-knit shawl. Eric gave an obligatory nod, slipped another mulled wine off the table, and let Susie continue. "I was telling her that we've only been here a few months ourselves," his wife said. "I suggested we get together for dinner sometime after the New Year. Perhaps we could go to that tapas restaurant we keep saying we're going to get to." It took a solid 15 seconds of silence before Eric realized he was meant to say something in response. He jolted, sloshing his drink. "Oh, right, yes, brilliant. And congratulations," he said to Fleur. "Have the regrets sunk in yet, or are you still high on the scent of marshland?" Susie glowered. "Sorry, Fleur. Please ignore my husband. I think someone may have had one too many." "Oh, it's fine," Fleur said. "I'm high on a whole barrel load of things at the moment. I'll take anything I can get." Eric spluttered a laugh. "So, what made you make the move?" he said. "No, let me guess. All the usual cliches, ridiculous working hours, tired of the rat race, desperate to relax in a cosy armchair to the sound of water lapping outside your window." "Throw in the extra cliches of a midlife crisis and a messy breakup, and you've hit the nail on the head." Eric downed drink number 5 and picked 2 more off the table. He handed one to Fleur. "Well, welcome to the club. I'll drink to that." He knocked his cardboard tumbler against his new-found comrade and brought the drink to his lips. A millisecond later, it was whipped from his hand. "I'll have that," Susie said. "I think you've had enough." She finished his drink in 2 elegant draws. "Besides," she said, "Tom had another 3 while we were having this conversation." Susie patted Eric's shoulder. "There's absolutely no way you're going to win now." While Susie rounded off her conversation with Fleur, Eric was sent off to round up the rest of the clan. The children were sitting in the nativity scene, giggling while draping tinsel over the anatomically correct donkey, while Lydia continued to chew the pastor's ear off about whether he was using energy-efficient bulbs in all his lighting arrangements. Tom, who was looking a little worse for wear, stumbled into a table and sent a tray of mince pies flying, at which point Lydia broke off her sentence midway to turn and glare in disapproval. That half-second was all the pastor needed to make his escape, and by the time Lydia turned her head back, he was off into the vestry, a full jug of mulled wine in hand. It still took another 10 minutes to find their coats, draw the children away from the now lewd nativity, and venture into the bracing Christmas Eve air. The walk back home was an unexpected treat. The cold breeze nipped at the tips of Eric's ear, and the scent of imminent snow infiltrated his senses as he wrapped his arm around his wife, swaying in her wake. He had never believed it when people said they could smell snow in the air, but tonight he could. Tonight all he could smell was snow. It was crisp and cold and icy white, yet it carried a warmth that spread up through his stomach in much the same way the mulled wine had. Life was good, Eric thought as his feet trampled the verge. Abby was up front, babbling away about Father Christmas. "I've seen it on the computer. He's real. He has to go really fast, though. Super fast, faster than the Flash even. He has this really clever map to follow. Daddy says it's even better than Google Maps. First he's going to head to New Zealand and then India, but it's—" Her cousins, Hugo and Ellery, grinned. "Abby," Hugo started with a smirk, "you don't really think that Father Christmas is—" "Hugo," said Lydia with a look so stern that even Eric found himself cowering. "What?" Abby said. "What don't I think?" Hugo scuffed his shoes against the ground. Lydia's look lingered. Just, well, it's the reindeer, isn't it? That's why he can go so fast. You didn't think it was Father Christmas." "Well, of course it's the reindeer," Abby said, rolling her eyes. The warmth in Eric's abdomen spread. Susie's family weren't that bad, really. In fact, as far as in-laws went, he could have done a lot worse. "What are you grinning at?" Susie said, her breath misting the air around them. "Life," Eric said. Susie chuckled. You're drunk. No, I'm not. Yes, you are, she said, kissing his ear, dotting it with a moment's warmth. And at a church service, really, you should be ashamed. Eric nibbled her ear in return. I am not drunk, and even if I am I not allowed to be happy? I have the perfect wife, perfect daughter, an almost perfect house. Perfect in-laws, Tom said as he lolled about in front of them. Exactly, Eric said. The two men collided in a half-stagger, half-embrace and stumbled along the verge, tripping over the clumps of grass and onto the road every few feet. When they reached the end of their road, they began singing Auld Lang Syne. Just a little early there, boys, Susie said. It was about 100 yards from the house that Eric stopped, slipped out from under Tom's arm, and pulled Susie back to him. While the rest of the family traipsed up ahead and into the driveway, Eric held Susie back. What? She said. It's freezing, and we have presents to wrap. Eric put a finger to his wife's lips. Shh, he said. I want you to hear this. You are drunk, she said again. So what? Susie brushed back her hair and shivered. She smiled. It was the type of smile that caused Eric's heart to stir and his body to emit a horde of post-adolescent hormones. It's freezing out here, Susie repeated. Shh, just listen. Eric lifted his gaze upwards. The sky was black, but so heavily lit by stars that it appeared closer to a deep violet. Snuggling his arms around his wife, he studied the scene and wondered how many constellations he could remember from evenings spent stargazing with his mother. He would teach the stars to Abby this year, he thought. Perhaps they would get a telescope. He should get her one for Christmas, he contemplated, then quickly realized it was probably a bit too late for that this year. What am I meant to be listening for? Susie asked, nestling deeper into Eric. I can't hear anything. Exactly, he said. Then he kissed her the way he always forgot to do when he was sober. It was a long embrace, the type that was almost always reserved for drunken occasions. Eric squeezed his wife as close as he could and wished, in spite of the freezing cold, that the moment would never end. Shit, said Susie, breaking off the embrace. What? They haven't got any keys. She wriggled out of Eric's arms and started up the road. They'll be freezing. Eric attempted to run behind. The tarmac glistened with ice crystals that crunched as he stumbled haphazardly forward. Sorry, Susie said, stopping mid-stride as she turned into the driveway, causing Eric to run into the back of her. We just got caught. What the hell? Said Eric, staggering backwards. It was the contrast between the adults and children that was most startling. While Abby, Hugo, and Ellery bounced up and down in front of the porch, squealing and clapping their hands, Tom, Lydia, and Susie were frozen, their mouths hung open, eyes wide in disbelief. Susie tried to speak. So did Lydia, but neither of them could manage any actual words. Eric wondered if it was an hallucination, a result of mixing dodgy wine with puritanical singing. It was only when the children stepped away from the front porch and a figure stepped out between them that someone finally spoke. Well, girls, aren't you going to come and give your mother a hug? Chapter 3. Yvette Parker Newberry had a flamboyance and floridity that transcended both of her daughters. It may have been 8:15 in the evening and sub-zero in Burlham, Essex, but Yvette was dressed for the Wham Bam Cabaret at the Royal Albert Hall, and as a performer, not a member of the audience. Darlings, 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 come and give your mother a hug. She opened her arms, sweeping wide the long feather boa that was draped around her neck. Oh, my little princesses, don't just stand there. Come, come. Lydia and Susie edged forward, exchanging a look of mutual trepidation. When they were 3 feet from Yvette, she pounced. Mwah! Mwah! Oh, my beautiful babies, look how long your hair has grown. Mwah! Mwah! What an interesting choice of colour you've gone for there, Lid. More kissing noises and several minutes of commotion passed before the daughters were pushed aside and the next targets located. My boys! Yvette reached her extensive fuchsia nails out toward her sons-in-law. Come and give your mother-in-law a hug. Eric, having sobered up with miraculous speed, stepped in before a staggering Tom was pulled into the plum-coloured abyss of his mother-in-law's bosom. "Why don't we go inside first?" he said. "It's far too cold to be standing out here. Let's get in the warm and you can tell us all what you've been up to. I'm sure you've got lots to tell, like why the hell you're here." That last part he'd muttered under his breath. Nobody else said a word. Yvette was ushered straight into the decorated front room. The rest of the family scurried around in a blind panic. "But we want to see Granny," Abby protested as Eric stripped her coat off and sent her to get into her pajamas. "She's got presents." "And you can have them tomorrow. Right now you need to get into bed." "But it's Christmas Eve. I haven't put carrots out for Rudolph. I've got to. If I don't put them out, Father Christmas won't come and then I won't get any presents." Her bottom lip wobbled and her eyes began to fill. "Fine," Eric said, taking Abby through to the kitchen and grabbing one of his pre-cut carrots from the fridge. "He won't eat that. It's not a real carrot." "Of course it's a real carrot. He prefers them cut up like this. They're cleaner and easier to eat." Abby scowled. "Okay," she said, and Eric moved to place the carrot sticks into the center of the table. "It needs to go on his special plate," Abby said. "What?" "The one I made with Auntie Lydia. Otherwise, how will he know it's his?" Eric clenched his fists. "Fine, run and get it. Fast." Abby bolted through the door and returned less than a minute later with a papier-mâché monstrosity. Eric tore off a piece of kitchen roll, which he placed on the table before placing the plate on top. The table was in a bad enough state as it was, without adding a smearing of PVA glue into the mix. "There," he said. "Now up to bed." "But what about Father Christmas? He has to have a mince pie, and a drink too. He won't come down the chimney otherwise." Eric closed his eyes and took several deep, calming breaths. A minute later, he began rummaging in the cupboard until he found that morning's purchase of mince pies. Inside was a mass of shattered pastry cases and mincemeat crumbs. Eric tipped one out next to the carrot. Abby's face fell. "They're fine," Eric insisted. "All the crumbs will get stuck in his beard," Abby said. "Then maybe he'll lose a bit of weight." Once again, her bottom lip began to wobble. "Fine," Eric said. "We'll leave him too. That way he'll have plenty, even if some does get stuck in his beard." Abby's lip turned into a pout. "Okay, but he still needs a drink." "Don't worry. That part I have not forgotten." Eric took the gin from the cupboard, poured a double measure, and took a substantial sip from the glass. "Daddy, that's for Father Christmas." "Which is why it's incredibly important that I check it's not poisonous," he said. With all the children in bed, the four parents shut themselves in the kitchen. "Don't look at me," Lydia said. "I haven't spoken to her properly since March." "March? Why did you speak to her then? You didn't tell me that," Susie said. "No, well, I didn't want to bother you. You were going through a difficult time," she said, shooting Eric a less than subtle glare. "You told her about that? Seriously, Lids?" "Well, that's not why she's here, obviously. Anyway, I thought you spoke to her when you moved in here." "I did, but I have no idea how she got the new address. I'm sure I didn't give it to her. I vowed not to after that incident at the last place with the hair removal cream." There was a pause. Muffled sounds of the television floated in from the lounge. Something twigged in Eric's memory. "Oh," he said. All eyes turned to him. His stomach had become decidedly tight, and there was some definite constriction going on around his throat. He pressed his lips together and avoided any form of eye contact. "Eric?" The word lilting upwards as Susie spoke. "What did you do?" Eric swallowed. He could feel Susie and Lydia's eyes boring into him. Even Tom had sobered up enough to get a grasp on the situation. "She said she wanted to send Abby a present. She said she bought something in Venezuela or somewhere. It was an email. She sounded friendly. I didn't know she was going to turn up on our doorstep on Christmas Eve, did I? Anyway, let's look on the bright side," he added. "What's that?" Susie said. Eric downed the rest of Father Christmas's gin. "Well, she appears to have forgotten a significant piece of baggage." The fire was lit in the lounge, illuminating the Norwegian spruce and filling the room with a scent of burning maple. The flames crackled and fizzled and would have filled the silences that may have existed had Yvette not been in the room. As it was, no one could get a word in edgeways. "Well, it was all very last minute. I was wrapping Abby's present, thinking of her little face when she unwrapped it, and I thought Christmas is a time for family. Why am I here teaching someone else's granddaughter to do a shoulder-to-shoulder open-hip twist when I haven't taught my own granddaughter? So I stopped wrapping and went straight to your father and said I wanted us to come and see you. Well, of course, he was delighted and went straight to the captain to plead our case. Naturally, there was a lot of jiggling about to be done. Some of the guests are very particular, ask for me in person, you see. But anyway, your father insisted, and voila, here I am." "Here you are indeed," Eric said. Yvette coughed, then sniffed the drink in her hand. "Well, it's a lovely surprise having you here, Mum, but where's Dad?" Susie said. "Is everything okay? Surely he can't be working without you. I thought you always danced together." "Oh, we do." Yvette downed her sherry and shook the glass toward Tom. He took the bottle from the shelf and refilled the drink. "Don't be stingy, Thomas," she said, shaking her glass as he went to replace the top. "I'll have a full glass, please." When it was suitably topped up, she returned to Susie's question. "Daddy's very upset he can't be here. Very upset indeed. He was all ready to come, suitcase packed and everything. Then one of those silly little chorus boys went and sprained an ankle. Really, they have no stamina, these youngsters, none at all. In my day, you danced through a sprained ankle. Not now. 2 weeks ice and bed rest. 2 weeks. Well, what can you do? You can't run a cruise ship without dancers. They were desperate. What could your father say? And make no mistake, your father has got plenty of foxtrots left in him. Never met a man of his age with such stamina. As I said, he's devastated, absolutely devastated, but I'm sure he'll make it up to us as soon as he can." Lydia yawned and rubbed her eyes. Eric suspected from the amplitude and expanse of her yawn that it was highly exaggerated, if not entirely fake. Nevertheless, he was grateful. He made the most of the pause and turned to his wife. "We should start thinking about stockings," he said. "The children will probably be awake by 4, and the last thing we need is for Abby to wake up and think Father Christmas has forgotten her." Susie stretched her arms above her head and imitated her sister's yawn. "And talking of sleep," she said, "we're going to have to work out where we can put you, Mum. We're a bit short on beds, I'm afraid." "Oh, I'm sure you'll think of something," her mother replied, switching her gaze to Eric. Before they'd moved to Burlham, Susie had suggested they trade in their trusty old Lawson sofa, with its worn cushions and modest proportions that made it perfect for snuggling, in favour of a sofa bed. They were moving from a 6-bed to a 4-bed house, but with one of the bedrooms already a designated office space for Susie, that put them down to only 3 sleepable bedrooms. "We'll need it for when we have visitors," Susie had said about the sofa bed. "When do we ever have that many visitors?" Eric had replied. "We still have a spare bedroom. We could use a blow-up mattress if we need to. I'm not having my only sofa in the house, some ugly wire contraption that digs into my backside whenever I want to sit down. I like the sofa we have. It's stylish. It's classic. It's staying." Christmas Eve night, Eric repeatedly and vocally rued his decision. Never had he consciously, and now almost soberly, spent an entire night on the sofa. Now he was waking up to the full consequences, while his mother-in-law and Susie enjoyed the comfort of his deluxe mattress. The arms were too high to be a pillow, but too low to offer the same support as a headrest, and every way he turned he found himself in possession of an excess limb, be it a spare arm or a superfluous bony ankle. 30 minutes after finally finding a viable position and falling asleep, he was woken by an icy draught and the realization that the fire had gone out. It took less than 10 minutes to get the new logs lit and burning, but the chances of getting any more sleep were well and truly scuppered. Chapter 4. The stocking unwrapping had been brief and brutal. Meters and meters of wrapping paper had been torn and shredded, while plastic casings and cardboard boxes were demolished and thrown aside, all to a chorus of, "Wow! Amazing! Why do you think Father Christmas got me this?" By 8 o'clock, the family were gathered in the kitchen where the tried and tested aroma of fried bacon rose from the pan. Abby and the boys were playing a game of Doctor Who top trumps at the table, which Father Christmas had knowingly purchased for Abby's stocking, while Eric stuffed the turkey and Tom aided Susie with the breakfast. "Well, I was doing a bit of totting up on the way over, and I've actually got an awful lot of holiday saved," Yvette said. Eric cringed. While all the children were delighted at the appearance of their elusive grandmother, none were as enamoured as Abby. She perched herself on her grandmother's lap, pawing at her tassel-lined top, only looking up to the game when the boys demanded she do so. "They're so pretty," Abby said, now flicking Yvette's chandelier earrings and causing a spectrum of light to glint across her grandmother's ears. "Can I borrow them?" "Of course, my darling. My jewellery box is yours for the raiding. We'll need to take you to get your ears pierced first, though. These aren't your Aunt Lydia's silly clip-ons." "Mummy," Abby shouted over the table, "Granny says she'll take me to get my ears pierced." "That's brilliant," Susie said, without raising her head from the frying pan. "You've only got another 4 years to wait." "But, Mum—" "You know the rules. No ear piercings until you're 13. "But Granny said—" Susie raised her head and fired a look over from the fried mushrooms. Abby pressed her lips together in a pout. "Any more of that buck's fizz, Eric?" Yvette said, as Abby continued to sulk over her lack of pierced ears. Eric, distracted by the fact that his hand was once again submerged in a turkey's anus, glanced over towards the 1.5-litre Magnum. "That was the end of that bottle, I'm afraid," he replied. "Then let's open another one," Yvette replied. "It is Christmas." "It's still pretty early." "Can't an old lady enjoy Christmas? Goodness me, I didn't realize I'd raised a brood of teetotalers. No offence, Lyd-Lyd." Lydia dutifully swallowed down whatever retort was burning on the tip of her tongue. Shimmying Abby off her lap, Yvette stood up and glided over to the fridge, where she pulled out another bottle of Prosecco and promptly popped the cork. "Do you want some orange juice with that?" Eric said as she began to fill her glass. "No," she replied in a curt and defiant manner. "I noticed you only brought a small bag with you, Yvette," Eric said, moving the conversation back to the topic of her stay. "I guess that means you're not planning on being here long?" Yvette raised her eyebrows. "Still that same need for control, I see, Eric," she said, "and I thought you'd have loosened up a bit moving down here." Eric sucked in a short, sharp breath and forced his lips upwards as he spoke. "Oh, I'm wonderfully loose, Yvette. Perfectly flexible," he said, "although I'm not sure how long I'll stay that way, sleeping on the sofa." Susie gave him a stern look. Eric winced inwardly before trying a different tack. "I suppose you must be missing Philip, though," he said. "I don't think I've ever seen you two apart before." "I'm a grown woman. Philip and I are quite capable of—" "Of course," interrupted Eric with his most butter-melting smile. "I only meant that as wonderful as it is having you stay, I can't imagine that it's very pleasant for you here, particularly with the house the state it is. All this dust and dirt, it's hardly the 5-star standard you're used to." Yvette took a gulp of her drink. "Oh, don't you worry about me. I think it's marvellous. Rustic. Takes me back to my youth." She turned to her daughters. "Did I ever tell you about the time I spent at a naturist commune on the east coast of Bulgaria before your father and I got married?" "No," Lydia said. "I'm fairly sure that's something I'd remember." "Very interesting time. My goodness, they have a lot of good ideas on these communes. Splendid it was. And you see, there are lots of things you don't know about me. I wasn't always accustomed to the level of sophistication you think I was. Why, if you can undertake the Kama Sutra on a rusted pallet bed with a drove of Vietnamese pot-bellied pigs watching you." She paused just long enough for the execrable image to take form in Eric's mind. "Anyway, what I'm saying is I can make myself at home anywhere. Just you wait and see." "Well, that's fantastic," Eric said. "Absolutely fantastic." While the rest of the family chowed down on the culinary masterpiece that was wholemeal bread, bacon, and brown sauce, Yvette gave her sandwich several dubious sniffs, then pushed the plate away. The first sniff Eric tried to ignore, as he did the second one, but on the third sniff Eric felt his muscles tense all along his jaw. Don't play into her hands, he told himself. That's what she wants. He glanced around the table, trying to catch someone's eye and praying they could hear his telepathic thoughts. 2 seconds later, and it was Tom who opened his mouth. "Everything all right with the sandwich, Yvette?" he said. "You've barely touched it." Eric groaned. "Pardon, dearie?" said Yvette, widening her eyes in feigned surprise. "Oh, oh yes. Don't worry about me. It's not an issue, not at all. It's all fine." "What's not an issue, Mum?" Susie said. "It's fine," Eric said. "She said not to worry. Let's leave her be." Eric received a withering look from Susie, and wondered briefly if these less than subtle looks were to be the only form of communication the couple would have while his mother-in-law resided in their house. With an entirely audible sigh, he relented. "Can we get you something else, Yvette?" he said. "Do you want me to make you another sandwich without the brown sauce? I think we've got some ketchup somewhere if you'd prefer that." Yvette wrinkled her nose. "No, no," she said. "Don't be silly. I'm fine. I'm fine." "Are you sure? I can make you something different if you'd like." "I'm fine, honestly." She paused. "Well, perhaps if you have a piece of fruit, that would be lovely." "A banana?" Eric offered. Her nose stayed crinkled. "Perhaps something a little more locally sourced." "Locally sourced?" "Yes. It's my constitution, you see. I'm on a macrobiotic raw food diet." "Macrobiotic?" Eric said, then cursed himself internally for his stupidity. "It's a marvellous philosophy, really it is," Yvette said, beaming at his sudden interest. "The yin and yang of health and vitality. No more chemicals, no more harmful pesticides. Honestly, my cells have rejuvenated since I began." "That sounds great, Mum," Lydia said. "Oh, it is, it is. No, there won't be any more processed foods entering my body for a very long time," she said, settling back into her chair with a satisfied grin. "I'm guessing fermentation doesn't count as a process," Eric replied, deliberately avoiding making eye contact with his wife as he made a quick exit to the lounge. "Come on, kids, let's go play Monopoly." The turkey was out of the oven and resting. Beautiful, golden brown, crispy skin glistened. The potatoes continued to roast away in gallons of fat, garlic, and rosemary, and the myriad of vegetables, long since peeled and prepared, were ready and waiting in salted water as the bread sauce thickened at a surprisingly rapid rate. Despite the detailed organization and relative success so far, by 1 o'clock, Eric was ready to throw in the towel. The kitchen was a furnace. Condensation gushed down the newly replaced double-glazed windows while Eric stripped off his top and worked only in jeans and an apron. The rest of the family were supposedly halfway through their second game of Monopoly, an apparently accidental board flip by Hugo bringing the last game to an abrupt end, although Eric was certain that the only game they were actually playing was seeing who could cause him the most annoyance. Every minute it was another head around the door. "Is it ready yet? Do you need any help? Oh, can I try a bit of that skin? We're all getting really hungry in there. You don't mind if I pinch one of these, do you? Do you not want to leave it in a bit longer? I like mine a little darker." "Did you not leave that in a bit long? It looks rather dark. Perhaps if there was something we could nibble on while we wait." Eric snapped. His arms were marked with burns from the oven, and sweat covered his entire neck and back. His skin itched from spitting fat, and the smell that emanated from his armpits was similar to the fur on Tom and Lydia's old English sheepdog. Throwing off his apron, he marched out of the kitchen and stood in the doorway to the lounge. Noticing him in the doorway, the family put down their game pieces and looked up expectantly from the floor. Abby's mouth was wide open and drooling. Lydia's boys, Hugo and Ellery, were pawing at the ground, ready to run. "No," Eric said. "It is not ready yet." Faces fell and a chorus of groans buzzed in the air. Eric placed his hands on his hips and huffed. "And it won't be ready as long as you lot keep coming in and out of my kitchen every 30 seconds while I'm trying to get things done. 14 times. Eric tried to show the number on his fingers, but then realized he was 4 digits short and dropped his hands back down. 14 times in the last 10 minutes. That is not reasonable. That is ridiculous. How do you expect me to cook if you won't let me get on with it? From now on, the kitchen is out of bounds for everyone other than me until I say so. Do you get that?" Susie cocked her head and nodded encouragingly. "I mean everyone," Eric reinforced. There was a small pause, which Eric allowed to extend until he was satisfied that his message had been suitably conveyed. With a final nod, he turned to go, and was part way through the door when Ellery, whose face was already smeared in selection box chocolate, offered a small cough and raised his hand. The room was stiflingly silent. Eric could feel his pulse racing in his neck, the twinges of tension spasming in his shoulder. Slowly, he turned back. In a long, considered motion, he studied his nephew from top to bottom. "Ellery," Eric said in the calmest, quietest voice he could muster, "I'm one question away from throwing the entire meal, turkey, stuffing, Brussels sprouts, the whole lot, in the bin. Now, this may sound like an empty threat, I get that, but I can assure you this threat is very, very real. One wrong word, just one, and you and the rest of the family are going to be joining your grandmother in eating nothing but raw carrots, spinach, and a jar of Tesco's finest cranberry sauce for your Christmas dinner. So, think carefully, Ellery. Think very carefully. Whatever this question is, do you really, really need to ask it right now?" The child remained motionless. There was a twitch at the corner of his mouth, followed by a flick of the tongue, after which his hand lowered back to his lap, and his head shook fast enough to make his cheeks wobble. "No, it's fine, Uncle Eric," he said. "Good. Then I suggest you all finish your game of Monopoly, and I will call you when lunch is ready." Despite a further 2 near meltdowns, lunch was called only 18 minutes later than planned, at which point the family stormed the dining room with a force comparable to a Genghis Khan-led siege. The honey-roasted parsnips were the show stealer for Eric, but the chestnut stuffing won an equally high number of accolades from the other diners. In addition, Janice's homemade cranberry jelly proved a much tarter and more refreshing alternative to the shop-bought equivalent. While Yvette munched on a salad of beans, radishes, and pumpkin seeds, the rest of the family gorged themselves on roast potatoes, bread sauce, and succulent turkey meat. After the main course came the trio of desserts, courtesy of Lydia, followed by the cheese course and port. By the end of the meal, Eric had to go upstairs and select a more generous pair of trousers to wear. "Is it presents now?" Abby said the moment her plate was clear. Even her bouncing was restrained due to the kilos of pavlova lining her stomach. "We always do presents after lunch. Please, please." The boys began to join the chorus of pleading. Eric turned to his wife. "Did you get Abby anything for Christmas this year?" he said. "Me? I thought you said you were buying her present this year." "No, I thought you were." "Ugh," groaned Abby, throwing her hands in the air. "You do this every year, and I know you've got me something, so you can stop pretending." "You know, do you?" Eric said. "How's that exactly? Perhaps if you've been sneaking around, we shouldn't give you anything." "I wasn't sneaking. It was at breakfast the other day, and you said to Mummy, 'Have you put the you-know-what somewhere safe?' And you-know-what means present." "Does it?" "Uh-huh." Eric's eyes met his wife's. A smile flitted between them. "Well, if that's the case, I suppose we'd better go and get the you-know-whats," she said. "You need to put your shoes on, though," Eric added. "What about us?" Hugo said. For a 13-year-old, he was an even messier eater than his younger brother, and had somehow managed to get Yorkshire pudding stuck in his hair. "What should we do? Do we get our presents now?" "I guess you should get your shoes on too," Lydia said. The boys squealed, tumbling over one another as they darted out of the dining room, through the conservatory, and over to the back door. The presents were lined up in ascending height order, each one decorated with a bow tied to the handlebars, flapping about in the breeze. "Awesome!" the children shrieked and clambered onto the saddles. "Mine's the biggest," Hugo said. "Look, it's got 21 gears and everything." "Is this a bell?" Abby beamed. "Can I ring the bell?" "It's your bike, my darling. You can do whatever you want. Only," Eric paused, "no riding without helmets on." The children stopped and looked at one another. Their grins dropped. "We haven't got any helmets," said Ellery. Have you not? Oh, well, you can just look at them for now then, Eric said. Abby and Ellery's eyes began to fill with water. Even Hugo, with his teenage machoism, was having a hard time disguising his disappointment. It's a good job I found these, then, said Tom as he came out of the back door, 3 boxes piled high in his arms. The children leapt off their bikes and rushed towards them. Careful, careful, Tom said as he bent down. Abigail, honey, this one's for you. Hugo, give that one to your brother. Good. Now make sure all the straps are done up properly before you get on the bike. It was picture perfect. Squeals and giggles pealed through the air as the children rode around and around, creating a noticeable track on the bare lawn. Eric slipped his arm around his wife and watched the scene evolve in front of them. Merry Christmas, my darling, he said. Merry Christmas. Chapter 5. It took nearly an hour to get the children indoors, and even then it was only for a clothes change. It's far too cold to be out here dressed like that, Susie insisted. If you want to stay out, you need to go and put some more suitable clothes on. Otherwise, I'm getting the bike locks out. The 3 children dropped their bikes on the grass, ran inside, grabbed the required garments, and were back pedaling in less than 2 minutes. Another 10 minutes later, and they were dragging Eric's flower pots across the lawn in an attempt to set up a suitable obstacle course. How about you go out onto the front? Susie suggested. Eric frowned. Don't you think that's a bit dangerous? They'll be fine, Susie said. And then to the children, you can ride down towards the dead end, but make sure you can still see the house, okay? And no fast pedaling, Eric added. And Abby, you have to stay on the pavement. But Dad, and boys, you have to keep an eye on your cousin, you understand? They assured him several times they did. She's not allowed on the road, he called again as they disappeared out of the driveway. A moment later, Yvette was by his side. I'll go and watch them, she offered. You don't have to do that, Eric said. Nonsense. What else are grandparents for? Well, if you're certain. I am. Eric gave an audible sigh of relief. In the lounge, and despite Yvette's supervision, Eric continued to watch from the window, his body tensing every time Abby wobbled or jolted. I thought you wanted her to ride to school, Susie said. She's going to have to learn to ride on the road at some point. I know, it's just this damn road, you know what it's like. It's really not that bad. Eric huffed and continued to watch them. Clearly, Susie had been too busy with work to realize the potential dangers that awaited them in their calm little corner of the British countryside. While their street was, for the most of the time, exceptionally quiet, at least twice a week Eric would be startled from his current chore by the screech of rubber against tarmac as some preoccupied speed freak took the turn, assuming it was a shortcut to the centre of the village. Inevitably, on discovering that it was in fact a dead end, they would be forced to make an abrupt stop before attempting an ungainly 3-point turn, often using Eric's or someone else's driveway to help increase their turning circle. Perhaps I'll get on to the council again, see if they got my last email about replacing the no-through road sign, he said. Maybe even persuade them to put up a speed limit sign at the junction as well. That sounds like a wonderful idea, Susie said, pulling him away from the window. With the children occupied, it was time for the adults to exchange presents. A mixture of nerves and excitement bubbled their way through Eric's abdomen. For the first time in more years than he cared to admit, he had broken his no-present rule and had bought something for Susie of his own choosing. When he'd found it in the shop, he had thought it was perfect, but now it was in her hands, about to be unwrapped. His throat was feeling uncharacteristically tight. It's lovely, Susie said, turning the gift over in her hand. The polished wood glinted in the light. It's engraved, see? Eric said, twisting one side of the pen over to face her. To my beautiful wife, Susie read. It's for your book signings, Eric said. It's made from wych elm, so I thought it would remind you of here when you're off on your trips. And the wife part is there so you can show it to any overly amorous fans. It's perfect, Susie said as she planted a kiss on his lips. The nerves transformed into pride as Eric looked on at his gift. He'd done well. From Tom and Lydia they received the obligatory homemade hamper. We've updated it a little, Lydia said, Go on, have a look. Intrigued, Eric opened the top of the hamper and rummaged through. There was enough sugar to keep them in stock through until Easter, with salted caramel sauce, hot chocolate in a jar, and 2 types of brownies in a jar, not to mention a bottle of homebrew, a bottle of elderflower cordial, a homemade foot scrub packaged in a repurposed hummus tub, and half a dozen homemade bath bombs. This is incredible, Eric said as he picked up one item after another. We figured Susie could do with a little more pampering this year, Lydia said. Well, it all looks delicious, Eric said. Try as he might, he failed to get all the items back in the basket, and so the bath bombs and foot scrub were left perched on top. For Tom and Lydia, Susie had bought an afternoon tea at one of the nearby stately homes. Now from me to you, Susie said to Eric. I'm afraid it's not the most thoughtful present of the day, but hopefully you will find it useful. Eric took the neatly wrapped rectangle. What could this be? He said as he tore into the paper that was so obviously covering a book. When the title came into view, Eric laughed. Brilliant, exactly what I need. He turned it around to show the title and cover to Tom and Lydia. Backyard Poultry, Tom read. I didn't know you were planning on keeping chickens. Eric flicked through the first few pages of the book. It's still just a bit of an idea, really, Eric said. I've got to go through the committee first. You want to have them at the allotment? I'd prefer to. I guess I could always have them up here if they say no, but I've been through the allotment handbook, and I'm fairly sure it should be okay to keep them there. Well, let me know when you get the go-ahead, Tom said. I've got half a dozen pullets you can have that'll make lovely little layers. Pullets? Eric said. You should probably start reading that book, Tom replied. At 6 o'clock, the children and Yvette returned indoors just as Eric had finished constructing a platter of sandwiches. Who fancies a turkey sandwich? Eric said, before quickly preempting any complaints from Yvette by producing a macrobiotic crumble he'd whipped up using some hazelnuts from the back of the cupboard. With the leftovers dished up, the family settled down for the Doctor Who Christmas special. All in all, Eric considered, the day had been a success. Only one more to go, and he would be home and dry. Eric was dreaming of springtime. Him and his harem of pullets, which in his dream were small sprite-like creatures with exceptionally long fingers, were fishing for eggs from the stream. It started off easy enough. They reached their hands into the gently flowing water and plucked out one smooth, round ovule after another. But then the stream grew faster and their hands started being dragged down by the current. A moment later, and the stream was a roaring river, crashing into eddies, its bellow so loud Eric was forced to cover his ears from the noise. He threw off the blanket in a cold sweat, taking a moment to orientate himself. He was back on the Lawson, the fire in the front room still aglow with a soft tangerine hue. No more sprites, no more eggs, although the sound of running water was almost as loud as it had been in his dream. Shit! Eric leapt off the sofa. He knew they should have sealed the bathroom shut. With his head still foggy from one too many nightcaps and his mouth tasting of chestnut stuffing, he bounded up the stairs. How much was this going to cost him, he wondered? Another grand? 2? It was bound to be Ellery who had used the toilet. How many times had he told him it wasn't plumbed in yet? Eric was halfway up the stairs when he froze, holding on to the rickety banister and attempting to steady his breath. He listened. A second later he bolted back down into the kitchen. What the? Eric stopped in his tracks. The kitchen was a far cry from the scene he had left when he fell asleep. The taps were on full blast, rushing into a bubble-filled sink with white water spraying up and over the wooden countertop. On the kitchen table appeared to be every item of crockery, cutlery, and kitchen utensil they owned, plus some he didn't even recognize. The room smelt of citrus and baking soda, and everything from the plates to the lino gleamed. Yvette? Eric said. Eric's mother-in-law started and blushed. Eric, darling, did I wake you? Eric blinked. What are you doing? He said. Oh, I couldn't sleep, Yvette replied. It's the stillness, you see. I'm used to the sea, the motion. I like my bed to have a little sway to it. She shook her hips as she spoke. Oh, Eric said, rubbing his eyes and still not sure he was seeing straight. Anyway, I thought I'd put myself to use, Yvette continued. But then I finished the washing up, so I thought, why not give the place a bit of a spring clean? In December? No need for sarcasm, Eric. Outside was dark. Through the trees, Eric glimpsed the moon, a buttermilk sliver in the sky. What time is it? He said. Ignoring his question, Yvette turned off the taps, the mountain of froth having broken free from the confines of the sink. Why don't you go back up to bed with Susie? She said. You can't have gotten any proper rest on that sofa. I'm not going to go back up now. It's fine. I insist. The mattress is far too soft for me anyway. It's not a surprise you all have such poor posture when you spend every night on a marshmallow. Eric hesitated. Going upstairs to his actual bed sounded like heaven, but the last thing he wanted was to fall into one of his mother-in-law's traps. Are you sure? He asked again. I don't want to kick you out. Yvette waved him quiet. I'll sleep when I'm dead, she said, and don't worry about the children in the morning. I'm more than happy to keep an eye on them. You and Susie have a lie-in. Something squirmed around Eric's kidneys. Still, a couple of hours back in his own bed was too much to resist. He would deal with the consequences in the morning. When he and Susie finally surfaced, it was gone 10. They had been awake for over an hour, just lying in bed, listening to the sounds of the children at play drifting in through the sash panes of the windows. Eric and Susie's bedroom was the largest in the house. It was also the most dated. 70s-style brown and orange wallpaper hung on 3 of the 4 walls, the 4th having been decorated with a peculiar burnt-umber paintwork. The carpet was worn through to the underlay, and a string light pole dangled down in the centre of the headboard. At first, Eric had been horrified when he noticed spores of mould populating the area around the window ledge and had sworn to rectify the situation immediately. Now, after numerous dousings of bleach, they were just another thing on the endless to-do list. I thought you might want to head down to the allotment today, Susie said as she climbed out of bed and pulled on her dressing gown. I can't believe it's been a year since we all first came down here. I know, Eric said. Seems like a lifetime ago. He reached for a pair of socks. Gone were the days of luxury flat-knit hosiery or cashmere houndstooth. Nowadays he was all about warmth, and the thicker the socks the better. Sludge green, bark brown, the colour was irrelevant. Perhaps I'll take Tom down after lunch, he said. We're still going to the shed, right? Sounds good. Although I can't stay long, I've got a pile of work to get through. We won't stay long, Eric assured her. The shed was one of Burlam's long-standing establishments, and despite a very relaxed attitude toward contemporary cuisine, or modernization of any kind for that matter, it remained steadfastly busy all year round. Eric suspected that at least 85% of their Boxing Day clientele were there with the sole purpose of abating their hangovers. Several heads offered him the obligatory welcome nod as he entered, although several more were face down on the table, hands clutching triple-shot coffees. The usual aromas of bacon fat and fried mushrooms wafted around them, mingling with the odd puff of cigarette smoke and spray of alcohol breath. Griff, the establishment's eternally jovial owner, found them a table facing out over the river. Look at that, Yvette said, flicking her hair in the direction of Griff. The best seat in the house. How ever can we repay you? Griff, with 3 days' worth of stubble and his apron covered in grease, beamed. Always do my best to please, he said, and trotted away with a wide grin on his face, promptly returning with the menus. While the boys and Abby giggled at the uniqueness of the meal names, Lydia did not. I thought this part of the world was meant to be sophisticated, Lydia said. What's wrong with a whiny bitch? Eric said. I thought you liked omelettes. I like omelettes. I don't feel it's necessary to lower the tone in order to eat one. It's called humour, Eric clarified. Besides, this is sophisticated. You should hear what the dishes were called before people complained. I'd rather not. Griff took the orders. 2 minutes later he returned with a tray of drinks. My goodness, what big muscles you must have, carrying trays around like that all day. Yvette said, removing her feather boa like it was part of a burlesque show. Excellent core strength, I suspect. Do you do Pilates? Griff blushed. Just good old-fashioned walking's all I need to do to keep in shape, he said. Of course, the old ways are the best. Nothing keeps the body limber like good old-fashioned exercise. Of every type. Eric shuddered. Mum, Susie said, waiting until Griff had scurried away for the second time. Is everything okay? What? Yvette was wide-eyed. Yes, dear, everything's quite all right. Absolutely fine. What a quaint place this is, and fantastic service, if you like that kind of thing. Her eyes followed to where Griff was crouched down by the counter, exposing a small but textbook example of a builder's bum. Eric pressed his lips together and locked eyes with his wife. The shuddering was mutual. When the plates were licked clean, Susie, Lydia, and the children decided on a Boxing Day stroll down to the yacht club. You sure you don't want to come with us, Mum? Susie asked. Yvette shook her head. I said I'd call your father this morning. You know what it's like with the time difference. He'll be ever so upset if we don't get to speak. Why don't we come back with you then? Lydia suggested. I'm sure the kids would love to speak to Grandad too. And I'm fine to head back and get on with some work, Susie added. Yvette brushed the suggestions aside. Perhaps tomorrow. He won't have much time before he has to get back. Such a busy time for him, darlings. Such a busy time. As long as you're sure. We won't be long. And make sure you give Dad our love. Will do, my darling. Will do. Well, Eric said to Tom as he waved Abby and Susie off, I guess we should get going too. Chapter 6. There was something refreshing about winter-time at the Columbia Avenue allotments. The bare trees and spindled bushes acted as a literal fresh start. Whatever you had or hadn't achieved last year was irrelevant. Soon it would be spring, and everyone would start from the same point of seeds and seedlings. You would all be beholden to the same weather, the same number of sunny, workable days, and if, come June, your neighbour's tomato plants had been bested by late blight, you could bet your bottom dollar yours would be too. The allotment was a great leveller of man, Eric considered. It didn't care about your age, your education, whether or not you were a good person even. All it cared about was how hard you worked and how well you turned your compost. So I'm planning on entering the village show this year, Eric said as he and Tom strolled down the path towards the allotment entrance. I'm not too sure what with yet, and I don't suppose I have much of a chance, but I'm going to give it a go. It's a bit of a big deal here. Oh, you don't need to tell me that. And you've got as good a chance as anyone. You're not exactly a novice anymore. Eric raised an eyebrow. Last year, the winning stump carrots were over 3 feet long, and apparently it was a bad year. Unless they have a category for most phallic-shaped vegetable or biggest caterpillar found on a cauliflower, I'm probably not in the running. Perhaps you need to start with something a little smaller then. Go for tomatoes. Everyone can grow tomatoes. They ambled onwards between the empty beds and full water butts. Eric offered numerous greetings and gesticulations towards the various figures hunched over the ground or squirreling away in their greenhouses. To those farther away, he extended his arm in a wave, and when Scout bounded up to him and rested his stumped leg on Eric's knee, Eric crouched down to give him a substantial rub. I'd love a dog, Eric said, scratching the soft fur of his tummy. Then why not? Susie likes dogs, doesn't she? Tom said. She does, but I think she's got enough on her plate at the minute. Tom hummed knowingly. You still coming over for New Year? Hank, Scout's owner, shouted over from his plot. You bet, Eric called back. Don't forget it's bring a dish. I'm already on the case, Eric lied, then made a mental note to tell Susie they needed to cook something for the event. Hank was one of the first friends Eric had made since working on the allotment, and since the death of Norman and the move to Burlham, they'd become firm partners in crime, only ever a phone call away if a quick pint down the pub was in order. He had also taken on Norman's role, offering Eric advice for his plot. After giving Scout one final belly rub, he pushed himself back up. Ouch! Eric winced as a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Everything okay? Eric rubbed the spot just below the base of his neck. I guess I need to stretch out a bit more, he said. You're getting old man, Tom laughed. Eric chose not to respond. They were approaching his own corner patch with its raised beds that Eric had lovingly built himself and a small prefabricated shed when Eric stopped abruptly. Something felt different. A cool breeze of uncertainty prickled the hair on his arms as he scanned the view from side to side. His plot was fine, nothing broken or damaged, no evidence of the Burlham youths who a few weeks back had taken to using the allotment as a local BMX park. The committee had had to go to the school principal with CCTV evidence, after which the problem was resolved quickly enough. No doubt the youths had found a new way to stir up trouble in the village since. Eric was just about to brush the funny feeling off as paranoia when he spied the neighbouring shed, its rust-red door 6 inches ajar. Something uneasy coiled its way around Eric's insides. He stepped toward the shed. "Everything okay?" Tom asked. Too distracted to reply, Eric racked his mind over the previous state of the shed. He had long since emptied it of all of Norman's sentimental keepsakes, though he had continued to keep the tools inside. They were left to him, an inheritance he had used frequently since Norman's passing, and there was no point moving them into his own shed, not when they all had a place so orderly mapped out in Norman's. Perhaps he had forgotten to do the padlock up last time he was there. The winds had been strong a few nights back. It was possible that the door had just blown open. He took another step forward, then stopped. Lying beside the seating on the small, covered veranda sat a pair of shiny bolt cutters. It was at that precise moment of glancing down that Eric saw the shadow moving inside the shed. His pulse ratcheted a notch higher. "Did you—" "Shh," Eric whispered, silencing his brother-in-law. Tiptoeing across the plot, Eric crouched down and took the bolt cutters in his hands. The drumming in his chest grew louder and louder as his heart inched its way up his throat. With the bolt cutters in his hand, Eric positioned himself with his back against the shed wall. The shadow moved again. Eric lunged, lifting the bolt cutters high into the air. He flung open the door. "Got you!" he shouted. "Eric?" The bolt cutters froze in the air above his head as Eric squinted into the darkness. The face inside stared at him, doe-eyed and confused, but still smiling. "It is Eric, isn't it? Susie's husband?" Well, yes." There was an awkward 30-second pause, during which Eric tried to place the woman's face. She was certainly familiar with her brunette hair and big oval eyes, but he was finding it impossible to say why. "Fleur? From Kensington. We met at church before Christmas." Eric still drew a blank. "Church? Mulled wine? Susie?" she continued. "Fleur, of course." In an attempt to throw off the embarrassment, Eric stretched out his free hand for an enthusiastic handshake. "Sorry, I'm awful at names. Useless." "It's no problem, really." "Fleur, this is Tom, my brother-in-law. Tom, this is Fleur. She's just moved here from Kensington." Tom stumbled across the barren beds and shook her hand. "Pleased to meet you. So you're a green-fingered one as well, are you?" "Hoping to be. I only got the go-ahead to take this place over a couple of days ago, so I'm keen to get started. I'm guessing from the warm welcome you'd not been informed yet." Eric blushed. "No, sorry about that," he said as he lowered the bolt cutters to the ground. "I've kind of been looking after the plot. I thought you might be looting the place." Fleur laughed. "No, I think if I were to take up larceny, I'd pick something slightly more impressive than a dead man's bunch of cruddy old tools to steal. I'll be lucky if I don't get tetanus from these. Although I suppose it's good that they're here," Fleur continued. "It's an all-right set to get me started. I guess I'll just bin them when I'm done." Eric shifted uncomfortably. "Actually, they're not with the shed," he said. "They're mine. I mean, they are with the shed, but not the plot. If you see what I mean, they're still in there, but I left them." Eric was acutely aware he was babbling, but he couldn't stop. "Norman, the man who had this plot before you, when he died, he left me the shed and tools, and I suppose I should have really moved them, but with them being just—" "Oh, I'm sorry," Fleur said. "Of course, take them. I didn't mean to—" No, it's fine," Eric said. "I mean, you're welcome to borrow them, of course, only the thing is—" "I completely understand. It's just that—" "I will buy my own tools. I don't mean to—" "Fleur," Tom cut Eric short. "How did you manage to get your name on this place? I thought the waiting list was years." Eric offered Tom a grateful glance. For a moment he had thought the polite apologies might last them all the way through to New Year. "Actually, yes." A second later he turned back to Fleur, his thoughts of embarrassment very much distracted. "I thought the wait was up to 8 years. How did you do that?" Fleur's eyes darted from side to side. She stepped forward as if even the clear lack of proximity wasn't enough to ward off any souped-up hearing aids that might be listening in from the bushes. "Let's just say," her voice barely above a whisper, "that money can't buy you happiness, but it can buy you a small allotment on Columbia Avenue." Eric let out a tiny but audible gasp. "I don't think you're really one to talk," Susie said over dinner, "not when you think of all the tricks you tried to pull." Tom and Lydia had left late afternoon. After ensuring that all the children had the correct presents and that no one had left behind so much as a single headlight from a Lego battleship, Eric, Susie, Abby and Yvette had waved them off down the road until they were out of sight. Eric was exhausted but satisfied. 3 days, 5 guests, 0 disasters. The 4 remaining family members were sitting around the kitchen table, 3 of them munching on battered sausages, cod and chips. The refrigerator bulged with cold meat, Brussels sprouts and a half-eaten ham hock, but the thought of another turkey sandwich had almost been enough to push them all onto Yvette's macrobiotic regime. So, while Eric cleaned up the last of the mess, Susie and Abby had headed down the road to pick up fish and chips. Yvette ate a satsuma and half a bowl of blanched almonds. "Oh, I'm not criticizing her," Eric said, dunking a chip in the curry sauce. "According to Fleur, her donation will cover the entire cost of the drainage system. That's massive. I just feel guilty, I suppose. Another year gone, and once again the only allotment that becomes available goes to someone who is not even on the waiting list." "That's not your fault. You didn't ask to be left yours." "I know, but still." Eric popped his curry-dunked chip into his mouth. The sauce was far spicier than he had anticipated. With the chip still in his mouth, he reached for his drink. An empty beer bottle later, and his mouth was still uncomfortably warm. "Another drink, Eric," Yvette said, rising from the table. Eric nodded mutely. "You stay where you are," she said, resting a hand on his arm. "Let me fetch that." Whistling a tune that to Eric sounded distinctly sinister, Yvette grabbed a beer from the fridge, flicked off the top, and handed it to him. "Thank you." "My pleasure." 30 seconds later, and his mother-in-law was still hovering by his shoulder. Eric tensed. A hovering Yvette always made him nervous. "I thought I might take a little jaunt into town tomorrow," she said. "A proper town, I mean. I wondered if I might be able to borrow the car to head to Malden. Just the little runaround, obviously." "What is it you want to get?" Susie said. "I can take you. I've got some writing to do, but if you—" No, it's no problem. I thought I'd get out of your hair. Just do a little food shop. Have a potter, you know. It's been a long time since I've had my feet on dry land. I thought it might be nice." Eric chewed on a mouthful of battered sausage. "The only thing is you're not insured," he said. "Otherwise I wouldn't have a problem with it." Yvette clapped her hands together. "Well, that's marvellous then. Simply marvellous." 2 minutes later, Eric's laptop was fired up and Yvette was typing his credit card number into the first insurance website she found. "Do you not think you should ask her how long she's staying?" Eric said as they snuggled up under the duvet. With Tom and Lydia gone, Yvette had decamped into the spare room and Eric was back, stretched out under his duck-down quilt. In place of a book, Susie was marking red lines on a stack of manuscript papers, the bedside lamp casting peculiar shadows on one side of her face. "And I was thinking," Eric continued, "where is your dad at the minute?" "Not sure. South America, I think Mum said. Mexico, perhaps." "So it doesn't make any sense her calling him at midday. It'd be 6 o'clock in the morning there." "Perhaps he has some early lessons." Susie sighed, shuffled the pile of papers into one neat stack, placing them on the nightstand. "If you're that bothered, ask her tomorrow, but she'll be gone by the end of the week. She always is." "I suppose you're right," Eric said. "I suppose you're right." Chapter 7 Yvette was not gone by the end of the week. As Eric and the rest of Western civilization sank into the abyss that was the 27th to 30th of December, Yvette became more and more settled into a daily routine. While the unprecedented surprise of having a live-in babysitter had undeniable advantages, Eric would have been hard-pushed to say he was enjoying his new living arrangement. "Homemade granola," Yvette said, waiting in the kitchen as Eric traipsed down the stairs. A scent of dry oats, burnt nuts, and something vaguely coconutty confused his taste buds as it rose from the oven. "I thought I'd have a bacon sandwich, actually," Eric said. Yvette balked. "Think of your body, Eric. Think of your cells. Where's the goodness in a bacon sandwich?" "In the taste." "Well, I've thrown it away. It smelt funny." Eric frowned. "Don't blame me," Yvette shrugged. "Perhaps if you hadn't quit your job and left Susie to pay all the bills, you'd be able to afford more than cheap fatty bacon from the local village shop." "That wasn't exactly what happened, Yvette, as you know." "I'm just calling it like I see it, Eric." While Eric brooded over his lack of bacon, a bowl of freshly made granola was placed in front of him, along with a jug of distinctly brown milk. "What's this?" he sniffed, turning his nose up at the smell. "That, Eric, is hazelnut milk. Honestly, how you can continue supporting such barbaric acts as dairy consumption is beyond me. Do you read none of the research? Those poor calves snatched from their mothers, not to mention what it's doing to your body." "I eat perfectly healthily, thank you, Yvette. The occasional bacon sandwich is hardly going to give me a heart attack." "Tell that to your middle-aged spread." Eric harumphed and patted his middle. It was true, the slender days of his youth were gone, but he didn't consider himself out of shape. Stewing over the reality of his middle-aged lateral growth spurt, Eric scooped up a spoonful of granola and began to chew. The taste was one of year-old cardboard, although unlike cardboard, the presence of saliva and moisture did nothing to help the disintegration process. 2 minutes into the chewing process, and his teeth continued to work at the same rock-hard fragments of oats. "See, you can feel the goodness working, can't you?" Yvette said. Eric said. If Yvette stayed, they were going to have to get a dog. It would be the only way he was going to survive her meals. Making the most of Yvette's one redeeming feature, Eric decided to leave Abby for a couple of hours and head down to the allotment. It was a 5-minute drive at most, but on the spur of the moment, Eric opted to take Sally. The precious Aston Martin DB4 had been his late father's pride and joy, and getting his hands on her, for that matter, had been no easy task, so it made sense to make the most of her. Besides, she'd been cooped up for weeks, and after a summer of long drives and twisty lanes, she was in need of a little attention. Somehow, with Christmas, the house, managing Abby around Susie's manic work schedule, and now Yvette, Sally had been pushed to the bottom of his to-do list. Inside the car, a smell of warm leather pervaded the air. A thin film of dust had built along the steering wheel. Eric wiped it clean, spilling the motes into the air around him. How much had he given up for this car, he thought. His job, his sanity, and he would do it all again in a heartbeat. He checked the indicators, tweaked the mirrors, and reversed out of the garage. "Wait, Dad, watch, watch!" shouted Abby, flapping her arms from the other side of the road. "Watch what I can do!" She was dressed in a Christmas jumper and a striped bobble hat. Eric smiled. Whatever qualms he and Susie had had about moving her out of the crazily priced prep school had long since evaporated. This was the type of life a child should have, he thought, not glued to an iPad doing homework until 8 o'clock at night. Eric pulled up behind her at what he considered a safe distance and kept the engine running. While he loved his daughter more than life itself, and the whole point of moving to Burlham was to spend time with her doing things like this, if she scratched the paintwork on Sally, he could not be held responsible for his actions. Abby straightened her helmet, placed her hands on the handlebars, and began to pedal. 10 meters down the road, her hands flicked up away from the handlebars. She shrieked, slammed her hands back down, and skidded to a stop. The climactic moment lasted less than a quarter of a second at most. "Did you see that? Did you see that?" screamed Abby, pedaling back down towards Eric and the car. I went no-handed. Did you see that? Wait until I tell Harry Neeny what I can do now." Eric wound down the window and blew his daughter a kiss. "Very impressive," he says. "You'll be a stunt rider in no time." "You think?" "Just stay on the pavement, please. At least until the council puts the sign up. You know how fast those cars can go." "I know," she sighed, and pedalled off down the pavement, practicing her no-handed milliseconds. With Sally parked up in her usual spot, Eric trundled down the path toward the allotment. The patches of earth were a hive of activity, although apart from a quick hello to Hank, Eric kept his head down and headed straight for his little corner. He had too much to do to waste away the day listening to Janice prattle on about her bunions. About 30 feet away from his plot, Eric paused, frowned, and listened. Loud noises, hedge trimmers, chainsaws, and, God forbid, mini-excavators, were not unheard of at the allotment, but were usually confined to the more temperate months. These sounds, however, were far less mechanical in their nature and sounded like they were coming directly from his plot. Thumping, grunting, and occasional thwacks reverberated into the air. It was only when Eric approached the final corner that he saw where the sounds were coming from. "What are you doing?" he said, picking up his pace and running toward the crumbling structure. Sheets of chicken wire twisted as the pillars fell, the bean poles inside Norman's carefully constructed bean house reduced to nothing more than oversized splinters. That was... Fleur poked her head out from behind the dismembered bean house. "Sorry," she said, wiping the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. "Did you say something?" Eric opened his mouth. The bean house," he choked out. With her sleeves rolled up and scarf around her neck, Fleur looked every bit a modern-day Felicity Kendall. Her large doe eyes blinked with endless lashes as she wiped her brow for a second time, then glanced at the massacre behind her. "Oh, yes, nearly got rid of it. What a massive waste of space that was." Eric coughed and spluttered. "It was a masterpiece. The beans Norman used to grow on them were—" "Oh, I have no doubt it was very good at what it was meant for. But really, beans? Runner beans? Who even eats them nowadays?" I... After the war, perhaps, but not now. No, I'm sorry, this whole village show mentality is bonkers. In this day and age, the space needs to be utilized properly. All that worry going into growing a perfectly round onion when there are people starving. We should be growing food that people will eat and getting it to those in the community who need it." A lump formed in Eric's throat. "Well, Cooperative living, it's the way we've all got to head." She bent down and yanked a nail out from one of the planks. "I figure I can repurpose this all one way or another. I was a bit of a dab hand at DIY at school. Then I got married and, well—" She paused mid-sentence, then looked up at Eric and smiled. "Well, that's for another time. Anyway, what I'm saying is I didn't pay what I paid for this plot to do some half-assed attempt at pruning. I paid that money to grow vegetables and make a difference, and that's what I'm going to do, and I'll tell that to anyone who says otherwise." She bent down to the ground and plucked a 2-foot hacksaw from the frosted grass. Eric swallowed. "It's not that I don't respect the idea." Eric had gone back to the house for lunch. Abby had come inside for a snack break, and Susie had also decided she needed a rest from staring at a screen. "She's got some balls about her. Norman would like her for sure. It's just the way she's gone about it. Smashing up someone's hard work with a sledgehammer, it's hardly respectful." "But like you said, if she's not going to use it, how else would you expect her to dismantle it?" "Well," Eric pouted and chewed on a stale mince pie. He hadn't stayed long at the allotment. He couldn't concentrate. It had been harder than expected, seeing someone else in Norman's space, digging up the ground and trampling over the beds with complete disregard for the perfectly trimmed rows he had taken years to cultivate. Every time the shed door opened, Eric had expected to see him hobbling out, coughing over his tea and fruitcake. "Perhaps I'll focus on the house for a bit," Eric said. "Give her time to get her bearings down at the allotment. I don't want to come across as some possessive nutter, particularly as she seems like a fairly normal person." "Well, I'm glad you like her," Susie said, passing him a bowl of soup and removing the plate of mince pies from under his nose. "Because I bumped into her at the co-op and arranged to go for dinner tonight. Mum's agreed to babysit." That wasn't exactly what I had in mind, Eric said. It'll be fun. And we're going for tapas. A cold chill spread down Eric's spine. Chapter 8. Tapas was Eric's idea of a social nightmare. While bacon stuffed with dates and spicy chorizo stews easily topped his list of all-time favorite foods, it was the dining experience that caused him so much anxiety. There was no security to tapas. It was a free-for-all in the worst possible way. You had no control, no guarantee. Just because you ordered a portion of fried goat's cheese with organic honey drizzle and a traditional Spanish tortilla, there was no way to ensure you would actually get to eat any of them. Even tapas with Susie could swing either way. The only way for Eric to guarantee he got what he wanted was to overorder. By a lot. Either that or order food he knew Susie didn't like, and that just made him look like a prick. Going for tapas was a minefield, and in Eric's mind, one that should definitely be avoided with new people, particularly new people you were trying to avoid. But the table had been booked, and so tapas it was. Eric's stomach was already rumbling as they pushed open the door. Shrill Latino music assaulted him from every side. He took a moment to scan the restaurant floor. The dining area was generically decorated with bright yellow walls, patterned accent tiles, and enough pieces of crockery to stock the nearest Tesco homewares department. Coloured glass bottles were strung from the ceiling as light fittings, and an upturned ham took centre stage on the bar, hoof and all. "Look, there she is," Susie said, and pointed to the farthest of the 4 occupied tables. Fleur was sitting with her back to the room, her head bent over the table, apparently reading her phone. Behind her, the kitchen door swung open and shut as members of the waiting staff busied themselves with orders and empty plates. "Fleur?" Fleur jolted from her seat, spinning around to face them. "Sorry," she said, "I didn't see you there." Although immaculately dressed, in a mustard-coloured cowl and jeans skinnier than Eric's forearms, her eyes were red-rimmed, and a blotchy pinkness mottled her skin. Fleur grabbed a napkin off the table and blotted her cheeks. Susie went straight in for a hug. Eric felt his body involuntarily recoil. Crying women took his tapas nightmare to a whole new level. He could only pray that the blotchy face was nothing more than an allergy to desiccated hydrangeas. "Is everything okay?" Susie asked, withdrawing from the hug and pulling out the seat closest. "Oh, yes, I'm sorry. You just caught me by surprise. We can always rearrange if now isn't a good time. Really, I'm just being silly," she said as she pushed back her seat and rose to standing. "Everything's fine. Please sit down." Eric quickly chose a seat so he could see the food coming out of the kitchen. "I wasn't sure if you'd want beer or sangria, so I ordered a jug of both," said Fleur. While the women chatted and poured the drinks, Eric ummed and ahed in a half-listening manner. The menu had a good selection of food with all the classics, calamari, gambas al pilpil, and quite a few unique items too, although Eric's mind was focused not on the dishes themselves, rather on portion sizes. Since their arrival at the restaurant, his stomach murmurings had gone from relaxed grumbles to angry snarls. It needed filling. How many did they need, Eric pondered, his eyes still wandering up and down the list of small plates. 9? 10? The menu offered no indication of what was clearly a crucial piece of information. There was a deal on if you bought 6 plates, but that was definitely not going to be enough, and yet 12 between the 3 of them seemed greedy. "Are you ready to order?" asked the waiter in his crisp white shirt, an iPad in hand. "Yes, "Oh, we've barely looked," Fleur said. "Would you mind giving us another minute?" She smiled to the waiter. "No problem." Eric's stomach growled in protest. A little of the growl escaped through his lips. Susie shot him a glare. As the waiter retreated back behind the bar, the ladies turned their attention to their menus. Eric continued to scowl. "It all sounds delicious," Susie said. "Do we want to get our own meal, or shall we just share a few dishes?" "Oh, I'm more than happy to share," Fleur said. "I had a late lunch, so I'm really not that hungry at all." Eric's stomach loosened a little. Well, that's great, he said. Shall I order then? Patatas bravas, meatballs, chorizo, jamon iberico. We definitely want 2 of the dates in bacon. Susie frowned. I think that's a bit excessive. Trust me, they'll be delicious. I'm not sure. I'm not exactly a date fan. And I'm really not hungry, Fleur reiterated. Just get one, Susie said. It'll be plenty. Neither of us will eat them. Reluctantly, Eric gave in, although he insisted on a few more items to bulk the selection out. When the waiter came over and took the order, there were a total of 7 dishes. It wasn't exactly a banquet, but provided the portions were reasonable sized, it would be fine. When the first dish came out, Eric was pleasantly surprised. The beef meatballs were firm but not dry, and the sauce well seasoned, although after a few mouthfuls he found himself even more hungry than before he began eating. The patatas bravas filled a hole, and the calamari had a good batter, even if the squid was a little on the chewy side. Then came the dates in bacon. Layered in the small ceramic dish sat 5 perfectly toothpicked ovals, caramelized and golden, the flavors of crispy fried bacon and sweet dainty goodness spiraled up with the steam. Eric swallowed down a mouthful of saliva as the waiter placed them down in the center of the table. They look good, Fleur said, and stabbed her fork into the one on top. Without a millisecond's pause, the toothpick was discarded and the bite-sized delicacy devoured. Her eyes closed as her lips smacked together. Ooh, Susie, Eric, you have got to try these. More than willing to oblige, Eric readied his cutlery, but before he could raise his fork, Fleur pulled the dish out from beside him, placed it next to Susie. Susie delved straight in without a second's glance at her husband. It was like a dagger in his chest. Eric winced in distress and considered his options. The plate was diagonally across from him, and stretching over for one would mean reaching directly across Fleur's plate. It wasn't exactly polite, but then she hadn't shown great manners when she stole it from under his nose either. He hesitated a moment, then went to speak. Could you— Wow, they really are good, Susie said. I know. I really didn't think I liked dates either, she continued. Would it be possible for you to— Eric tried. And they're really Moorish. Can I— Susie's fork was poised for a second helping. I'm definitely coming back for more of these. Could one of you please— Eric flinched as the prongs speared the bacon. She was his wife and the love of his life, but as she lifted the fork and placed it between her lips, he hoped she'd spear her tongue on it. The blood pulsed in his temples. The fork trembled in his hand. It was an unreasonable reaction. He knew it was. Then again, they hadn't even wanted to order them. It was Fleur's turn to go in for a second one. Neglecting the fork, she went straight for the toothpick. Her cleanly shaped nails inched towards the bowl for her second helping. Maybe she'd even grabbed 2. Eric panicked. Maybe there would be none left for him at all. He reached across the table, swiped the plate from under her hand, and tucked it well and truly out of anyone else's reach. Then, stripping one of the dates from their toothpick mediator, he stuffed the penultimate tapas into his mouth. When he looked back up, both women were staring at him, mouths agape. I thought you weren't hungry, Eric said. After 4 minutes, an extended silence, and an excessively forceful kick on the shin for Eric, Fleur left to go to the bathroom. Well, that was just embarrassing, Susie said. What the hell's got into you? You said you didn't want them, Eric pouted his response, and then you were eating them all, and she said she wasn't hungry, and they are my favorite. Are you 5? Susie said. Eric pouted. You're a grown man. You could have ordered some more for Christ's sake. God knows what Fleur thinks. Honestly, Eric, would it have hurt you to think of someone other than yourself for once? Eric continued to sulk. Admittedly, the idea of ordering more had escaped him at the time, but he couldn't possibly do that now. The remaining date sat turning cold in the dish, the crisp bacon fat congealing into white jelly as it cooled. Eric poured himself another glass of beer. You seem to forget I need friends too, Susie said, her face stern, but then her voice came out a little softer, sadder. It's fine for you. You have your gardening gang, you have your weekly get-together at the pub, and Abby seems to know every child under the age of 15 in the place, but I don't have anyone. I sit in my little room all day trying to meet my deadlines. With you not working, I don't even meet the mums at the school gates. Fleur could be a real friend for me. Please don't ruin that." Eric's pout loosened. He lifted his gaze from the congealing tapas. "Sorry," he said. "I need you to think of me now and again," she said, "or at least try to." "Sorry," he said again. 2 minutes later, and after deciding that a cold date in bacon was substantially better than none, he spoke again. "Do you think she's all right?" Eric said. "She's been gone a long time." "She's probably waiting to see if you're going to bite her head off again." "I should probably apologize for that." "You think?" It was another 2 minutes before Fleur appeared from the bathroom. Eric was polishing off the last of the lager from the jug. This time, the evidence of crying was far less subtle than blotchy cheeks. Thick lines of mascara streaked her face, while clear snot dribbled from her nose. "What's the matter?" Susie said, rising from her seat. Her new friend buried her snotty nose in her shoulder. It's... She could barely get a word out before dissolving back into more hysterical tears. Eric stood up and backed away. He watched on, unsure whether he was meant to input some form of support to aid Susie or merely reassure the rest of the diners that this emotional outpouring was the result of an over-fried frittata. "Well," he said, "perhaps I should leave you ladies to it." Susie glanced over Fleur's shoulder and gave him an approving nod. "I'll see you at home in a bit. Fleur." He moved forward just far enough to tap her shoulder with his outstretched arm. "Sorry about the dates." "Well," Susie said later that evening, "it's all about the ex." They sat in the lounge sipping their gin and tonics. Eric had walked back home via the chip shop and treated himself to a fully loaded chicken kebab. It had been a worthwhile indulgence, even if his stomach now felt like it had been spread with butter and deep-fried in a pan of boiling chip fat. Yvette had been meditating in the conservatory when he returned, although one whiff of the chili sauce and mayonnaise was all it had taken for her to retreat upstairs to the spare bedroom. Occasional thumps echoed down from above him, although Eric deemed them quiet enough to assume his mother-in-law had not yet collapsed from her yogic exercises. The lights blinked on the Norwegian spruce. Despite its outwardly dense appearance, the needles were starting to drop at an accelerated pace. While the deterioration of such a magnificent tree was saddening to watch, Eric had been told that the needles made excellent mulch for strawberries to sit on. Another entry for the village show, perhaps. Apparently she'd given him an ultimatum and it had not gone to plan, Susie elaborated, rousing Eric from his daydream of coloured rosettes and certificates. "She's devastated, obviously. 8 years they'd been married, together another 5 before that." "It's a long time," Eric said, offering what he thought was a reasonable response, while continuing to mull over the best way to remove the rest of the needles for his strawberry mulch. "I know. Being alone like that after all this time, it must be so hard." "Uh-huh." "I know what it was like when Pete and I split up. It was tough. Really tough." Eric's ears pricked at the name Pete. It wasn't often that Susie mentioned her ex-husband's name, but when she did, it caused an irrational heat to build up through Eric's belly, much the same way it did when someone prohibited the eating of his favourite tapas. "Well, that's all done and dusted now," he said, attempting to steer his wife away from the topic of her Pete. "I'm sure Fleur will be better off in the long run." "Maybe. I hope she's all right. Maybe you could do a little digging while you're at the allotment, see if there's anything you can do to help," Susie said. "Digging at the allotment, eh? And you say you're not a comedian." Eric grinned. Susie rolled her eyes and handed Eric her glass. "One more before bed," she said. Thursday was New Year's Eve, and in complete contrast to the previous year's festivities, during which Eric was so high on painkillers that one brandy near enough floored him for the best part of January, he took no shame in indulging in Hank's homemade beverages from the moment they arrived. It was a social event, with what appeared to be 2/3 of the village in attendance. Fortunately, Hank and Jerry's 5-bed detached house sat just 6 doors down from their own, well within stumbling distance. From elderflower champagne and blackcurrant liqueur to pumpkin ale and licorice stout, Eric left no stone unturned. In his defense, he wasn't entirely to blame. "Now, this one is from 2012, Hank's husband Jerry said, handing Eric a glass of something purple. "Don't be put off by the bit of residue. I'm telling you, it's an absolute corker. And when you finish that one off, I've got a corker of a scrumpy for you to try too." Susie had invited Fleur along to the bash, but after less than an hour, she decided she really wasn't in the mood for a party. "You don't mind, do you?" she said, resting her hand on Eric's shoulder as she said her farewells. "I'm sure I'll see you down the allotment soon." Eric would have waved her goodbye, but that would have risked spilling one of his drinks. Yvette had also accompanied them for part of the night, although she too slipped out just before midnight. "We've never spent a New Year apart, you know, your father and I," she said, swishing her feather boa around her neck as she prepared to leave. "Not in 42 years. No, he's terribly down about it, terribly down." "We understand." "You won't hold it against me, will you? Poor Abby. I said I'd dance with her at midnight. I was going to teach her to salsa." "It's fine, Yvette, honestly," Eric reassured her. "There are plenty of us here to look after Abs." "Just give Dad our love," Susie added. "I always do," she said, and she glided out the front door, her tinsel tiara glinting as she went. "Peculiar woman, your mother-in-law," Jerry said, watching the front door close. "Just offered to show me how to do the Argentine tango." "She's a dancer," Eric said. "In the bedroom," Jerry replied. Chapter 9. Eric was woken by the smell of coffee wafting temptingly beneath his nostrils. There was an intense fuzziness to his head that was somewhat disorientating. He rolled over, clicking the joints in his back and his neck. He wasn't in his bed, he could tell that, but the actual knowledge of where he was, or how he got there, was almost entirely missing. His eyes flickered beneath their lids. "Freshly made," Susie said. "Colombian, your favorite." Her voice hit like a sledgehammer. Eric gasped and jolted upwards. 5 seconds later, there was still a reverb echoing around between his temples. "Whoa!" Eric covered his ears as he struggled to sit himself up, finding it rather more difficult to maintain his balance than expected. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes. "Why is it so bright?" He grabbed for a pillow, but underestimating the distance between his hand and the cushion, he fell back onto the sofa with a thud. "It's not bright," Susie said. She pushed him back up into a seated position, pulled his shirt back down over his middle, and placed the mug of coffee in his hand. "That's what happens when you drink for 6 hours straight." "My head hurts," he said. "That's not a surprise." Eric blinked and attempted to move his eyelids again. The pain of 1,000 needles puncturing his skull and impaling whatever grey matter lay beyond shot through the back of his head. "Oh, my God, how much did you let me drink?" "Let you? Since when did I let you do anything?" "Oh, this cannot be real." The room was spinning. Susie's choice of baby blue-coloured walls that had once seemed bearable now caused waves of seasickness. The aroma of the coffee, undoubtedly freshly ground and Colombian, went instantaneously from mouth-wateringly appealing to gut-wrenchingly nauseating. "I'll just leave this here for you, shall I?" Susie said, then moved the coffee table a good 10 inches closer to Eric before she took the coffee cup back from his grip and placed it down on the tabletop. After 20 minutes of lying perfectly still, Eric found that if he focused his attention on one single point, he could slow the room's motion enough to move his coffee mug, but any accidental sideways glances and he was back to where he started. As such, he decided that the gap from the table to his mouth, although substantially reduced due to Susie's kind-heartedness, was still too far to risk. He lowered himself off the sofa and onto his knees. In a carefully considered movement, he lifted the mug up to his mouth for a sip. The drink was stone cold, but the response was instant. As well as a double shot, the coffee had been spiked with several spoons of sugar and a good-sized glug of rum. She was a good woman, his wife, Eric decided. He was half a mug in before he found the spinning had lessened to a more controllable level. "Drink this, too," Susie said, returning to his side with a glass of water. "And take these." she added, passing him 2 small painkillers. While Eric tried to decide whether the swirly pattern on the ceiling was an optical illusion or just another result of his ridiculous lack of balance, Susie perched on the end of the sofa. "I'm worried about Mum," she said. "You're always worried about your mum," he slurred. "I know, but this is different. And I can't get through to Dad either." "I thought Lydia was dealing with him." "She's tried. He just says he's really busy and gets off the line as soon as possible." "Perhaps he is really busy." "Perhaps." "Look," Eric said, sensing his wife's need for support and recalling their conversation at the tapas restaurant only days earlier. He pushed himself a little higher in the seat and immediately rued the decision. The speed of his action resulted in a spiral head rush. Images of dancing with Jerry to Radio Gaga surfaced from some recess of his mind. Closing his eyes, Eric took several deep breaths before deciding he was stable enough to move again. He took one more substantial breath, opened his eyes, and tried to muster his most sensible husbanding voice. "Your parents are adults," he said, attempting to fixate on only one of Susie's several sets of moving eyes. "If something was up, they would have said. Perhaps they just need a little break from one another. They live on a boat together. They probably need a little space now and then." "They live on a 600-foot cruise liner. It's hardly like they live on a barge." "Still, it probably gets claustrophobic now and then. Where is your mum, by the way? Please don't make me eat that granola again. I can't do it. Not today." "She's taken Abby sail shopping." "You mean we have an empty house?" "We do," said Susie with a smile. Eric and Susie took immediate advantage of the empty house. After a very brief discussion on the merits of indulging in a little X-rated adult-only time, Eric instead went back upstairs to sleep off some more of the alcohol in his system, while Susie tucked herself away in the office and carried on writing. It seemed like a much more productive use of time, considering Susie's impending deadlines and Eric's horrific hangover. By midday, Eric found that he could open his eyes without thinking he was going to vomit. He showered, cleaned his teeth with a double swill of a mint mouthwash, which he regretted instantly given the menthol schnapps tang still clinging to his tongue, and took another 2 paracetamol before heading back downstairs. "What did you have planned for today?" Susie said. "I thought if you had time we could pick out colours for the bedroom." "As long as I don't have to think." "You very rarely do," Susie answered. It was slow work narrowing down the hundreds of sample colours to one final choice. It was particularly hard work, given that Eric was having extreme difficulty understanding exactly why 36 different shades of white were necessary, and if there was actually any difference between light white, pristine white, and perfect bright white. But it was time spent with Susie, and in the recent months that had been hard to come by. The pair were sitting at the kitchen table, with Susie deliberating between a buttercup and primrose yellow for the kitchen and Eric picking at various scratches, gouges, and encrustations that covered the ancient tabletop when the slam of the front door echoed through the house. The single noise was followed by the rustling of paper and much excited shouting. "Mum! Daddy!" "In here," they called in unison. Eric took a large gulp of his coffee and debated whether it was too early to risk yet another 2 paracetamol. Given that the previous 2 had been swallowed only minutes before, he decided it was probably not a good idea. Abby emerged through the doorway submerged in a sea of paper and plastic. Her hair was draped around her shoulders and a new purple handbag dangled from her arm. Her striped bobble hat had been replaced by a canary yellow beret, which perched on her head at a jaunty angle. Around her wrists jangled 3 inches worth of metal bangles. "Granny and I went shopping," she said. "I can see," said Susie. "We bought stuff, a lot of stuff." "I can see that, too." There must have been 40 bags of every colour, shape, size, and texture ever manufactured. Yvette followed Abby into the kitchen, equally cloaked in bags and complete with a matching canary yellow beret. "Well, what is a grandma for?" she said. "Look at these," Abby said as she pulled out her 5th pair of shoes in a row and piled them onto the mountain of clothes already built up on the kitchen table. "They're tap shoes. Granny's going to teach me tap dancing, aren't you, Granny?" "I am." As well as ballet, jazz, and ballroom, Eric said. Children need a well-rounded education, Eric, and there's nowhere around here she can learn. And wait until you see this dress, Daddy, it's amazing. Abby bent down to rummage in the shopping bags around her feet. Which one is it in, Granny? Is it over there? As Abby leant to the side, reaching for a yellow polka dot bag, something glinted in the light. What's that? Eric said. Abby bolted upright. Nothing. What? There's nothing. She flattened her hair down against the side of her cheek. Another glint snuck its way out from underneath. Eric jumped up from his seat. There, he said. What is that? Dad! What the hell have you done to yourself? Dad, get off! You get here right now, young lady. Eric! Abby squirmed and wriggled as Eric tried to get a hold on her. A 2-minute wrangle later, and he had his daughter bent over his knee, her hair tucked behind her ear, the tiny gold studs sparkling in her earlobes. You have got to be kidding me, Eric said. Abby slipped out of his grip and ran over to her grandma. Eric, please, Yvette said. Eric's eyes flashed. You are behind this. You mutilated my daughter. It's not a big deal, Dad. All the girls at school have it done. If all the girls at school got a tattoo of a leprechaun on their faces, would you do that too? What's a leprechaun? Eric couldn't answer. The blood pounded in his veins. Every muscle quivered. He took a step towards his mother-in-law. Eric, leave this to me. The coldness in the voice stopped Eric in his tracks. Susie was standing behind him. Her hands were relaxed, hanging loosely at her side, and her lips were held in a soft, upward curl that, if you didn't know her, may lead you to believe she was perfectly at ease with the current situation. However, Eric did know his wife, and the cold look that simmered deep behind her pupils caused an icy chill to run all the way down his spine, a sensation he saw reciprocated in both the youngest and oldest member of the family. Abigail, Susie said, with a voice so calm it prickled the skin on Eric's neck. Go upstairs to your bedroom, please. Daddy and I need to have a word with your grandmother. Abby turned to go. But don't think you're off the hook either, young lady. I will deal with you later. Abby offered her grandmother a last apologetic look before darting off up the stairs. Shall we sit down? Susie said, her voice still dangerously quiet. Yvette stiffened and sucked in her cheeks. I tend to find my back gets a little. Sit, Susie said. Eric shot down into a chair. Despite causing the initial uproar, Eric felt it was best to sit back and let Susie administer the reprimand. He did, however, offer his support through strategically placed coughs and unwavering glowers at Yvette. 2 minutes into Susie's carefully procured silence, and Yvette's lips began to twitch, as did her feet, then her fingers. What's wrong with a grandmother spoiling her granddaughter? She said, finally obliterating the silence. Is it wrong that I want her to be happy? Susie pursed her lips a little, but emitted no sound. Yvette's blinking grew more rapid. Eric could see the sweat beading along her brow line. So I might have gone a little overboard. I got carried away. You can hardly punish me for that. I hardly see her, and you move her to this backward little town where they don't even have dance lessons. I mean, what kind of parent? Our parenting is not what's being questioned here. You knowingly went against our wishes, said Susie. You knew she was not allowed to get her ears pierced. You deliberately undermined Eric and me. I wouldn't say. You turn up out of the blue and knowingly disrespect our wishes. All the girls. Mother! Susie slammed the palm of her hand against the table, causing several pairs of diamante-studded tights to fall to the ground. Susie took a deep breath in through her nose. Eric followed suit. Here is what's going to happen. Tomorrow, you and Abby are going back to Chelmsford, and you're going to return every single item you bought. Susan, this is not up for debate. You will return every item on this table, and if it can't be returned, you will give it away. Red Cross, Salvation Army, I do not care. You will make Abby explain to every single shopkeeper that the reason she is returning them is because she deliberately disobeyed her parents. You will record every single exchange and send me the video as it happens. If you do not, you can't, seriously. If you do not, Susie continued, I will ring up the Barbican Centre and tell them exactly who was responsible for the vandalism of the ladies' toilet in 2004. Yvette's jaw dropped. You wouldn't dare. Wouldn't I? I have the photos, remember? And from what I recall, they're not taken from your most flattering angle. Yvette swallowed. Later that night, Eric sat on the bed, the handful of Polaroid photos having nearly burnt a hole through his cornea. Apparently it was a protest against modern art, Susie said. She doesn't look like she's protesting, Eric said. Why did you show me these exactly? I've had to bear the burden too long. It's only fair you should have some of it too, she said. Somewhere in one of the walls, a pipe growled. Oh, that reminds me, Eric said. The plumber called. He can't make it until next week. Susie let out a groan, which transformed partway through into a yawn. What's another couple of days, she said. Chapter 10. On the Tuesday, Abby went back to school. While it gave Eric more space to deal with things like mould-riddled floorboards and paint stripper, Susie was having to spend the week up in London, an April deadline appearing infinitely closer in January than it had only days before in December. This meant that Eric had an even more undiluted Yvette to deal with. By Friday, he had reached his limit. Every corner he turned, she was there, offering to help, be it stripping the hallway carpet or offering to whip him up a nut roast. I can run that to the tip if you like, she said as Eric worked on the staircase. Starting at the top, he yanked the first part of the banister away from the railing. It wasn't just a case of aesthetics when it came to the staircase. Since the moment they'd moved in, Eric had been paranoid that the banister was going to collapse, and Abby would end up in A&E as a result. Won't take me a jiffy, Yvette continued, and you might as well make the most of this insurance you're paying for. It's fine, Eric panted as he moved upwards before throwing another piece down with a clatter. I'm going to be repurposing the wood. Eric busied himself with the next balustrade. I saw some lovely bar stools made from old belts, Yvette continued, and picture frames made from toilet seats. You can do some wonders with just a little imagination and lacquer. What were you thinking of doing? Something for the house, I assume, although I suppose you could make something for that little allotment of yours, too. Eric groaned inwardly. After the earring incident, Yvette had been on her best behaviour, even to the extent of baking vegan lemon drizzle cake to try to appease them. She spent the days running around with the vacuum, washing all their laundry in organic non-biological liquid and soap nuts. 4 days of Yvette's constant helping had seen his patience grow increasingly thin, but her attempts to help with the DIY were the most trying. So far, Eric had managed to deter her, mainly by sending her on endless errands to the shops. Well, I think that's a marvellous idea. Make do and mend, that's what I say. Yes, well, that's the plan, Eric mumbled. Sorry, Yvette, was there something you wanted? Silly me. I'm in the way again, aren't I? Well, Eric smiled apologetically. Don't say another word, she said. You won't hear a peep out of me for the rest of the day, I promise. Without so much as a goodbye, she trotted off downstairs, whistling a Rodgers and Hammerstein melody. Eric waited for half a minute before casting his gaze down the length of the staircase. It really was a mess. He had hoped he could just remove and replace the worst of the balustrades, but now he wasn't so sure. There seemed to be more wonky parts than straight. Squinting, he cocked his head. It was difficult to get a clear picture of how bad it was from where he was standing. What he needed was to be on the other side. Without giving himself a chance to rethink the action, he slipped his leg over the banister onto the outside of the staircase, hoping the different angle might throw up a better solution to the problem. His foot wobbled precariously as he tried to balance his weight. Peppermint tea? Yvette asked, suddenly materializing at the foot of the stairs and causing him to start backwards. It's organic. Eric grabbed the handrail and pulled himself tight in, his heart racing. Yvette! Is this not a good time? Clearly not. Oh, yes. I hadn't noticed. You want to be careful standing like that. You could really hurt yourself if you fall. You don't say. Yvette reddened and crouched down, placing the mug on the steps. Perhaps I should just leave it here. Eric took a deep breath in. When he exhaled, he forced his mouth into a smile. Why don't you take it into the kitchen? I'll be down in just a minute. Yvette picked the mug back up. Well, perhaps I'll do us a little something for lunch. That would be great, he said, the smile now so forced it was making his cheeks ache. I'll be down in just a minute. The moment her footsteps disappeared into the kitchen, Eric leapt back over the handrail, bolted down the stairs, and raced out the door, picking up his car keys as he went. The grease was good. When his first wimpy git was finished, Eric ordered another side of black pudding and a cappuccino with extra froth and chocolate sprinkles. He didn't even feel guilty. He had earned it in dry breakfast cereal and zero-taste nut milk. While he was finishing off his second beverage, a familiar barking piped up outside. Hank waved through the window. A minute later, he hobbled in and sat down next to Eric. How have you been? He said, helping himself to one of Eric's slices of cold toast. Not seen you since New Year. Still got the mother-in-law with you? Yep, and for a while longer, I suspect. Must be nice to have her about, though, some help with abs and all. Eric raised his eyebrow. Hank laughed. Fine, he said. Enough said. Griff walked past, and Hank paused to order himself a builder's tea and a piece of shortbread. You've not been down to your plot this week at all, he said. No, I need to get down there, though, sort out my sewing if I'm going to get anything decent for the show. I was thinking I might go in for spring onions. Abby grew some great ones last year. Think you'll be in with a grand chance, then. I have to say it's all about the runners this year. Oh? Well, old Norman had that one in the bag, didn't he? 9 years in a row. Can you imagine? That beats my slow gin. Eric laughed. Now everyone from Janice to that doddering old Wilf on plot 22 thinks they're in with a chance. That feels like a bit too much competition for me, Eric said. Ah, but I got an ace. Norman told me his secret last year, you see. Knew he was moving on, obviously. Guess he didn't want anyone else stealing his legacy. Hank leant back in his chair and slipped a piece of toast down to Scout. Not a chance one of them's going to beat me. Eric drowned the dregs of his cappuccino. So what is it, this secret? Hank threw back his head, emitting a nasal half-snort as he did. You'll have to wait until I'm on my deathbed, he said. The conversation with Hank, combined with his unwavering desire to avoid Yvette, resulted in Eric heading down to the allotment rather than straight back home. It had been a little over a week since his last trip there. Thick frost had built in layers over the untilled earth, and the scent of camping stoves and heaters filled the air. At Eric's plot, things were not as good as he had hoped. During the first week of December, he made the decision to lay thick fleece on his outdoor beds to protect his parsnips from the icy mornings. The last time he had checked, he thought it was doing its job, but on closer inspection, the lack of attention and bad weather had taken its toll. Eric pulled up handful after handful of black-ringed rotten roots, carrots, turnips. Another couple of days and his leeks would have been past saving too. Hoping that an emergency relocation session, or healing in as he had recently learned the correct term to be, would save the majority, and aware of the limits on his time, he knelt down and started digging them up. Psst! Eric, over here! Eric was a quarter of the way through the digging up process when the voice caused him to stop. Brushing the soil from his hands, he glanced upwards and then, unable to see anyone, rose to his feet and looked around. Eric, over here. No, this way, towards the bush, yes, that's it, over here. Eric frowned and stepped towards the tall hedgerow that marked the edge of the allotment. Is someone there? He asked, feeling more than a little embarrassed. Maggie, is that you? Maggie, Cynthia and Norman's niece, was Burlam's local police constable and resident prankster. If this is one of your tricks— No, it's Fleur. Fleur? Yes. She spoke hurriedly. Could you give me a bit of a hand? There's a gate just in here. A gate? Are you sure? Eric stared into the hedgerow, seeing nothing but nasty-looking thorns and berries. Yes, of course I am.
Look, I'm going to push it open from the other side, but I'm going to need you to give me a hand. It's pretty well welded in with all these branches. If you could just grab hold and give it a tug.
I'm not sure.
Here I go. 3, 2, 1.
Eric sprang back as a wall of thorns thrust outwards towards him. Behind it, he could just make out the thin wooden planks of a gate.
Can you grab hold of it? Fleur asked. That's all I can do from my side.
Eric stared at the bush and shook his head. It's not going to move. Why don't you come around the normal way? And how did you even know there was a gate here? There was a short pause.
No, I need to come this way. Maybe you'll need to cut back a few of the branches.
I'm not sure.
There's a pruning saw in my shed. That should do it, shouldn't it?
I don't understand why.
Look!
Her voice was sharp, but only for a second. A moment later, it was as smooth as melted butter.
It'll take 5 minutes, that's all, I promise. And I promise you'll like what I'm going to show you.
Eric hesitated. The last thing he wanted to do was waste all his allotment time helping Fleur, but then Susie had asked him to be nice. Chopping down hedgerows had to constitute nice. 5 minutes, Eric relented, but if I can't get it open, then you'll just have to come in the normal way.
You're an angel, Fleur said.
It took substantially more than 5 minutes for Eric to free the gate from its well-embedded nest in the holly bush. The prickly leaves had twisted around the hinges and the handle. When the last branch finally snapped and the wooden gate sprang all the way open, Fleur leapt through the gap and wrapped her arms around him.
Oh, you superstar, she said. I knew you could do it.
Once released, Eric peered over her shoulder into the space beyond. Whose garden is that? He said. Fleur shrugged.
Some young couple, Jenny and Dan, Ellie and Stan, I can't quite remember. Wasn't it a find, though, this gate? I spotted it the other day.
And they're okay with you doing this, Jenny and Stan or whoever?
Oh, yes. I mean, they didn't even realize there were allotments back here, and when I offered to pay them with eggs—
Eggs? Eric interrupted. Why would you pay them with eggs? The corner of Fleur's mouth rose in a tight-lipped smile. Her eyes darted about as she gave the surrounding area a quick once-over. When she was sure the coast was clear, she stepped forward out of the gateway, revealing a large metal crate behind her. Eric gasped.
Eric,
Fleur said, her voice a sweet mixture of mischief and excitement,
I'd like you to meet the girls.
Chapter 11. You've got chickens, Eric stammered out for a third time. How have you got chickens? Eric's stomach was both squirming and fluttering. The crate was uncomfortably full with at least half a dozen large brown hens. A mass of feathers and claws poked out at various angles, and as Fleur approached, their squawking crescendoed to a new level.
Can you give me a hand?
Fleur said, and beckoned Eric to take hold of the crate.
Honestly, you're a lifesaver. I don't know what I would have done if you weren't there. I would never have got that gate open without you. I'd have probably had to keep them in my kitchen, and I'm not sure what my neighbours would think to that. Those old cottages don't exactly come with soundproofing.
But where? How? Eric stammered numbly as he moved through the hedge and into the garden. It was a smallish backyard, crammed with a 4-foot pond, child's swing, and small patio set left to rust in the winter air. His insides continued squirming as he took hold of the crate, and they manoeuvred it back through the hedge, into the allotments, and across to Fleur's plot. I can't believe you've got chickens, he continued to mutter. Eric had the unfortunate job of walking backwards. It was a short trip, 30 meters at most, but the metal dug into his fingers, and when he finally dropped it down beside her shed, a blast of air escaped his lungs.
Poor things, Fleur said, crouching down beside the crate. Aren't they beautiful?
Eric took a step back. Beautiful was not the word he would have used. On closer inspection, he suspected that beautiful was the last word he would have used. The beady-eyed birds glowered up at him with feathers more like vicious barbs than soft down. Their heads and backs were pink and raw, and when they opened their beaks, it was with a squawk that he was fairly certain was chicken talk for "We're going to murder you all."
They were battery hens, Fleur said,
reaching her hand through to stroke them. There was a flash of yellow as one of the hens flew for her. Oblivious, Fleur continued to fish for its affection while it clawed at her hand.
If I hadn't taken them, they were going to be killed just because they're old. Isn't that terrible? They're completely healthy still, and more importantly, laying.
As Eric glossed over the words completely healthy, another thought struck him. What about the committee? He said. Have you told them? You're not supposed to have chickens until they've been cleared by the committee. No one's got any at the minute. They might have even changed the rules. Retrieving her hand from the bird cage equivalent of a piranha tank, Fleur planted it firmly on her hip.
Eric, did you not hear what I said? They were on death row. I'm sure those old dodderers won't mind skipping over a tiny bit of red tape when they learn it was a matter of life and death.
Eric glanced into the cage. One particularly scrawny specimen had its beak and foot somehow trapped in the same wire loop. It squawked pitifully before Fleur noticed and pushed its appendages back inside. Survival of the fittest appeared not to apply in this situation.
Anyway, they're not going to cause any problems, Fleur said, moving across and opening up the door to her shed. I'll keep them in here for a few days while I finish off their hut.
A few days?
And sound it out with the committee in the meantime.
A tightening sensation was spreading its way across Eric's chest. But surely you could have told the committee before bringing them here. Surely you could have checked.
Eric, you of all people know that sometimes it's better to seek forgiveness than ask permission.
She opened the cage from the top, took hold of one of the hens, pulled it out, and dropped it into Eric's arms. His muscles seized. Don't you think you should tell someone they're here now? He said. Ignoring his comment, Fleur stepped back, trampling on Norman's neat borders.
Smile,
she said, and whipped her phone out of her pocket for a photo. Eric shuffled nervously, trying to avoid both the razor-sharp talons and beak as she snapped away. After the impromptu photo shoot, she put her phone away, retrieved the chicken, and pushed it into the shed.
Besides, Fleur continued, you can hardly go and squeal on me. After all, you're my main accomplice.
Accomplice? Eric paled.
Fleur grinned. Well, of course. It was you that hacked the hedge apart so that I could get them inside.
You asked me to.
And I'm fairly sure that cutting hedgerows without the RSPB's permission is illegal.
Illegal?
And it was you who trespassed on that poor couple's garden in order to sneak them in.
Trespassed? Eric felt even more blood drain from his extremities. I thought you had permission.
I did. Did you?
Eric went straight to the pub where he promptly ordered himself 2 pints. After finishing the first at the bar, he relocated to a corner table where he waited for his heart rate to lower fractionally before starting on his second. His hands were still quivering, and his throat felt as though he had swallowed several of the battery hen's mangy feathers. You all right? The barman asked when he brought over a complimentary bowl of mixed nuts. You're not looking too great. Never been better, Eric said, shoveling the snacks into his mouth and spraying bits of saliva-covered nut onto the table as he went. Right then, said the barman, stepping back cautiously. I'll leave you to it. It took until he was halfway through his second pint for his pulse to reach a point where he was no longer feeling it pounding in his chest. He sipped slowly as he mulled the situation over. A few days, that was when Fleur said she'd tell the committee. But what did a few days mean? 2 days? 3? 4? A week? And what if someone had seen him helping? What if they told the committee in the meantime? If Eric lost the allotment plot, he wouldn't be able to uphold the bizarre conditions of his father's will, and he would lose Sally too. Eric shook his head clear. No, he couldn't bear the burden that long. He would go to the committee and tell them about the chickens himself. That was bound to be his best course of action. He would tell them. It wasn't as if Fleur had a leg to stand on. She'd already proven herself untrustworthy in how she'd come by her plot in the first place. What Eric really needed to do was talk it over with Susie. She was good with words. She would tell him how to phrase it so the committee understood he had been misled. It was a pain not having her at home whenever he needed her, he mused. Eric had always known Susie worked hard before they moved, but with him always at the office, he'd never really noticed how hard. Now it felt like he never saw her, particularly when she was working back in the city. Hopefully she wasn't going to be too late tonight. He would cook dinner, make sure there was no stress waiting for her when she got home. He pulled out his phone to check the time. Shit! Eric jumped up from the table, banging his knee and sending the remaining contents of his glass sloshing around. Everything all right? The barman asked as Eric bolted past, throwing a £10 note down on the bar as he went. St. Julian's Primary School sat on the edge of the river with a view out over the estuary and a playground that had diminished from a football pitch-sized patch of land to little more than a tarmacked jungle gym in the last decade. In place of the school field stood a myriad of luxury apartments, along with a 24-hour gym and yoga studio, inside which Eric had never seen more than 3 people at any one time. He sprinted across the playground and into the reception area where he propped himself up against one of the brown chairs and attempted to catch his breath. It was the exact opposite of Abby's last school, where flat-screen televisions took you through a virtual tour of the school upon entry. Here, the reception was decorated with hand-printed paper plates and a series of jungle animals made from recycled egg cups and tin cans. A school dinner aroma of baked beans, breaded chicken, and highly concentrated orange squash clung to the air. It was only after a quick wipe of his forehead and a scan of the room that Eric realized the place was entirely empty. He stepped up to the desk and rang the little metal bell. His heart was thumping in his chest, partly from the exertions of the run, partly from his own stupidity. A minute later, a woman appeared, mid-20s and yawning widely. She appeared to have chosen her outfit from the How to Dress Like a Primary School Teacher manual, with a colourful blouse and cardigan paired with a woolen skirt and thick tights. She offered Eric an acknowledging nod, then covered her mouth for one more quick yawn, after which she smiled apologetically.
Sorry, Mr. Sibley, I can't believe we've only been back a week. I feel like I need another holiday already. Is everything all right?
I'm so sorry I'm late. Is she next door? I'll grab her things now. Eric moved towards the classroom.
Mr. Sibley?
I completely lost track of time. Abby, come on, hun. Sorry I'm late.
Mr. Sibley?
Eric opened the classroom door. A series of patchwork paper elephants were scattered across the blue-green carpet, and a strong scent of PVA glue invaded his senses. Abby? The teacher appeared beside him.
Sorry, Mr. Sibley, I was trying to tell you she's already gone.
Gone? With who?
With your mother-in-law. I thought you knew.
The sound of cartoons drifted out through the open window. Eric's stomach twisted. There was no way out. He would have to go inside at some point, and better now than when Susie was at home. Better to take one berating at a time. At least that way he may be able to get a word or two in for his defense. Not that he could think of any at that precise moment. He took a couple of steadying breaths, then turned the key in the lock. "Eric, is that you?" Yvette's voice sang through from the kitchen, the melodious twang a blade to his ears. Abby was sitting on the living room floor, absorbed by the screen in front of her, mindlessly pulling crisps from a packet and popping them into her mouth. "Good day at school, sweetie," Eric said, his twisted insides contorting even farther. Abby said, not moving her eyes from the screen. Then she turned and added, "Granny's mad at you, by the way. She had to pick me up." "I'm sure she's not mad as such," Eric started.
"She is."
Eric stepped towards her and took one of her crisps. "I'm really sorry. Did you have to wait for ages?" Abby shrugged.
"It was fine. I played Jenga with Paul Cottrell from Year 6. He's really good. He showed me how to make it really tall, and he has a BMX bike. He said maybe I could meet him at the park on Saturday and he could show me how to do some stunts."
"Year 6. I'll teach him a thing or two about—" "Eric." As timely as ever, Yvette's voice cut through the air. Eric shuddered. "Could you come in here for a second, please?" she called. "I would like to have a little word." Eric swallowed. Abby shot him a half-hearted shrug. "Good luck," she said, and went back to her crisps as Eric headed to the kitchen. Yvette was waiting. Until that moment, Eric had assumed the phrase, grinning from ear to ear, was merely an expression. However, seeing his mother-in-law's face as she sat at his crappy kitchen table immediately dispelled that misconception. The woman had more teeth than any one human should ever have. Any power he had held over the previous week had evaporated in an instant. "We all get caught up now and again," Yvette said, her cheeks stretched almost to translucency.
I'm sure it happens to everyone, even when they don't have a job.
I was only a bit late, Eric mumbled.
A bit? My goodness, I'd like to know what you consider late then. The poor girl was distraught, practically in tears.
She said she was playing Jenga.
No doubt to epitomize her crumbling spirit at the abandonment. Goodness knows what would have happened if I wasn't there to pick her up.
I suspect they'd have rung my mobile. Or Susie's. It wasn't like they were going to throw her out into the Calais jungle to fend for herself.
Yvette tutted. Well, it just goes to show what I said all along. Men are just not up to the job of running a household.
Pardon? Eric said, feeling his eyes bug.
Oh, it's not just you, Eric dear. It's all men. You don't have the genetics for it.
Excuse me?
At least when you were working, you were doing something. You were hardly a prize-winning husband, but at least the money was good. Now I'm not even sure why Susie keeps you around when it's perfectly clear she'd be much better off without you.
Eric's jaw hung slack. His stomach was positioned somewhere between his knees and his ankles. For a moment, all he could hear was the blood pumping in his ear canal, and all he could see was a dirt-brown, tomato-topped meatloaf. Chapter 12.
Nobody is leaving this table until I find out exactly what is going on.
Susie had her hands on her hips. Her coat was still on, and her handbag dropped at her feet where she stood. Abby was poised behind her, tentatively peering around her mother, not precisely sure what was going on, but judging by the expression on her face, well aware that the shit was about to hit the fan.
Now, is someone going to explain this to me, or am I going to have to ask twice?
Eric was red-faced and red-fingered. The tomato sauce from Yvette's meatless meatloaf, which had been lovingly prepared for the evening's supper, was smeared over his hands from where he had shoveled it out of the cast-iron pan and lobbed it at his mother-in-law. Yvette, in turn, had gone at him with the bag of pine needles he had collected for the compost heap and had thrown the whole thing over his head. His back itched like hell as the needles stabbed between his shoulder blades and dug into his collarbones, but there was no chance he was going to give Yvette the satisfaction of showing her that. Instead, he jostled his shoulders from side to side in hope of dislodging as many of the needles as possible. Yvette's grip was currently on a paper bag full of coffee grindings, the ultimate nitrogen fix for his compost. Eric gritted his teeth. Those things were like gold dust down the allotment.
Mum?
Eric? Susie spoke again. Eric refused to lower his gaze.
He forgot to pick up Abby,
said Yvette, poking her finger pointedly in Eric's direction, spraying the ground with the precious black dust.
You forgot to pick up Abby, Susie said.
I was late, he reinforced the word as best he could, and she said you would be better off without me.
Well, you would, Susie, darling, Yvette continued.
Says the mother who visits once a decade, countered Eric.
Well, I'm here now, aren't I?
Yes, you most definitely are. And why exactly is that? What are you hiding? What? Children! Susie's voice silenced them both. Eric's back molars ground together. The sound reverberated through his skull. Some of the pine needles had slipped down the back of his trousers now. A couple more inches, and his itchiness was likely to take on a whole new level. Susie tried again.
Will someone please tell me what is going on?
She started.
He started.
Please. Eric's bottom lip wobbled.
Right, Mum. Susie once again had both hands on her hips. I want you to take Abby outside, please. I need to have a word with Eric.
But...
And then I expect you both to clear up this mess and have the kitchen ready for dinner. Is that clear?
Yvette's nostrils flared. Her jaw jutted forward.
You'll get your chance to speak, Mother, Susie pressed. But right now, I'm going to talk to Eric.
Yvette's shoulders flopped with resignation. Reluctantly, she dragged her feet forward.
Don't believe any rubbish he tells you about being at the allotment, she whispered into Susie's ear as she passed her. He stank of beer when he came in.
Yvette shot Eric a final sneer as she moved toward the door. He responded with his best glare. Silence filled the air between Eric and his wife. He skulked over to the sink and washed the tomato sauce from his hands before finding a cloth and beginning to wipe up the floor. Susie pulled out a chair. She rested her elbows on the table and dropped her head into her hands.
"Did you really forget to pick up Abby?" she said, her voice tired and heavy.
"It was a genuine accident."
"Were you at the pub?"
Eric dropped his gaze.
Susie sighed. "This was your idea, this move, Eric, and I'm trying to do everything I can to make it work. I don't have a problem with you not working, really I don't, but I can't do this. I can't work all day and come home to you and Mum screaming at each other."
"We weren't. It was just that. It was only," Eric stammered before realizing he could find no way to finish the sentence.
Susie let out another groan and levered herself back up to standing. "Look, I'm going up for a shower. Whatever the problem is, can we just get dinner sorted, get Abby to bed, and then talk about it afterwards?"
Eric nodded. "Okay."
Susie's nose crinkled. Her eyes scanned the room. "What is for dinner, by the way? It smells good."
A ripple of guilt rumbled through Eric's spleen.
"Veggie meatloaf," he said, and lowered his gaze to the red-soaked cloth in his hands.
Susie emitted her third sigh in as many minutes.
"Take away it is, then," she said.
Dinner came from the Thai where Yvette ordered a fish-free som tam. It was a mostly silent affair, after which Abby was sent upstairs early with the promise of an extra half-hour iPad time before lights out. After piling the dishes into the dishwasher, Yvette announced that she was going for a walk.
"It's 0 degrees outside, Mum. Don't be ridiculous."
"The fresh air will do me good," she said, "and I don't want to be an intrusion."
"You're not an intrusion, Mum."
Susie glanced at Eric for support.
He sipped his drink.
He had been forced to apologize in front of Abby, as had Yvette, and they'd both done so, but it was obviously under duress. Neither of them actually meant it. He most certainly didn't.
It's fine, Yvette said, pulling on her coat. "I know when I'm not wanted."
"Mum."
"Honestly, it's not a problem. I was going to go down to the yacht club anyway. They're taking all the Christmas lights down tomorrow, apparently. I thought I might get a few photos before they're gone."
"The yacht club is miles away."
"It's fine. Honestly. Anyway, I don't suspect I'll be welcome here next Christmas. I want to make the most of it."
Eric sighed internally. He desperately didn't want to get drawn in, but if he didn't do something, it would be next Christmas by the time they finished the bloody conversation. "Why don't you take the car then?" he said, finally giving in. "It's silly for you to go walking all that way in the cold."
Susie smiled gratefully. "Well, if you're sure."
"You're already insured on the bloody thing, you might as well."
Susie's smile evaporated as her jaw set. "Eric, darling," she said, in a tone that made his blood run cold, "why don't you take Mum out in Sally? That would be a lovely treat for you, wouldn't it, Mum?"
Yvette beamed.
"Really?"
Eric balked. "Well, it's not exactly the weather."
"I've never been in a
10-minute drive is hardly going to wreck her," Susie continued with a glint in her eye that was growing ever brighter by the second.
"Besides, you were saying the other day how you needed to give her a quick run out."
"Yes, but
you can think of it as an apology for throwing Mum's delicious meatloaf all over the floor."
Susie's mind was set. There was no way around it. Eric looked at the drink in his hand.
"Don't worry," Susie said. "I'll have a big glass waiting for you when you get back. You better get going, though. You don't want to get stuck behind one of those gritting lorries."
Susie did not have a big drink waiting for Eric when he got home. At first, he'd assumed she'd gone for a soak in the bath, or perhaps an early night. When he did finally find her, she was in the dining room with only the standard lamp on for illumination and 200 pages of paper sprawled over every inch of wood, carpet, and tabletop. "Isn't this what an office is for?" he said.
"Sorry." Susie shifted one pile of paper on top of another. "I ran out of room, and I didn't want to disturb Abs with all my clunking about."
"Anything I can do to help?"
"Stop fighting with my mother."
Eric took a deep breath in. "Don't worry," he said. "I was on my best behavior. We had a lovely ride."
"Good."
It was the truth. The ride had been fantastic. He had gone at breakneck speed at every possible corner. Each gasp or sharp inhale from Yvette had been counted as a win on his part, and each time she'd begun to open her mouth, he had gone just a little bit faster. By the time they stopped, he could see her knees trembling. Sorry about the corners, Eric said, helping his mother-in-law out of the seat. It's just the way these old cars drive. For once, Yvette was speechless. In the dining room, Susie's gaze was off in the distance. The end of her pen had disappeared into her mouth. I just want a week without a drama, she said. A week where I can concentrate on my work, where you pick up Abby from school on time and eat my mother's vegan curry puffs for dinner. Is that okay? Can I ask for that? Of course. Because it feels like every day there's something, and I don't want to be a nag, really I don't. I know you don't. I'm sorry. Eric bent down and kissed his wife on the top of her head. He thought back to earlier in the day. He had been desperate to ask Susie's advice on the issue of Fleur and her battery hens. He still was, but it would be one more problem that she felt she had to fix. One more problem of his making. No, Eric decided, now was not the time to burden Susie with the hens. He would have to deal with this on his own. No more drama, Eric assured her. When he went to bed that night, the backyard chicken's handbook was on the bedside table. Eric took it from the stand, dropped it into the bottom drawer, and pushed the drawer shut. 24 hours later, he and Susie were tucked up together in bed, and Eric's promise of no drama had lasted a full day. For a full day, everything had run smoothly. He had woken up early to make her a coffee, juice and sandwich, which he left in the fridge for her lunch. He had taken Abby to school and picked her up, on time, and spent the hours in between adding Art Deco-style coving to the lounge and dining room. At dinner, he had graciously eaten Yvette's Vietnamese tempeh and noodle pho, despite the fact it felt like his mouth was being voluntarily filled with half-set plaster, and after that he had washed up, put Abby to bed, and poured them drinks, which he brought to Susie while she worked away in the dining room. He had even picked up some organic, fair-trade, vegan and gluten-free chocolate for Yvette from Tesco, despite the fact it cost 4 times more than the next most expensive bar in the shop. Thank you for today, Susie said as her head nestled into the pillow. Let me get this deadline out of the way, then I'll be able to help out a bit more. It's no problem. Honestly, I feel like I'm chasing my tail the whole time. There just aren't enough hours in the day at the minute. Eric ummed sympathetically. He remembered that feeling where every half hour not at work had felt like a half hour wasted, and he didn't miss it one bit. Still, today had been good, and he would keep it up, do everything in his power to make Susie's life as easy as possible. Maybe he would try some new recipes. Susie said she'd been missing the Lebanese from back in Islington. Surely hummus couldn't be that hard to make, or tabbouleh, and he was pretty certain they were vegan too. Eric was deliberating over the difficulties of shawarma chicken when his phone beeped beside him. He picked it up and swiped the message open. What the? It took less than a heartbeat for Eric's cool demeanour and dreams of Baba Ganoush to vanish, leaving nothing but a cold sweat in their wake. You sneaky cow! Eric? He snapped upright in bed, blood pulsing in his veins while his eyes bulged at the image glaring on the screen. That vicious, conniving, sneaky little... He could barely spit the words out. His heart was racing, his throat completely dry. Just you wait, just you... Eric, what the hell are you going on about? This, he said. Every nerve from his ear to his toenails still quivered with anger as he handed Susie his phone. Wrinkles appeared across her brow. This is a cute photo of you, she said. When was it taken, and whose chicken is that? Look at what she said. Look at the title. He watched as his wife's frown lines deepened. I don't get it. Foul accomplice. She thinks she's being funny. Who does? Eric, you're making absolutely no sense. Eric snatched back his phone and threw it in the bottom drawer along with his backyard chicken handbook. It's fine, he huffed, folding his arms and flopping back down onto the mattress. You said you didn't want any drama. And this is no drama. Honestly, it doesn't matter. You said it yourself. You need friends. Just forget I said anything. Susie expelled a lungful of air, pulled herself into a sitting position, and flicked on the bedside lamp. Eric Sibley, what have you done this time? She said. Me? At that point, Eric felt he had absolutely no choice but to explain the previous day's scenario and why he was, most unequivocally, not to blame. She's just playing with you, Susie said, chuckling to herself as she settled back into bed.
I don't know why you're so uptight about this. I think it's funny. She's funny.
Playing with me? I could lose my plot if the committee finds out about this. She could completely ruin my chance of having chickens there too.
Then have chickens up here. We've got plenty of room.
That's not the point.
Then what is?
Eric huffed. Susie rolled back over and propped herself up on one elbow.
Look, she said, if it's that much of a deal, talk to Hank. Tell the committee. I'm sure Fleur will get over it. She doesn't seem the type to hold a grudge.
Eric mumbled something into the pillow. His insides still roiled, and his temperature felt like it had risen 20 degrees in the last 10 minutes. He would be talking to Hank. He would very definitely be talking to him. Fleur could count on that. Chapter 13. The following morning was the first time Abby had taken her bike to school. She had ridden along the pavement, not strictly legal, but necessary given the speed cars travelled through Burlham, while Eric padded behind with her school bag on his shoulder. It had started easily enough, but halfway there Abby finally found her confidence, and with it, her speed. By the time Eric arrived outside the school gate, he was dripping with sweat, red-faced, and out of breath. Anybody passing would have been forgiven for thinking he'd come directly from the gym next door if it wasn't for the fact that nobody in Burlham actually used that gym. Fortunately, his own radiating heat made the air a little less biting. As such, Eric decided to jog his way back home. There had been a harsh frost overnight that made the village look like a picture from a Christmas card. Even when he was back inside the house working on the dilapidated staircase, Eric's breath fogged in the air in front of him. "You need some draft excluders," Yvette said. "I should have brought my sewing machine. I could have sewn you some. I bought some gorgeous fabric when we were in Peru. This little market stall just off." "I'm sure we can buy some," Eric said. Yvette had been in a goading mood all morning. He had heard her on the phone in the early hours, most probably to her husband Philip, and had been wearing a face like a giraffe sucking a pear drop since breakfast. "Of course," Yvette grunted. "Just buy some. Why not? I mean, if it's someone else's money you're spending." Eric bit his tongue and focused on the ailing staircase. "You look rather unwell," Yvette said, grimacing as she leant in and sniffed Eric's sweat-soaked T-shirt. "I hope it's not catching." "I'm just a little out of shape, that's all," he said, refusing to rise to the bait. "If Abby is going to keep up with this cycling thing, I should probably dig my own bike out of the garage." Yvette harumphed at his lack of comeback. "And do you have any idea when the plumber is coming?" she said. "It is really not convenient having four of us share that one tiny bathroom." "That's strange, because it was absolutely fine when there were just three of us," Eric smiled. Still scowling, Yvette skulked off into the kitchen. Eric 1, Yvette 0, he thought, as he continued to pull nails from the rotting wooden struts of his staircase. It was an hour later, when Yvette had gone to Chelmsford to restock on adzuki beans and nori, that Eric decided it was late enough to call Hank. His time working on the banister had been entirely unproductive. His shoulder was playing up again, and every now and again a sharp and sudden pain struck deep into the muscles. When he wasn't distracted by the pain of his aging ligaments, images of battery hens and official allotment eviction notices flashed through Eric's mind. If he was going to get anything done, he needed to sort out this business with Fleur and the committee as soon as possible. Sitting on the bottom step of the staircase, Eric dug out his phone and searched through his contact list. "I was just thinking about you," Hank said when he answered. "You were?" Eric said, his palms becoming immediately slick with nervous sweat. "I had an interesting phone call yesterday from the committee about your new neighbour." "You did? But I expect you already know what about." "You do?" Hank's chuckle reverberated down the line. "Don't worry, she explained everything." "She did?" Eric was well aware of his duosyllabic responses, but was having difficulty expanding on them. "Aye," Hank said. Eric's stomach did something between a quake and a clench. He gripped the phone a little harder. "What was that exactly?" he said. "What did she explain?" Hank's laugh deepened. "She said you were rather worried about the chickens. No need. Committee's fine. People have had chickens on the plots for donkey's years. Not had any for a while, mind you, but there's no problem. To be honest, she thought you'd have already rung to tell us. Think she was a bit disappointed." The queasiness in Eric's stomach lessened. "Be good to get a bit of livestock up there again. Some fresh eggs would be lovely. Shame Cynthia's not here. I imagine she could whip up something grand with a few fresh yolks." Eric's chest flickered with guilt. Despite living in her house, Cynthia had barely crossed his mind these past few weeks. He should really call Maggie, he decided, see if there was a forwarding number he could call, or at least an email. "Well, I'm going to be heading down there this morning," Hank said, his tone having changed to one that clearly wanted to finish the conversation. "Will I see you there?" Eric gazed at the bomb site in front of him. The banister was half finished, the coving in the dining room needed a paint, and he still had no idea whether the bloody plumber was coming this week or next. There were 1,000 things he needed to do around the house. "Of course," he said. "I'll see you there in a bit." Eric's justification was the leaks. He had begun the healing-in process last time, but with all the distraction of the chickens he was barely a third of the way through. If he didn't get them dug up and replanted somewhere with a bit more wind protection, they would be rotting pillars of mush before they'd even had a chance to grow. Gardening in near 0-degree conditions had never been Eric's idea of fun. By the time he'd walked the distance from the car to the plot, his toes were numb and his fingers had the distinct tingle of appendages about to turn blue. Once there, he double-layered his gloves, a thin, warm cashmere pair under his bulky Gore-Tex-lined gardening pair. While this pairing undoubtedly helped abate frostbite, it made pulling up vegetable stems doubly arduous. He would get hold of one of the leeks, only to have it slip through his fingers as he tried to pull it up each time. Replanting was a bit easier, but still not what he would have considered fun. He was a third of the way through relocating his final row when a throat clearing behind him made him stop. He braced himself, then twisted his head around. "Eric," Fleur said. Today she was dressed entirely in green, including her ankle boots and gloves. "I'm glad you're here. I was going to pop by the house and see you otherwise." "Were you?" he said. Eric dropped his trowel, stood up, and very deliberately locked his eyes on hers. Fleur, apparently oblivious to the animosity Eric was trying to display, moved in and kissed him on both cheeks. "So, good news about the hens," she said. "I'm so relieved." "Uh-huh." "And thank you so much for your help with that." "Uh-huh." "I told the committee how understanding you were and how you wanted to make sure I followed their rules." "Uh-huh." Fleur stopped. Her eyes ran up and down his body. When she'd finished her study, a small crease appeared between her eyebrows. "But you're mad at me, aren't you?" she deduced. Eric chose not to respond. "Is this about the message?" "I was only joking. I'm sorry. I thought you'd see the funny side. I was only winding you up." Eric dug the toes of his boot into the soil. "Well, "Oh, Eric," she said, and then, in an entirely unexpected move, wrapped her arms around him and squeezed. She smelt of lemons and bramble with undertones of London smog, although Eric barely managed a single intake of breath. Instead, he remained absolutely rigid for the entirety of the hug, which lasted substantially longer than he would have anticipated. It was only when, about 30 seconds in, a strange trembling began to rattle down his shoulder that he realized what was going on. He stepped back out of her arms and came once more face to face with a tear-streaked Fleur. "I'm sorry," she said, wiping her sleeve. "I always go and do things like this, get carried away. I think I'm being funny, you see, and then... There, there." Eric patted her shoulder from arm's length, trying to keep himself at a suitable bolting distance. "This is exactly the type of thing he was on about," Fleur sobbed. "Who?" Eric asked, then cursed himself for being drawn further into the drama. "My ex-husband. He'd always go on about how I didn't think before I acted, and he was right, at work and home. And now here." The sobs had reached a new volume. Eric looked rapidly around, trying to ensure people didn't think he was the one responsible for the woman's wailing. The standing still didn't help matters either. He had now lost all sensation in his ears and was starting to suspect his nose had taken on a purple tinge. "Why don't I make you a cup of tea?" he said. "You sit down on one of your chairs and I'll bring it over."
I need to feed the girls first,
Fleur whimpered. "That's fine," Eric said. "By the time you've done that, the kettle will be boiled." Then, before she could say anything else, Eric dashed across his plot, into the shed, and shut the door behind him. It was a peculiar sensation, sitting on Norman's veranda, seeing the allotment from this angle again after all those months. A sad ache blossomed within him. He was grateful that Fleur hadn't sat in Norman's chair, and that he was the one who got it instead, although that felt equally wrong, if not more so. Norman would never have let him sit there when he was alive. Through the shed door behind them came the clucking of hens.
I need to get their coop finished so they can go outside, really, Fleur was saying. But I don't suspect they mind being inside that much, not in this weather. I've put in plenty of blankets to make sure they're warm enough.
"I'm sure they're very comfortable," Eric said. He hated conversations like this, the type where he felt he had to talk. He had stayed in his shed as long as possible, but eventually, he realized, he had to come out. Better to do it with a tea in hand and attempt to win some well-needed brownie points with Susie than make a dash for it and end up with another disaster like the tapas.
You must think I'm completely unhinged,
Fleur said, still not having taken a sip of her tea. "Not at all." Fleur raised her eyebrow, which she followed with a grateful chuckle.
I'm really not that crazy, she said. It's just at the minute. Well, you know, midlife crisis, messy breakup.
She swallowed the last word and brought the mug of tea to her mouth. The steam had dwindled into a thin spiral, but from the way she took a second and third sip, it was still warm enough to drink.
Do you ever regret it? Your move down here, I mean, she asked.
"Not yet. I won't say it's been easy, but for the most part it's been worth it."
And does Susie think the same?
"I hope so," said Eric, his mind drifting off into the past when his wife would spend the evenings massaging his feet and bringing him gins, as opposed to working every hour God sent. "I really do hope so." He was still dreaming of those evenings when he felt Fleur's hand slip into his. She squeezed it once, firmly, then let go.
You two will be just fine, she said. I can see that. You're special.
Chapter 14. Eric was walking with a spring in his step. His breath still misted the air, but the midday sun had cleared the sky of clouds, resulting in a blue so luminous it could have easily passed for summer in the tropics. Nothing could ruin his mood, not now he had a plan. And it was a great plan, an insanely great plan. He kicked a fallen twig with his foot and turned the movement into a short little skip. It was the first really good idea he had had since moving out there and buying Abby a bike for Christmas, he decided, and it made perfect sense, too. True, Yvette was not what he would consider the ideal housemate, but she was brilliant with Abby, and it was ridiculous not to take advantage of having her there, because while they joked about the fact she was never going to leave, deep down they knew the drill. Any minute now she would pack up her things, flap her feather boa goodbye, and sail off into the sunset for another half-decade. They needed to make the most of it while she was still around. Eric scanned the internet on his phone as he walked. After finding what he was looking for, he pressed the home screen and rang his wife. The ringtone rang once, then twice. The excitement tingled in his belly.
Eric?
Susie answered just as Eric was about to hang up.
Eric, are you there?
Yes, sorry, it's me, I'm here.
Is everything okay? Is Abby all right? Is everything all right with Mum?
Yes, everything is fine.
Oh, okay.
She sounded flustered. Through the line he could hear the tapping of keys and simultaneous rustling of paper.
What's wrong? Please don't tell me this has to do with chickens, because honestly, Eric, I'm up to my eyeballs in it here.
No, it's not that at all, said Eric, his excitement dwindling. Nothing's wrong. Look, if this is a bad time.
No, it's fine. I just need to be quick, that's all. 2 of the contributors for next month's piece have pulled out and I'm a little bit stressed, that's all.
Oh.
So what is it? What did you ring for?
Eric inhaled through his nose. It had seemed like such a good idea 2 minutes ago, and he had been certain of Susie's reaction. Now he wasn't so confident.
Eric, honey, if this can wait.
Paris, Eric blurted out.
Pardon?
Paris, I thought you might like to go.
There was a pause down the line. Eric's chest tightened. Maybe. I mean,
this weekend, Eric interjected, realizing he had missed an important piece of information from his announcement. I thought you might want to go this weekend, as in tomorrow.
There was another pause. The tightness constricted further around his ribs. Eric, this is really not a great time. In fact, it's probably the worst time you could possibly pick.
I knew you were going to say that, but just listen. I thought we could get the train across. There are some really good deals at the moment, and that way you have the entire trip there and back to write or edit or do whatever you need to do. I'll even book my seat in a different place than you so I don't disturb you.
Eric,
we'll only be gone one day.
It's just...
Listen, you can do as much work as you want while we're there. All I ask is that you have dinner with me by the Seine. That's it. One dinner, and the rest of the time you get to spend working in Paris.
There was another pause, and the tightness around Eric's chest was still there, but it was looser. This was a thinking silence rather than a cross one. He could tell.
Darling, it's a really sweet idea, but don't say no. Please don't. If it's money you're worried about, there's no need. Honestly, what's the point of having savings if we don't treat ourselves now and again? And you love Paris.
Eric.
And when are we going to get another chance like this? In a couple of days, your mum will disappear and the joy of a live-in babysitter will be just a memory. Do you know when the last time we went abroad on our own together was? Do you?
Eric,
9 years ago. 9 years, Suze. And all I'm asking for is one night.
He waited for the answer. When did you want to leave?
Yes. Eric mouthed the word silently as he fist-bumped the air. We'll leave tomorrow morning. I can even meet you at the station if you want to stay up in London tonight.
And you've run it by Mum?
Of course, she'd love to, Eric lied.
Have you booked anything yet?
No, not yet. I wanted to run it by you first.
Look, can you give me a couple of hours? If I can get these jobs sorted by then maybe, okay? This is not a yes. This is a maybe.
Eric hung up the phone before she could change her mind. A second later, and it rang again.
Sorry,
Susie said.
I forgot to say the plumber rang.
He did?
I don't know why he didn't call you. Anyway, I sent Mum a text. She said she'd deal with it, but I forgot to let you know.
Okay, don't worry. Let's see what extra problems he can discover to charge us for today.
Have fun,
Susie said, and this time she hung up. Eric skipped his way back to the house. Even the sudden appearance of grey clouds and distant rumblings of thunder did nothing to dampen his spirits as he strode onwards. He would look up restaurants when he got back to the house. Last time they went to Paris, they'd eaten every night at the same little joint behind Notre Dame, although he suspected that place was long gone now. If not, he would definitely be making a reservation. A quick glance at his phone told him it was 1:30. In another hour, he would have to start walking back down to pick up Abby. That left just enough time to run in, grab a sandwich and a shower, and fix a fraction more of the staircase. He would need to find a hotel too, he thought. Greg, an old work colleague from his London days, had recently got back from honeymoon travelling across Europe after a shotgun wedding. 4 weeks from Vienna to Barcelona by luxury trains, each place documented with a perfectly posed selfie and a grossly overly revealing caption. If he went on Facebook, Eric was certain he'd be able to find where they stayed in Paris. It would be perfect. Eric stopped outside the driveway and looked up at the house. The roof tiles were frosted white and the red paint on the front door peeled off around the hinges. The paving slabs which covered the driveway were black and engulfed by moss, and in the middle of the lawn stood a stone bird bath, although the stone was chipped and weathered, and the onslaught of algae meant that any bird which ventured in for a dip was rewarded with a decidedly green hue. If they could get the inside sorted through winter, he thought, then they could start on the outside of the house when spring arrived. 12 months from now, Eric considered, and he would be looking up at his second greatest achievement to date. Eric gave the garden one last look over, then headed inside. Upon entry into the hallway, Eric was greeted by a banging loud enough to shake the downstairs light fittings. His stomach sank. In the world of business and recruitment, Eric had had no problem seeing through people's crap in order to get the best possible deal. He could bluff and barter and hold a poker face or stony silence with the best of them, be it in a Michelin-starred restaurant over a complex business lunch negotiation, or down the end of an exceptionally tense telephone call. Even Jack Nelson, Eric's old and beloved employer, had always been impressed by Eric's ability to call people out on their bullshit in order to secure a contract. But that was when he was dealing with people in suits, people like himself. When it came to tradesmen, he was useless. All they had to do was throw in a few combobulated terms like internal baffles and DWV systems, and he was reaching for his checkbook. He liked to think he had got better with age, but truth was, this was Susie's domain. She was the hardballer when it came to things like this. With no choice but to face the inevitable, Eric began to climb the staircase. A few steps from the top, Eric began to appreciate what a labor-intensive job plumbing truly was. The banging had not let up since he had set foot in the house, and now he could hear the grunting that was going along with it. Whatever the job involved, the plumber was certainly putting his back into it. Should he wait for a break in the banging, Eric wondered. He didn't want to burst in, surprise the guy, and cause him to put a 12-inch wrench through the newly finished vanity stand. Eric shook himself. Plumbers were used to people walking in on them on the job. It was that type of profession. By the time he was outside the bathroom, Eric had decided that he should probably go in and offer to give the man a hand before he ended up busting an artery. He placed his fingers on the newly fitted chrome door handle, twisted, and went inside. "Hi," Eric said. "I don't want to interrupt, but... Oh, God!" The moisture evaporated from Eric's mouth. He stumbled back towards the door. "Oh, God! Oh, good God! What the hell?" Chapter 15. The blood rushed from his head. His legs gave way as he stumbled backwards, knocking him from one wall to another as he tried to shield his eyes and still find the exit, all without vomiting all over his newly grouted tiles. My God, I'm so what? He didn't know what he was. Scared, that was for certain. Repulsed, absolutely. "Hey, dude, sorry about this. It's no problem, no problem." The plumber took his time, pulling his trousers up from around his ankles. He slipped his belt around his waist and pulled it up along the notches, lifting a foot onto Eric's 700-pound ceramic clawfoot tub as he did. Once he had completed this part of the dressing ritual, he slowed further, taking his time to find his T-shirt from the ground, apparently in no rush to cover up his perfectly chiseled abdominal muscles that would be considered obscenely tanned for anyone, let alone someone who lived in a country lucky to get 50 days of sun a year. "I think I'm blind," Eric said as he clutched his stomach and tried to find a place to avert his gaze. His eyes fell upon a thin strip of black underwear. His mother-in-law's hand reached down and snatched them up from the ground. "Well, I'm sure we've all got lots to be getting on with," she said, smiling as she caught Eric's eye. "You," he said. "Eric, please. You stay there. Eric, don't you dare." "Dude." Eric's attention flipped back to the plumber. "And you, how old are you?" No, don't answer that. This is unbelievable, and I mean that. This is literally unbelievable. What the hell is going on? Tell me this is some kind of nightmare." "Eric." Yvette approached only to stop at Eric's sudden recoil. "Chad came around to sort out the plumbing." "Chad? You're serious? No one is called Chad. What are you, a pool boy?" Chad's engorged pectorals jiggled. "No, I'm the plumber," he said, "but I do have a landscape gardening business on the side." "Of course you do." Yvette's eyes darted nervously around the room. Chad had still to find his shirt. Eric's gaze locked onto the young plumber. "I assume you're done," he said. "With what?" "With the bathroom. What else would I mean? Oh, God, please don't answer. Just get out, will you? Just leave now." "Dude, don't you even think about duding me. I'm not your dude." Chad's tongue ran along his top teeth. "Look, it's cool, dude. It's cool. I'll just get my tools and I'll be out of your hair in a minute." He reached for his shirt. "Turns out it was a really quick job, actually. Only took a few minutes. If I'd known, I could have come over during Christmas." "Just get out," Eric said, grabbing a handful of tools from the floor and stuffing them into Chad's bag. "Out! Out!" He pushed him through the doorway and out into the landing. 2 steps down the stairs, and Chad turned around. "What?" said Eric. "Sorry, it's just I haven't been paid yet. Yvette said you'd pay me when you got home." "Pay you? For what?" "Dude." Chad's face wrinkled in disgust. He shook his head and let out a series of deep tuts. "For the plumbing. God, some people. No respect at all." They cancelled Paris. Eric had rung Susie and asked her to come straight home. He had had such difficulty speaking that she thought he was suffering a heart attack. When he finally managed to get out the word Yvette, Susie presumed the worst and began to hyperventilate down the phone line. In the end, Eric hung up and sent a text telling her everything was fine, just to come home. However, the message still took a solid 5 minutes to write due to the shaking in Eric's hand, which he now assumed was permanent. He took an overnight bag for Abby to the school gates and rang one of her friend's parents on the way. "Are you sure that's all right?" he said. "I don't want to intrude. It's just a bit of a family emergency."
"I hope everyone's okay," they'd said. "Is it Susie's mother? I'd heard she was staying over."
"It's got something to do with her," he said, nodding. "Yes." By 6 p.m., Eric, Susie and Yvette were once more sitting around the grubby kitchen table. Eric was already on his second gin and had instructed Susie to down her first the moment she entered the house. Her knuckles shone white around the glass as her gaze went searchingly between her husband and her mother. Eric, by contrast, looked only down. As if to contradict the afternoon's events, Yvette was dressed in a buttoned-up blouse and full-length skirt that Eric was convinced she'd gone and bought at the charity shop just then in order to make his side seem even more preposterous. Her hair was swept back too, and her typical fuchsia lipstick swapped out for a far more mellow peach.
"I don't understand," Susie said when Eric had finally relayed the tale. "Mum, how did this happen?"
Yvette cleared her throat.
"Well, you sent him round," she said, "and he really was a very polite young man."
"Young?" Eric said. "He was barely out of school."
"Nonsense. He was 25 and a half,
Yvette replied. 25 and a half? Who measures their ages in half years other than children? Yvette tutted.
"What? Are you saying that just because I'm old, a younger man can't find me attractive?" "No, Mum, we're saying that you can't go around shagging plumbers in our bathroom. For Christ's sake, what about Dad?"
A muffled mumble rose from Yvette's pouted lips.
"What was that? Did you hear me? I said, what about Dad?"
"I heard you. I said, what about him?" Yvette snapped.
"Mum?"
Yvette's expression was changing. The pout on her lips was giving way to a quiver, and the hard, fixed glare she'd had since they sat down was starting to gloss over with the sheen of tears. An uneasy sense of compassion stirred in Eric's gin-filled belly. "Yvette," he said, reaching his hand across the table and placing it on top of hers, "is there something you want to tell us?" Yvette snatched her hand back.
"No." "Mum?"
In a swift motion, evocative of the elegant dancer she was, Yvette sprang up from her chair.
"I know what you're thinking. I know what you're both thinking, that I'm just some batty old woman, that I don't know what I'm doing. Mum, that's not— Well, screw you. Screw the lot of you. Mum!"
In a half-chassé, half-grapevine, she spun out on her heel and raced up the stairs. A moment later, the spare room door slammed shut. Silence dangled in the air. Eric lifted his glass and downed the lot, leaving the ice cubes to jangle in the bottom. "Well, this can't be good," he said. Susie had tried to do some work afterwards, tried to distract herself with something else, but it hadn't worked. Less than 20 minutes after starting, Susie abandoned the papers in the dining room and began pacing the downstairs of the house. Eventually she'd gone up to speak to her mother. There had been several hours of sobbing, not to mention wine, hot chocolate, and the devouring of more than one bacon sandwich. Yvette's commitment to veganism apparently as shattered as her marriage. Eric listened from the safety of the landing as the wails rattled through his newly laid coving.
And with that little wench, of all the girls on the boat. Honestly, the way she strutted around the deck like she owned the place. Even the captain would be all like, yes, Katrina, no, Katrina, anything you want me to do, Katrina. And it's not as if he'd get a job without me, oh no. Do you know how many scrapes your father has got himself into? How many situations I've had to pull him out of? It's me who got us that job offer in the Caymans, not to mention the one on St. Lucia. Oh, no, your father has quite the temperamental streak to him at work. I bet you didn't know that, did you?
She paused. A trumpetous blow of her nose followed.
He once dropped a souffle on a captain's hat. He did. Oh, that man. He wouldn't have a chance getting another job without me. Just you wait and see. He'll be out on the street in no time. I don't suppose Katrina is going to cart him around with her for the next 20 years. After all I've done for him, after everything I've done, and now he won't even answer my calls.
That was as much as she could take. For the next 15 minutes, the only sounds that managed to escape Yvette's lips were a stuttering, juddering nonsense. In the end, Susie had run her mother a bath in the newly plumbed bathroom, filled it with bubbles, and lit the candles that she'd kept in storage for the last 2 years after deeming them far too pretty and expensive to burn. "It only seems right that you christen it now," Eric had said, only to be greeted by one of Susie's looks. "What? I'm just saying that I'll never be able to set foot in there, that's all." Yvette had started sobbing again as they both left her to her bath and went downstairs. "So according to Mum, the first part of what she told us was true," Susie said, curled up on Eric's shoulder. "One of the younger dancers pulled his tendon or something, only it didn't happen just before Christmas, more like months ago. Anyway, Dad replaced this guy and was partnered with this girl. She's 24, apparently." "Ouch." "Yeah, and it seems like the whole ship knew before she did." "Poor her." Eric pulled his wife in closer and ran his hand across her hair. "So what now? I mean, does she still have a job? Has she ever worked without your dad?" "Not since she was 21. I don't even know if she wants to work without him." "Geez." "Yup, and I don't know about him either. Mum's not lying. I know he's got into some right scrapes over the years. He's going to be hard pushed to find a job without her." "I guess he'll stay where he is until he retires. Can he do that?" "I have no idea." Eric swilled the ice around in his glass. "Has anyone actually spoken to him, to your dad? Do you think you ought to call him?" "Me?" Susie's eyebrows rose to her hairline. "I think we've suffered enough. No, we've had to handle Mum in all this. Lydia can be the one to ring Dad. She's the oldest. She can deal with him." Chapter 16. When Eric came downstairs the next morning, it was as though a switch had been flipped. Yvette stood at the hob, spatula in hand, as a pan of sausages sizzled and spat. She was dressed in her nightdress and gown, both pink and floral, with her hair dangling uncombed and not a scrap of jewellery or makeup in sight. Deep bags hung beneath her eyes, evidence of last night's tears still clearly visible. The aroma was both sweet and savoury. As well as all the sausages, there were mushrooms frying, eggs being scrambled, and a large tray of biscuits browning in the oven. The kitchen table was covered with a confetti of chocolate wrappers, while the bin had failed to close properly due to the empty family-sized tub of non-vegan ice cream that had been stuffed into it.
I suppose you heard all that last night,
Yvette said, spearing a sausage directly from the frying pan and taking a bite.
I suppose you know what a stupid old fool I've been.
"Why would you be the fool?" Eric said. "He's the fool."
Right under my very nose.
"No one thinks you're a fool, Yvette." She smiled sadly and picked up another sausage, which she dropped onto a plate, before scooping on some eggs and mushrooms.
I suppose you want me to move into Lydia's,
she said, still holding the plate close to her chest. "What? Why would you think that?" She shrugged. Her eyes glistened.
No one wants me any more.
Eric hovered uncomfortably. He could feel the moment closing in. Any second now, and he would have no choice but to hug his mother-in-law. Unfortunately, his attention was still focused on the plate of food in her hand. His stomach growled. He would have to remove the plate before any type of hugging occurred. Preferably he would get to eat it first, too, but that seemed a little callous. He was still deliberating his best course of action when the sniffing started. A second later came the shakes. Knowing it would only be seconds until the full-blown blubbering, Eric leapt across the room. Grabbing the plate from his mother-in-law's hands, he placed it on the draining board behind them and embraced Yvette in a squeeze, just below smothering point. It was a messy cry, with gulping breaths and plenty of snorts, and only when Eric was certain that he was in the hug for the long haul did he loosen one arm, stretch across Yvette's back, and grab a sausage.
Please don't make me go and stay with Lydia,
she wheezed out between snotty sobs.
Of course not.
Eric mumbled through a mouthful of pork.
There's spare room, smells like sheep,
Yvette said. Eric smiled. It did. It really did. Susie had decided to work from home.
You don't need to do that,
Yvette insisted.
You think that because I finally told you I'm going to have some massive nervous breakdown and set fire to your house or something ridiculous?
Well, we hadn't until now, Eric said. Susie glared. It's for me, Mum, Susie said. I won't be able to concentrate if I go. I'm better off being here where I can pop in and check that you're all right. Anyway, it's Saturday.
But are you sure you'll manage to get your work done?
There was a moment's pause. Eric tried to look down, but he wasn't quick enough. 1 second of eye contact was all it took. Susie nodded at him. Forcefully. Why don't you go to the allotment with Eric? Susie said, when Eric had still not taken it upon himself to speak. You've been saying you'd like to go down since you arrived.
No, I don't want to impose.
You're not, Mum. Eric's offering. Aren't you? Eric looked up in feigned surprise, as if he had only just become aware of the conversation. It's going to be quite hard work today, he said. I was planning on carpeting the spuds and carrots. Then it'll be even better that you've got an extra pair of hands, won't it? Well, I suppose.
It's fine, Yvette waved. You don't need to babysit me. I'm perfectly fine. And don't worry, I won't get in your way either, she said to Susie.
Then, turning to Eric, she said,
But perhaps you could wait for me to get dressed and run me down to the centre. I thought I might spend the day trawling the charity shops, now that I'm unemployed and all. No more Karen Millen for me.
Mum,
and don't worry about Abby. I can pick up Abby from her friend's house.
Mum, you really don't...
Tch, let an old woman feel like she's useful, will you? Particularly when she ruined your romantic weekend away.
That's so terrible. I can't imagine how she's feeling when Quentin and I... Fleur stopped mid-sentence. Let's just say it was very difficult for both parties. Sometimes you just have to bite the bullet, no matter how difficult it might seem.
Maybe.
And it's such a shame you had to cancel your weekend. Eric sighed.
I know, but Susie didn't feel like she'd be able to focus if she was away. I understand.
Another sigh was building in his lungs. Fleur caught it just in time. On the plus side, you've managed to get all this done, she said. Susie had been right. 2 pairs of hands were definitely better than 1 when it came to laying down carpet between the rows, and Eric had been impressed in Fleur's willingness to get her hands dirty. In exchange for her time spent kneeling on the ground with her hands between his potato plants, he had offered to help her finish off the chicken run. I think they're getting a little restless in there, she confessed, as a stream of squawking rattled the windows on Norman's red shed. And there was a very near miss between one of them and a pickaxe. The sooner it gets finished, the better.
Shouldn't take too long, Eric said.
Not too long turned out to be the best part of 3 hours. While Eric admired Fleur's commitment to using all recycled material, trying to fashion a serviceable door out of battered timbers and offcuts from an old steel drum was more of a health risk than he had bargained for, particularly given the peculiarity of the run shape so far. Measuring it just seemed too fastidious, Fleur confessed as Eric attempted to join 2 pieces of 2x4 set at a 70-degree angle. I prefer to go with how I feel. Eric swallowed back his retort and soldiered on through the morning. Oh, it looks marvellous, Fleur said, flinging her arms around him when he finally presented a fully functioning chicken coop. Despite only being involved in the penultimate stage of the construction, Eric was impressed with his handiwork, in particular his addition of the sliding hatch feature for easy access to the eggs. The girls are going to love it, Fleur said, pawing at a wonky joint. Do you think I can move them in now?
Hold on, you're not done yet, he said. You need to set your ground first, lay chicken wire.
What, under the whole thing?
You could do, or you might want to just put a trench around it. That should work as well.
Fleur's eyes narrowed skeptically.
You seem to know an awful lot about this.
I've done a bit of research, Eric said.
I guess that makes you my go-to man on chickens, she said, then reached up on her tiptoes and pecked him on the cheek.
When Susie met Eric at the front door to the house, he knew it wasn't good. He had left Fleur searching for the best way to lay chicken wire and driven home, grabbing a few items for a late lunch en route. As he climbed out the car, hands laden with cloth bags, he was greeted by his wife, thin lips pursed and eyes flitting nervously. "What is it?" Eric said. "Is everything okay? Where's your mum?" Susie stepped forward and took his hand. "Okay, so you're not allowed to freak out." Eric stepped back, the words enough to send his pulse into overdrive. "What? What is it? What has she done?"
"This is just part of the healing process, that's all," Susie said, trying once again to take Eric's hand.
Eric pushed past his wife and into the hallway. "What has she done?"
"Eric," said Susie as she followed him into the house.
Yvette! Yvette, if you've got—"
"Daddy!"
Abby appeared at the top of the stairs, an iPad in one hand and a large pair of scissors in the other.
"Do you want to see what I'm making?"
"Not right now, honey. Do you know where your grandmother is?"
Abby's expression crinkled briefly before cracking into a wide grin. "She's in the garden, dancing."
"She is?"
"Yes, she's with all her friends."
"Her friends?"
Eric's pulse did a peculiar double take, as if it wasn't sure whether this was good news or not. As he turned to move, Susie caught hold of his hand. "Don't say I didn't warn you," she said. It was then that Eric noticed the sound reverberating its way through the walls of the house. Something between a chant and a song, rhythmic and vocal, but not words as such. At least not ones that he knew.
"The back garden," he said, slipping out of Susie's grip and moving with increasing pace through the house.
"This is not a big deal," Susie called after him. "This is not a big deal."
When he reached the kitchen, he stopped. The bags containing his lunch dropped from his grasp as he looked through the window into the back garden. His jaw hung open, and judging from the deafening silence that engulfed him, his heart had decided to stop beating altogether. When he finally did find his voice again, it was croaky and hoarse and felt entirely disconnected from his body.
"This is a big deal," he said to his wife, who now stood next to him. "This is a very, very big deal."
Chapter 17. Eric had lost count of the number of times the three of them had sat in silence around the kitchen table. Had he known the prominence that this particular piece of furniture was to have in his day-to-day life, he would have probably put more effort into varnishing it, or at least made some attempt to sand away 6-year-old Abby's scribblings. Now, he deemed, it probably seemed a better idea to burn it. The thought of fire threw his mind back to the vision in the garden. "She can't stay," he said. "Not now. This is the final straw."
"Eric,
why on earth would you do that?" Eric implored, speaking directly to his mother-in-law. "Why on earth would anyone?"
"Eric,"
Yvette said in a slow voice that seemed to imitate TV's first lady of the psychic, Mystic Meg, best known for her newspaper horoscopes and segments on the National Lottery show.
"there is so much hostility in your voice. Come now. I hardly think I'm the one who needs to apologize for this situation."
"You don't?"
"Why, no. You do realize I was not the one who—"
"Mum!"
Smug satisfaction rose through Eric as his mother-in-law received her, albeit lax, scolding. He bit his tongue and avoided giving an unwanted jibe. It was going to be tough, though. He was definitely in the right on this one. Definitely. Abby had been sent to her room with the bribe that she could watch cat videos on YouTube, although several times Eric had noticed a small and distinctly human-shaped shadow moving in the hallway. Cat videos were exciting, he reasoned, but nowhere near as exciting as listening to your grandmother explain why she was dancing naked with a bunch of strangers in your back garden, or hearing your father trying to justify running into the garden screaming while swinging frying pans madly at a load of naked pensioners. On the plus side, Eric had been allowed a 2 o'clock gin, and Yvette was now dressed,
although she appeared to have found the matching twin to one of Lydia's boutique Indian bedspreads. The bedspread cum dress, which was wrapped around her waist and then swept across her shoulder, emanated the same unusual aroma as her daughter's original. Paired with an enormous beaded necklace and a threadbare jumper, she looked like she was on a day release from a Woodstock Festival reenactment troupe. Mum, I'm sure you can understand why Eric was a little bit upset.
We were merely giving thanks to Mother Nature.
Is that what you call it? Yvette's eyes flashed.
The fright you gave everyone. Really, you could have caused some permanent damage.
That was the idea. It was 1:30 in the afternoon, and you were naked.
I didn't realize you were so ashamed of the human form, Eric.
Mum. Eric knew she was goading him. He knew it, but still felt himself rising to it. You know all the neighbours saw, don't you? You know there's probably going to be a police report about this, said Eric.
Please, we've done no harm.
Don't please me.
We were,
Yvette tried. We? Eric slammed his fist against the table. Who exactly are we? Where did they all come from? Did they give you the keys to the local loony bin? Yvette stiffened.
They?
She caught her rise in tone and lowered it to the more equable alternative.
Are my coven.
Eric coughed into his gin. The sudden output of alcohol caused a burning in his nostrils that spread upwards to his eyes, causing them to tingle, then water, then stream.
Are you okay? Susie asked.
I'm going to the pub, Eric said as he scraped back his chair and stood up. Susie frowned. No. Eric was firm in his tone. I will take a lot of things. Really, I will. Vegan fudge, piercing holes in my daughter's ears. I'm even coming to terms with shagging the plumber in my newly fitted bathroom only 24 hours ago. But naked dancing in the back garden in broad daylight? No. I need a beer, I'm afraid. I need a very large beer. Ignoring Susie's pleading looks, Eric grabbed his coat and headed straight out of the door. He had messaged Hank on the way down, and by the time he reached the pub, a cold pint was waiting for him on the corner table. Jerry's at choir practice, Hank said, slipping a crisp off the table for Scout. I'm guessing this has something to do with the Wicker weirdos doing a sans-clothes samba in your back garden. Eric gulped back a third of his pint without breaking for a breath. You've heard already? Oh, everyone's heard, replied Hank. How? It was less than an hour ago. Hank shrugged. Village life, I suppose. I have to say I particularly liked the part where you started swinging the frying pan at the fellow with a hearing aid. What? Gasped Eric. You mean there's a video? 450 hits already. Hank passed him his phone. After 5 seconds, Eric handed it back. Well, at least they missed the bit where I fell over the washing line. That's on another clip. Eric polished off the rest of his beer. You just need to have a little patience, said Hank when they were securely into their third pint. It can't be easy for her. I am being patient, I am, but this isn't normal. What do you want her to do, get herself a Tinder account or go speed dating? She's an old woman. Then she should start behaving like one. Hank shook his head and tutted. It was the type of tut Eric had regularly heard from his father, or more recently from Norman. It was the type of tut that someone was only allowed to administer when they were a minimum of 15 years older than the person with whom they were conversing. Eric wanted to be old, just so he could use that tut. He would use it a lot. It's not like getting divorced when you're young, or like your generation that does it more often than laundry. She's invested her whole life in someone. She probably doesn't even know who she is without him. You say they work together too? Eric grunted into his beer. Well, exactly. God, I could imagine it would be easier for her had he died. At least then she wouldn't feel so abandoned. I suppose, Eric admitted. Can you imagine feeling so alone? The person you trust more than anyone in the world deserts you, without any warning. But jumping over sticks naked. Eric was clutching at straws, and he could feel it. Oh, Tosh. Thank God you weren't around when I was young. You couldn't go for a walk along the river without seeing some old codger's todger while he prayed to this, that, or the other. Free spirits, they used to call it then. An uncomfortable twisting was wrapping its way around Eric's insides. He redirected his attention to Scout. "How's Susie doing?" Hank asked. "Susie? Well, it can't be easy for her, can it? I mean, I know she's not a kid, but no one wants to see their parents go through something like this." Eric's eyes fixed on Scout as he racked his mind. Had he asked Susie how she was feeling? He must have done. He couldn't remember explicitly as such, but he would have asked her. He was sure he would have. Despite his internal reassuring dialogue, the churning in Eric's stomach intensified. "She's okay. She's tough," he said, finally lifting his hand from Scout. Hank raised an eyebrow. "You know what?" Eric said, rising to his feet and downing the rest of his pint. "I should probably be getting back." "Just have a bit of patience," Hank said again. "You've got a good family there. Trust me, the kooky ones are the ones you want to keep hold of." Eric took out his wallet, dropped a 20 on the table, and gave Scout a rough farewell. "That should cover me," he said. "See you tomorrow at the plot." "Maybe," Eric said as he opened the front door and exposed the pub to the freezing Burlem air. "Maybe." Whether it was the beer or thoughts of his wife spurring him on, Eric raced home almost fast enough to stop his fingers numbing. Once there, he flung open the door and unsuccessfully threw his jacket onto the hook. Susie was in the dining room again. The mountain of paper had doubled in size. It was only after several loud raps on the door that she looked up from her pile. Dark circles hung beneath her eyes. When she didn't speak, Eric stepped inside. "Can I get you a drink?" he said. Susie looked at the mountain in front of her and shook her head. "I shouldn't. It'll send me straight to sleep." "Can I get you something to eat then? Are you hungry?" Susie straightened her back and put her pen down on the desk. Her eyes lingered on Eric just long enough to make him squirm. "Sorry, Eric," she said eventually. "Is there something you wanted? I'm really busy, and if you've come to have—" No. "Then would you—" "I'm sorry," Eric blurted out, falling onto his knees by her chair. "I'm really sorry." Susie stiffened in surprise, and she let out a deep sigh. "You don't have to be sorry for anything," she said. "I do. I've made you come here and uproot your life, and I haven't been supportive." "Eric, Please, let me finish. I haven't been supportive. I mean, I've tried to be, but I haven't tried that hard. Not really. I mean, Paris was a stupid idea." "It wasn't.
"And I didn't even think about the strain on you, having your mum here. I just assumed you were fine."
"I'm fine. I'm just tired."
"But are you sure? If something was wrong, really wrong, you would tell me, wouldn't you?"
"Eric, what are you on about?"
"I just don't want you to feel like you can't talk to me. I know I'm useless, and I don't ask you if you're okay enough, but I don't want you to wake up one morning and feel like you and Abby are better off without me."
"Eric."
Susie's eyes glistened. "I love you so much," he said.
"I know."
Still in a kneeling position, Eric wrapped his arms around his wife. "I'll be better," he said, "and if you want Yvette to live here, then that's what we'll do. We've been talking about getting the garage converted since we bought the place."
"Eric."
"I just don't want—"
Susie lifted his head up so that his eyes met hers.
"I'm not going anywhere," she said. Eric took a deep inhalation of relief, which he followed with another shorter sniff and then a third. A smoky but not unpleasant aroma was wafting about him. He sniffed again. "Can you smell that?" Susie's lips twitched. "What the hell is she doing now?" Eric said. Chapter 18. Monday morning, and the house still smelt of incense. Susie was already locked away in her study, with a Do Not Disturb sign on the door by the time Eric rose, and downstairs Abby was tucking into a bowl of Cheerios at the kitchen table. Yvette sat next to her, tying flowers around a piece of wire. Incense sticks were now burning in the kitchen, too, making the air smell like a blend between a Chinese medicine shop and a tub of vapor rub. "Why aren't you dressed?" Eric said to Abby as she spooned cereal into her mouth.
"Granny says I don't have to go to school today. She said I can go to her lessons instead."
"Her lessons?" Eric turned his attention to his mother-in-law. Having finished the flowers, she placed them like a crown on her head. Yvette, Eric mused, now appeared to own an unending supply of batik bedthrows, although where she could have purchased them in Burlem was beyond him. One was wrapped around her waist as a skirt, while another was tied tightly around her head as a bandana. Some of the coven and I are going to a crystal healing course, she said. Nature at its most powerful. Lots of them take their children along. They said it would be fine if Abby came.
Eric scoffed. Yes, well, lots of them live in caravans, have court orders for not sending their children to school, and consider their second cousins distant relatives, he said, before turning to Abby. Go and get dressed. You're going to be late.
But, Dad—
Now, he said.
After slurping one more spoonful of milk, she jumped off the chair and dashed upstairs. Eric took her place and helped himself to the remainder of her breakfast. Yvette had started to thread flowers onto another loop, a smaller one that Eric suspected was designed for Abby. The flowers she was using were already wilting and dropping orange-brown petals onto her placemat.
Must have patience, Eric muttered to himself.
What was that?
Yvette said, lifting her eyes from her handiwork.
Eric coughed.
Perhaps at the weekend, he said.
Pardon?
Perhaps at the weekend. If one of your course things goes on over a weekend, then you can take Abby, but not if there's any nudity in it. Or drugs. You are not allowed to get my daughter spaced on some natural hallucinogenic.
That would be lovely, Yvette said, smiling, before adding, the course, not the hallucinogenic. The school run was hellish. Eric had assumed that all his work at the allotment would have helped him build up a baseline level of fitness. After all, it was the most digging and lifting he had done in years, not to mention walking. Unfortunately, all this manual labour had been negated by endless after-allotment trips to the pub, and he thought nothing of polishing off a fat bastard down at the shed. As such, Abby's new-found cycling skills were putting Eric's body to the test.
"Slow down," he yelled to Abby. "You know you need to be careful on these roads."
Perfectly timed to reinforce his point, a white minivan sped around the corner. Abby wobbled, wavered, then put her foot down and balanced herself.
"See?" she said, turning back to her father. "I'm okay."
Eric grunted. Behind him, he watched as the minivan came to an emergency stop before reversing back and performing a U-turn and speeding back past them. He would go to the next council meeting in person, he decided. That way they would be forced to listen to him. Once they reached the school, Eric waited long enough to see Abby's head appear through the window of her classroom before he headed off towards the allotment. It was a perfect morning for gardening. The overnight rain would have caused the earth to soften and hopefully coax out a few worms for his compost heap too. It also meant that he was out of the house. As much as the kitchen countertops needed dismantling and the carpet on the staircase required laying, he was trying to give Susie the thing she needed most: peace and quiet. Halfway to the allotment, Eric stopped and rubbed his thighs. The tops of his legs had stiffened and ached from running after Abby on her bike, and a side stitch was creeping its way up beneath his ribs. The thought of digging and turning the soil was getting less and less appealing by the second. Perhaps, he thought, there was a better way to spend his morning. He stopped, turned around, and headed back home. Like the rest of the house, Eric's garage, excluding the area where Sally was kept, securely covered and protected, was a work in progress. Boxes of things without homes were stacked up against the walls, along with samples of paints, a dilapidated lawnmower, and a variety of tools he kept meaning to sort through and take down to the allotment. Half of the boxes were still sealed shut, and Eric, for the life of him, couldn't think what was in them. One day he would find out, though, just as soon as he got the dining room, kitchen, bedroom, staircase, and front lawn sorted. The smell of the garage was an amalgamation of aromas, with potato peelings, car wax, and grass cuttings all making it high on the list. Bizarrely, Eric quite liked it. Eric pulled out the lawnmower, scraping the blades on the concrete. It had belonged to Norman. Cynthia had asked if Eric wanted to keep it after he bought the house. It was an old petrol mower with a rusted frame and often took 3 or 4 yanks of the chain to start, but it would do for now. There was no need to buy another one when it still did the job. With that in mind, he reached over and grabbed hold of another well-cobwebbed metal frame. It was difficult to remember exactly when Eric and Susie had purchased their bikes, definitely before Abby was born. Ambitious plans had been discussed at length over late-night dinners with London friends Ralph and Sarah, trips round the Cornish coastline or head up to the Scottish Highlands, maybe even Land's End to John O'Groats. As it was,
The farthest Eric had managed was a brief cycle around South Wales when Susie had gone there for a book tour one year. After Abby was born, the bikes were packed up in the store cupboard, along with his golf clubs, Susie's sewing machine, and a scale X-trick set Eric had bought on a whim. He had passed it on to Ralph when they moved in the hope that one of his children got to have a bit of fun with it. Eric picked up his bike first. The once pristine metal was now speckled with rust, and the shiny gears were now a brownish-grey network of cogs. Holding it off the ground, he spun the front wheel, followed by the back. There was a little resistance, but nothing that a bit of oil wouldn't fix. He tried turning the pedals. Same deal. Nothing seemed too loose or too tight, and there were no bits, at least that Eric could see, dangling precariously about to drop off. Satisfied that all was in good enough working order, he checked through Susie's bike in the same novice manner, after which there was only one thing left to do. It had been several years since Eric had ridden a bike, but 2 minutes practicing and it felt like it had only been yesterday. He was probably gripping the handlebars a little tight and was reluctant to bump himself up and down the curb, but he was on his third attempt at a wheelie when Susie's head appeared out of an upstairs window. "What are you doing?" she called. "Look, they work." Eric wobbled as he went one-handed to offer a wave. "I thought we could start going on family bike rides. We always said we wanted to do that, right?" "Hold on a second," she said. "I'll come down." The upstairs window rattled shut. A moment later, the front door opened. "I'll give them a proper oiling," Eric said as he stopped a few feet in front of his wife. "I should probably get someone to give them a once-over just to check the brakes are okay too, but all feels good to me." He pointed to Susie's own bike, propped up against the side of the house. "You want to have a go?" "I'm not sure I'm suitably dressed," Susie said, motioning to her skinny jeans and slippers. "Don't feel you have to stay out," Eric said, anticipating the "it's time I got back to work" line and getting there first. "Honestly, go inside, get your work done. We'll have plenty of time for bike rides in the summer. I need to get to the allotment anyway." Susie shook her head and smiled. "Give me 2 minutes," she said, and dashed back into the house. With Susie riding behind him, they headed out of their road and onto the main road before taking 2 successive left turns, leading away from the village and out into the marshland paths. From that point on, they rode side by side. Clouds sped off in the distance while pheasants ambled across their path. The nighttime rain had given rise to the sweeter scents of the earth, like sycamore and chestnut. Eric pedalled against the chilly air. Sometimes he would speed ahead a little and force Susie to chase after him, laughing. Other times he would slow, giving them both time to drink in the view. They had been riding for close to 40 minutes when they finally stopped. Eric had grown used to Essex, with its miles and miles of flat brown earth and near absence of hills, but as he stared out at the vast flatness of the marshes, something changed. Even out driving in Sally, he had never really appreciated the remoteness here before, or the quiet. There was something about riding through it all, being part of it. They would do this more often, he promised himself. Susie slid into place beside him and took his hand. For a minute, the two stared out together, the only sounds coming from the wind in the long grass. He had wanted to take a slow ride back, perhaps stop at the pub on the way, but he saw Susie's mouth twitch nervously at the thought of her looming deadlines. "We'll come later in the year," Eric said, cutting her off before she could start apologizing again. "It's getting a bit nippy, and I want to get to the allotment before picking Abby up." "Mum can pick Abby up. If she's going to be sticking around, we might as well make the most of her," she said, before pausing as a frown crept onto her face. "You don't mind her staying, do you? I mean, really. I know there is always Lydia's, but—" He kicked up the stand on his bike, swung his leg over, and was about to start pedalling away when he noticed that Susie hadn't moved. She was standing in exactly the same spot, staring out at space. "Suze, are you okay?" After no response, he tried again. "Suze?" With a deep-set frown, she turned and faced him. "Sorry, did you say something?" "I asked if everything was all right." The frown remained fixed in place. "You know I love our life, don't you?" she said, "that I'd never do anything to mess that up, to hurt you." "Of course I do." Eric kicked the stand back down and swung his leg back across the bike. "Where's this coming from? Is there something you want to talk about? He moved towards her and took her hand, which had fallen limp by her side. Suze? It's just sometimes I feel lost, like I keep on losing all the things I'm trying to hold on to. Susie? Eric tugged at her hand, trying to move her around to face him. Where is this coming from? Is this because of your dad? You'll never lose me or Abby, you know that. My life before never made sense, you know? She continued, staring out at the fields as she spoke. All the things that happened. Everything I went through. A slight breeze tickled the hair on Eric's neck. It spread down his spine as a shudder. Susie, is something wrong? Has something happened? The wind picked up as she moved her head and met his gaze for the first time since she'd begun. Eric's pulse quickened. Susie's deep green eyes swallowed him whole. They always did. How many times had he stared into them, he wondered. How many times had he truly appreciated how perfect they were? Eric, The bicycle came down with a clatter behind them. Without a second thought, Eric dropped Susie's hand and darted across to pick it up. He returned within the second, although Susie's frown had all but disappeared. A small smile lifted her lips in its place. Sorry. He lifted her hand back into his. Was there something you wanted to tell me? She shook her head. Ignore me, she smiled. I'm being dramatic. Then she walked across to her own bike, securing her helmet beneath her chin as she went. Parents, eh? Who'd have 'em? At the allotment, it took him a moment to figure out what was wrong. The scene was so familiar, yet so out of place. It was as though his plot had been transported to the same parallel dimension that hippie Yvette had come from. His greenhouse was still standing, as was his shed, but despite the carpeted greens and neat rows of raised beds, he was certain it wasn't his plot he was staring at. It couldn't be his plot. His plot had newly healed leeks ready to prep for next year's village show. His plot had clean, raked lines in the soil and clearly labelled markers at the end of the rows. His plot was ordered and structured exactly the way he liked it, and it was definitely, most definitely, not covered in chickens. Fleur! Eric yelled, leaping into one of his raised beds and spraying the air with soil as he went. Squawking feathers flicked up around his ankles. One of the hens lifted her head from the ground, a long green stem fixed securely between her beak. Get off that, Eric said, and grasped hold of the leek. He pulled back and tugged, lifting the hen up into the air with the leek. Fleur! Eric, said Fleur as she appeared from around the back of her shed. Her hair was swept back, her flowing winter jacket dusted with chicken feed, and her makeup had a well-polished yet worn look to it that reminded Eric of an advertisement for a countryside organic clothing brand or some other middle-class necessity. She cocked her head with a peculiar, puzzled expression before her eyes widened in shock. Oh no! Girls! Come here! While Eric still wrestled for his lost leek, Fleur bounded in, arms open, as if she were Mother Nature and all the hens were going to leap straight into her bosom for some massive embrace. When that didn't work, she began deer-hopping about, trying to herd the bemused chickens back into their coop, all while trampling Eric's greenery into the ground. Girls, please come back. I'm going to wring their bloody necks. It took several false lunges and a dive before Eric got hold of one of the hens. She wriggled under his arm while another one moved in to start an attack on his feet. You come here, he said, and swept down to pick up his second chicken. Get their coop open, Eric said, and grab some food to get the others. One of the birds in his grip was pecking incessantly at his knuckles, while the other was attempting to bury her head into the pocket of his jacket. Fleur sprinted across to the coop and lifted the lid. Eric dropped the squawking hens inside. 2 down, 4 to go, Eric said. It took a further 10 minutes to corner, catch, and deposit hens 3, 4, and 5. It's Margot, Fleur said. She's still missing. We have to find her. She could get eaten by a fox or a cat, or she could starve to death. She's the dearest hen in the world. It's not safe for her to stay out. She's just a blood... Eric stopped himself as he saw Fleur's big doe eyes begin to fill. Is this what you're looking for? Eric turned his head. Janice was hobbling up the pathway. In her arms she carried a red-feathered, bald-headed hen. Oh, Margot, Fleur said, running to retrieve the bird,
I thought I'd lost you. I thought I'd lost you.
Margot, the dearest hen in the world, then proceeded to peck and scratch at Fleur's cheeks and forearms from the second she was taken until the moment she was dropped back into the coop with the other escapees. While Janice offered a consoling "there, there" to an emotional Fleur, Eric went around the makeshift hen house, checking for possible escape routes. By the time he was back to the start, he was scratching his head. "I just don't understand how they got out," he said. "Everything looks completely secure. You didn't leave the back hatch open, did you?" Fleur pulled her arms away from Janice. Her cheeks had deepened in color, and her eyes focused on anything apart from Eric. Slowly, the penny dropped. "What?" he said. "What did you do?" Fleur wiped her eyes.
I just thought they looked a little cramped, that's all.
"A little cramped?"
Like they wanted some more room.
Eric could feel the blood rushing to his head. Janice, probably wisely, retreated a few steps behind the chicken coop. "They are chickens, not children," Eric enunciated slowly.
I know, only
"They don't need room.
they need space.
They're bloody battery hens." Fleur stiffened.
They are not. They are free-range, free to roam, and they deserve a quality of life with plenty of room and the freedom to forage.
"Not in my bloody allotment, they don't." Eric stopped. He inhaled, held the air in his lungs, and then expelled it in a long hiss.
I'm sorry,
Fleur said, her tone decidedly more muted than it had been.
I didn't realize they'd go so far. I just thought they deserved a bit of time out in the open, that's all. Feel the wind in their feathers. I know it's silly, but I...
"It's fine," he said with a sigh, but it was too late. The waterworks had already resumed.
"This is me all over again,"
Fleur sobbed.
"Running in head first, not thinking about anyone but myself.
"Well, it's—"
Are they all ruined? Is everything spoiled?"
She moved across to Eric's plot. A moment later she was on her hands and knees in the remnants of his leeks.
"Really, Eric, did they ruin everything?"
"Please don't do that," Eric said, cringing at the sight of a grown woman crawling around in his dirt. "Honestly, it's fine. It doesn't matter."
"I'm sure there are one or two here that can be saved,"
she said.
"I don't think they did that much damage."
She pulled up a thin, green stem. A thick, claw-shaped gash was slashed down the middle.
"What can I do? I can give you the money. I can pay for the damage."
With Eric now too embarrassed to move, it was Janice who pulled her back to her feet.
"Really? After what he did with that bulldozer? Don't you worry, dear. Nothing to fuss about at all." "Are you sure?" "Quite sure. Aren't we, Eric?"
It wasn't just the tone of Janice's voice that surprised Eric. There was a dark glint to her eyes, and Eric strongly suspected there was only one answer to her question. "Of course," he said to Fleur. "No harm done." Eric picked up his trowel and began to rummage through the debris. Chapter 19.
I'm very proud of you,
Susie said as they sat at the dining room table. They had ordered Thai takeaway for dinner. It wasn't anything like their local in Islington, but they'd worked their way steadily through the menu and had now settled on a few firm favourites, including the Cantonese fried noodles and chunky French fries, although Eric had a strong suspicion that neither of those were genuine Thai delicacies. Yvette had managed to find some form of balance between her extreme macrobiotic righteousness and downright gluttonous carnivorous state, and had opted for a vegetable fried rice. After the events of the day, food from the allotment was about to get a whole lot scarcer.
Old Eric would have lost it if someone's chickens had destroyed his vegetables. Maybe you really have changed after moving down here.
"Maybe I have," he said, "although had Janice not been there, we would probably be having roast for dinner instead." Susie laughed. Eric's stomach fluttered. After the bike ride this morning, he had driven past the farm shop and picked up a spray of wildflowers. They sat on the windowsill, their aroma a tangible memory of their brief adventure. He didn't bring Susie flowers often enough, he had thought. Once a week from now on, minimum.
How was your crystal healing class?
Susie asked her mother. Yvette swept her hair from across her face. She was still dressed in dubious clothing, with a violet headscarf and massive hooped earrings which could have easily been pilfered from one of the local gypsies. However, she was fully covered, and for that Eric was grateful.
It was wonderful, really wonderful, so much more than crystals. Honestly, I learnt more than I could have hoped for, like how to resonate with my real centre, my spiritual centre.
To demonstrate this new-found spirituality, Yvette shut her eyes and poured deep breaths in and out of her nose and on to the dining-room table. "Daddy, can I show you something?" Abby said, breaking the awkward silence that had begun to swell around Yvette's impressive respiratory display. Eric, entirely bemused, squinted at his mother-in-law. Fearing she hadn't been heard, Abby raised her voice. "Daddy, Mummy, can I show you something?" she said again. She was sitting forward on her chair so that her face was only inches from Eric's. "What's that?" Eric said. "I want to show you something, but not now. After dinner. I want to show you all something after dinner, if that's okay." "Okay." "And I think we should probably go into the conservatory." "The conservatory?" Eric said. "It's not very nice in there, Abs. The flooring's not even down." "I know. That's why I want to go in there." Yvette's eyes finally reopened. A knowing buzzed from her lips. "This all sounds very mysterious," Susie said, joining the conversation. Abby caught Yvette's eye. Her grandmother's skin wrinkled and creased as her smile broadened. "I guess you'd better show us after dinner then," Eric replied. With the plates and glasses piled into the dishwasher, the adults were instructed, under Abby's strict orders, to head to the conservatory and wait for her there. Eric and Susie sat together on the wicker sofa, while Yvette hovered by the doorway, occasionally perching on the arm of one of the chairs. Several bangs and clatters rattled down from above, followed by multiple expletives that Eric was certain he must have misheard, because there was no way in hell his 9-year-old daughter would be using that type of language. "Do you know what's going on?" Susie asked her mother after nearly 10 minutes of waiting.
"I might do,"
Yvette said. A series of clumping footsteps announced Abby's arrival downstairs. "Granny," she called through the unvarnished door. "I need you."
"Just coming."
Yvette hopped up and disappeared out into the next room. A minute later she reappeared, the twinkle in her eyes a good degree brighter.
"You're in for a treat,"
she whispered. "Everybody ready?" Abby called. "We're ready," Susie said. "Granny?"
"Ready when you are."
Yvette reached down beside her and picked up a small speaker. 2 seconds later, the music began. When the door first opened, it was hard to tell that it was Abby there at all. She was dressed in short black shorts with a white shirt and black bow tie. Her hair had been tied up and tucked under a black top hat, and in her hand she held a white-tipped cane which swayed masterfully as she walked.
"May I present,"
Yvette spoke over the music,
"Miss Abigail Sibley."
Abby's feet, tapping heel and toe as she went, clicked and shuffled across the room. Her arms and hips swung and snapped as her feet whipped up, forwards and back and side to side. When the music slowed, so did she, and when it grew more intense, her feet flicked back and forth, creating a series of clicks and taps and sweeps that Eric wouldn't have even thought possible. Her cane flew through the air, from one side to the other, always in time with the rhythm. For a show-stopping finale, she pirouetted twice in the air before finally coming to a stop, cane in her hand, arms open wide. "Wow!" Eric leapt to his feet, clapping his hands vigorously. "That was incredible. I mean, incredible. How did you learn to do that?" "Granny's been teaching me," she said. "I'm getting better, aren't I?" "You're amazing." Eric took hold of Abby's hands and swung her around.
"She's a natural,"
Yvette chimed in.
"Picked that up far quicker than I would have done at her age. I honestly can't believe it."
"She's obviously got a great teacher."
Yvette beamed at the compliment. "I forgot how much I enjoy teaching children," Yvette said, gazing adoringly at Abby. "I always got the middle-aged ones on the ship. They give the rich old folk to the attractive young ones, obviously, but we still never really got to do the kids. I suppose it was because your father didn't like teaching them."
Her face began to fall.
"Perhaps you could do some teaching here."
Susie jumped in just quick enough to stop her mother falling too deeply into the abyss of marital memories. Something regular. Perhaps, Yvette said, although her eyes were still in some far-off place that Eric suspected looked very much like a cruise ship. Eric put his daughter down and cast his eye once more over the impressive and scarily mature outfit she was wearing. He turned his attention to Yvette. "Hang on a sec," he said, stepping back and examining the pristine condition of Abby's tap shoes, shorts, and shirt. "Didn't we say you had to take all of these things back to the shop?" "You did," Yvette said, placing her hands firmly on her hips. "Well, then where did all this come from?" Yvette shrugged. A sly grin crept its way onto her face. "You never said I couldn't buy more." As January crept into February, the sky grew greyer and the roads and ground turned icier. After only 2 trips cycling to school together, Abby and Eric had returned to walking, or more often taking the car. Susie had taken her bike out twice too, once down to the shops and once to meet Fleur for a coffee, but besides that, she was too busy to leave the house. "Why don't you come for a walk and clear your head?" Eric said one day mid-month, when his wife had barely left her study in 24 hours. She shook her head. "You wouldn't mind if I ate my dinner in here tonight, would you? It would just give me a little more time." "I'll make you a sandwich," Eric said. When he came back into the study 2 hours later, Susie was asleep on her laptop, the sandwich untouched at the side of her desk. The allotment, at least, was substantially less stressful than it had been the year before. With little hope of saving his leaks after the chicken attack, Eric took on a more maintenance-centered role at the allotment. He had enough to get on with in the house, and more time spent away from the allotment meant more time spent laying carpet and skirting boards. By the end of February, Eric had managed to strip and re-wallpaper his and Susie's bedroom, fix the banister, and was partway through tiling the fireplace in the living room. "It sounds like you've done an amazing job," Fleur said when Eric described the escapade that was laying carpet on a crooked and curved staircase. "I'm not even sure I'd know where to start." "YouTube," Eric said. "You always start with YouTube." Fleur chuckled. The last Monday in February was as grey as the first had been, and only slightly milder. "You'll have to come around and see it," Eric said, while knee-deep in U-shaped fencing staples. "But not until we've got the kitchen sorted. If we ever get the kitchen sorted." "You'll get there," Fleur said, "and I would love to come around. It would be nice to see a bit more of Susie, too. She seems so busy at the minute." "She is," Eric replied. For the last 2 months, it had felt like every time Susie got one deadline out of the way, another 2 sprang up. Hopefully a few more months and they would manage to find some sort of balance. If not, he would seriously have to rethink the length of his loosely defined sabbatical. Fleur handed him another sheet of wire, which he laid on the soil and began to roll out flat. Since the chickens' escape, Eric had become acutely aware of the size of their coop. Fleur was right, it was too small. For weeks, their irritated clucks and pitiful cheeps had distracted him as he turned his compost and dug his trenches. So, in the spirit of good-natured neighborliness, Eric decided to help Fleur build something more substantial. Not only would he stop feeling bad about the woeful state in which Fleur's hens were living, he would get the chance to hone his carpentry skills for when the time came to build his own chicken run. Now he knew the allotment committee was fine with it. His only major decision was whether he should wait until spring and buy some chickens, or splash out on an incubator of his own and let Abby experience all the fun of things that way. Either way, he would be building their accommodation himself, so Fleur's run was a great chance to practice. "This is so kind of you," Fleur said as she pulled the tape measure along the wire. She snipped a hole in the metal to mark the correct length. "I can't believe how quickly it's all come together. The girls and I are ever so grateful." "It's no problem," Eric insisted, nailing the sheet into place against a 3x6 plank. "And thanks again for the eggs. Yvette made a fantastic quiche with the last lot." "I've got another dozen for you if you want them. Honestly, there are more than I could ever eat. How is she doing, by the way, your mother-in-law? Susie says she still won't talk about her father." "I think she's doing better, actually," Eric said. "She was away last weekend on some course or another. A Reiki retreat, I think. Anyway, she seems like she's doing okay." "No more naked dancing?" "Not at my house." Fleur chuckled. "And she's doing wonders with Abby's dance lessons. Honestly, I can't believe how well she's doing."
"And what about you?" Fleur said, leaning in to help him keep it all aligned. "It can't be easy for you having your mother-in-law there the whole time looking over your shoulder, particularly not with Susie as busy as she is."
Eric hammered in another nail. "Yeah," he sighed. "Yvette's not that bad. She's brilliant with Abby. She grows on you. It's a little like a fungal infection, actually. I guess at some point you just get used to the itching."
Fleur laughed again. Her cheeks rose up, creasing her eyes. "Well, if you ever need to escape, my diary's pretty free. Mine's the cottage with the tangerine fence. Honestly, some people's taste."
Eric laughed. Maybe when I'm finished with the chicken run, I'll have to come around and paint it." At home, Eric and Yvette had come to a peaceful truce. Her dance classes with Abby had continued and progressed to include jazz and modern. Modern was Eric's least favourite form of dance, and involved his daughter writhing around on the floor as if under attack by an overly amorous poltergeist. Abby was loving it. She had done several performances for her class, and no visitor could escape their house without a complete hat, bow tie, and cane show first. While Eric was happy to allow Yvette all the freedom she wished for when it came to Abby's dance lessons, he was far more reluctant when it came to the crystal healing courses.
"It's all very calming," Yvette insisted. "Exactly what she needs."
"And it means I can do spells while I tap dance," Abby said, waving her arms above her head in a supposedly mystical manner.
"I'll do a spell if you carry on like that," Eric scowled in mock annoyance.
"Honestly, it's such a peaceful environment, so beneficial. Perhaps we should all go together," Yvette suggested. "I'm sure you'd all learn something."
Eric rapidly shook his head.
"Please,"
Abby begged, with an exaggerated extension on the vowels. "Please, can I go?"
"What do you think?" Susie said, posing the question to her husband.
Eric sucked on the corner of his lip. "As long as she knows that this is not actually science," Eric said. "Lumps of rock can't actually heal people."
"I think you'll find,"
Yvette quickly changed her mind and stopped speaking. Learning when to pick their fights was something she and Eric had worked on in the last month.
"So I can go this weekend, can I?
Abby jumped up and down. Susie and Eric exchanged a deliberately long look. "I guess so," Eric said eventually.
"Yippee!"
cried Abby, leaping into the air.
"I need to text Harry Nini. I need to tell him I'm going to be a witch."
The next morning, Eric and Abby left late for school. Although Yvette had taken over Eric's role as Susie's personal barista, which should have theoretically freed up at least 5 extra minutes, somewhere between Abby picking up her rucksack and getting to the front door, she lost both her homework and her lunchbox. 15 minutes later, and both were located hanging on the back of the door in the downstairs toilet. "Have a good day," Eric called back into the house before grabbing the car keys and telling Abby to buckle herself into the back. With no other parking spaces available, Eric pulled up outside the gym.
"I can walk by myself from here," Abby insisted.
"No chance."
"But other kids do. Other kids walk all the way here."
"If other children—"
"Please," begged Abby, pressing her hands together. "Pretty, please."
Eric eyed the distance between the gym and the school. It couldn't have been more than 50 meters. "You need to wave to me when you reach the gates, you got it?"
"Thank you, Daddy, thank you."
Abby's seatbelt was off and she was out of the door before Eric had the chance to say goodbye. It was as Eric sat waiting for Abby to reach the school gate that he caught sight of the sign pinned to the gym notice board. Yoga, gym, dance space to rent, contact inside for details. A small smile curled on Eric's lips.
"What do you think, Mum?"
Susie asked over a dinner of sweet potato mash and fish fillets.
"You said you missed teaching children."
"But I wouldn't know how much to charge. And what if I couldn't get enough children? I'd end up being out of pocket."
Like her food habits, Yvette had recently found a middle ground with regard to her clothing choices. While she still tended towards the hippie side of things, crystal pendants, floaty skirts, the colour, as well as the sheer quantity of garments she was wearing at one time, had diminished considerably. Her makeup had also taken on a much more relaxed routine, without the need for false eyelashes or vibrant lipstick, and Eric would have had a difficult time saying she didn't look better for it. In fact, he thought, she looked the best she ever had since he'd known her. "I don't think you'll have a problem getting the numbers," he offered. "Plenty of parents at the school said they would be interested when I mentioned it to them."
"You've already mentioned it,"
Yvette said. "I didn't have much choice. Abby's been harping on about her dancing granny since the start of term." Yvette beamed at her granddaughter.
"So, Mum, what do you think?"
Yvette pursed her lips. Her eyes narrowed and pinched before spreading out widely across her face.
"You know what?" she said. "Why the hell not? Let's do it."
A whoop of laughter erupted from the table as Susie wrapped her arms around her mother in a hug. "Well, I think we should celebrate," Eric said, rising and heading over to the fridge. From the fridge door he pulled out a bottle of bubbly, then gathered together glasses from the cabinet.
"Can I have one too?"
Abby asked. Eric and Susie confirmed their opinions with a glance. "A very, very small one," he said, and picked another glass off the shelf. Pointing the cork up to the ceiling, he opened the bottle with a pop, then filled the glasses, barely making a mark in Abby's. "Yay!" Abby called. "Cheers, everyone." Something warm swelled in Eric's stomach. This was it, he realized. This was life. So what if things didn't always go as planned? Planning didn't get them here. It didn't get him to where he was now, and at this single point in time, he couldn't remember being happier. "Here's to unexpected pathways," he said, and went in for another clink. By Wednesday morning, everything was sorted. Yvette had booked the space and with Abby's help had created posters on the computer advertising 2 lessons a week, one on Thursday afternoon and one on Saturday morning, starting in a month's time. Eric had distributed them all around the village, even sticking one up on the allotment notice board next to a flyer informing people of red setter puppies for sale. Eric had been right. They hadn't had to wait long. By Friday evening, as Eric prepared Susie a G&T, Yvette had nearly a dozen confirmed students. "Much left to do?" Eric asked as he took the drink into Susie's office. "Always." She pushed her glasses to the top of her head, accepted the drink, and took a long, considered sip. "You missed a good film tonight," Eric said. Friday nights had become family film night. While Yvette sorted snacks, Abby rearranged the cushions, and Eric worked, and usually failed, on drawing his wife away from her never-ending pile of work. "I'm sorry," Susie said after a second pull at the drink. "Did Abby go down okay?" Eric nodded and smiled. "I feel like I haven't seen anyone in weeks, and I don't know when I last left the house. I've got so much work to do I feel guilty about going into the kitchen and taking a 10-minute break." Eric sighed sympathetically. "You need to get out more," he said. "Find people to go for a drink with." "When do I have time?" Eric's insides wrenched as he tried to think of something helpful to say. "Anyway," Susie said, shaking her head, "how's Mum doing? Any more inquiries today?" "She's doing great," he said. 5 more confirmations today, I think, and 2 more asking if she'll do adult ballroom lessons too." "Will she?" "I think so. At this rate, she'll be teaching every day." "That's great. She needs this." Eric took a moment to think. He had been toying with the idea of a garage conversion in earnest for the last few weeks. He and Susie had discussed the possibility before they bought the house, and once or twice, half in jest, when Yvette had first turned up. But now that his mother-in-law looked set to stay, and with the dance school idea looking like a viable source of income, it seemed like the perfect time to take considerations to a more serious level. Eric was about to mention this when the doorbell cut straight through his thoughts. Susie eyed him quizzically. It was after 10. "Are you expecting anyone?" she said, downing the dregs of her drink in one impressive sweep. Eric shrugged. "Hank had just finished off a batch of slow gin and was going to pass some on. It's probably him. He's probably just trying to get away from Jerry's singing." Susie rose and glided effortlessly across the room. A few seconds later came her footsteps on the stairs and the clunking of the front door lock. Eric lifted his glass to his lips as he listened for the sound of Hank's voice. A gust of cold air whipped its way into the house. "Suze," Eric called, "tell him to come in. I'll get another glass." Something akin to a muffled yelp drifted out from the hallway. Eric stood up and followed Susie downstairs. "Susie, who is it?" he said. He was about to say something else, probably about shutting the door to stop all the heat escaping, or something more curt if it turned out to be more damn travellers trying to sell more tat under the ruse of it having mystical powers, when he stopped dead in his tracks. "No," he said. Chapter 20. Philip Davenport had the most picture-perfect smile Eric had ever encountered. So much so that if he hadn't heard the man speak, Eric would have been certain that he was American or Italian or any one of the dozens of nationalities that had better dental hygiene routines than the majority of Brits. He was well dressed, in a double-breasted grey overcoat and a thick scarf wrapped multiple times around his neck. And despite his thinned and clearly dyed jet-black hair and the abundance of wrinkles crowding the corners of his eyes, his perfect teeth and the generous twinkle in his eyes were more than enough to keep his roguish good looks afloat well into his 60s. "Dad?" Susie was the first one to speak. "What are you doing here?" "Is there any chance I could come in?" Philip said. "I'm not really used to this kind of weather." An overly dramatic shudder was accompanied by a sly grin. Susie didn't move. Eric, who could feel the static buzzing in the air, followed his wife's lead entirely. Philip sighed and shook his head. "She's here, isn't she? I just want to talk to her, that's all. I just want to see her." Adhering to her usual rule of impeccable timing, Yvette's sing-song voice echoed through from the kitchen. "Susie, Eric, what's going on? Who is it?" Philip offered his daughter a pleading look, but Susie's glare refused to falter. "I think you'd better come out here, Mum," she said, her eyes still fixed like stone on her father. As Yvette stepped into the corridor, Eric shifted himself to the left. A small gasp burst into the air. "Philip?" she said. "Oh, my little Vetty," Philip said. Yvette's jaw dropped momentarily down before she brought it back up with a snap. "What are you doing here?" she said. With a theatrical sniff, the old man dropped his bags on the ground and buried his head in his hands. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry." Eric felt like he was 12 years old again. With Susie squished next to him, the adult pair were perched together on the top step of the staircase, straining to listen in on the grown-up conversation going on downstairs. "We need to know what they're doing," he said. "We can't just sit up all night waiting to see if they want us to make up the sofa. Perhaps your mum is waiting for us to interrupt." "Mum's a grown woman. She can get us if she needs us," Susie said. The pair fell back into silence. Eric dug his toes into the carpet. "Then again," Susie said. A minute later and they were both downstairs. Susie knocked twice on the door. "Mum? Dad? Is it all right if we come in?" A short pause followed. Eric glanced at his wife, who shrugged. "Mum?" she said again. Of course, come in." Yvette's voice filtered through the wood. Susie opened the door just enough to peer through. Unfortunately, that meant Eric was left out on the hallway standing on his tiptoes to try to assess the situation from there. He assumed, from his lack of view, that the pair were sitting. "Mum, Eric and I are going to go to bed. Do you need us to do anything? Only we haven't set the door alarm or anything. We didn't know what Dad's plans were." Another pause followed. "Oh, I'm not staying. I hadn't realized the time. No, I'll be off now," Philip finally piped up. "But I'll come again tomorrow, if that's all right." Eric didn't need to see them to tell that the question was directed at Yvette. "Great," Philip said, conveying Yvette's apparently positive response. A moment later, and Eric's father-in-law appeared in the hallway. There was a brief meeting of eyes, barely enough for a blink, before he scuttled out of the front door without another word. Susie turned to Eric. She was paler than he expected, and a series of lines and wrinkles crisscrossed her brow. She met his gaze and offered one short and stately nod. Eric smiled sadly. "I'll see you in bed in a bit," he said, squeezing her hand before he reached over and kissed his wife on the forehead. "Let me know if you need anything." Upstairs, Eric spent an extra moment watching Abby as she slept. What a right old mess, he thought. Philip was already in the kitchen when Eric came down the next morning. Yvette was standing by the oven, a pan of eggs sizzling away on the hob, her body draped in purple tie-dye dressing gown. "You're here early, Philip," Eric said, noting how his father-in-law's nose twitched at the state of the kitchen table. "Everything okay?" "Yes, fine, fine. Is Susan not coming down?" "She's already started work. Locked herself straight in the office, I'm afraid. But she'll come down for lunch, I suspect, unless you want me to go tell her you're here." "No, no, don't be silly," said Philip, shaking his head. "And I hope you don't mind me being here. Yvette was telling me all about the allotment and insisted I try some of these eggs." He looked up at Yvette and smiled, his infinite teeth gleaming as if they were under ultraviolet light. "No one makes scrambled eggs like my Vetty." Yvette reciprocated the smile. It was wide and stretched across her cheeks, but her skin was tight and her eyes remained rigid. Something uncomfortable twisted in Eric's insides. "So, Philip," he said, deciding there was no point beating around the bush, and noting that Yvette had managed to polish off all of Fleur's eggs for her estranged husband's breakfast. "What are your plans, then? Any idea how long you'll be staying?" "Well," Philip said, "I've rented a little cottage for the next week. It's over toward Malden." "So you'll be staying the week?" "It depends," he said, as Yvette placed down a plate of eggs in front of him. "On what?" said a voice from the other side of the kitchen. All eyes swiveled to the doorway. Susie was dressed in jeans and a grey jumper, with tortoise-shell glasses perched on the top of her head. Philip shuffled in his seat. "What does it depend on, Dad?" "On whether I've persuaded your mother to come back with me by then." Susie grunted and turned her attention to her mother, who was now at the sink washing up. "You don't have to do that, Mum. Why don't you go upstairs and have a bath? I'll finish off. I need to make myself a coffee." Yvette opened her mouth to speak, but Philip got there first. "That reminds me, Vetty," he said. "I brought a bag of your clothes with me. You left with so little, and judging by those horrible things you're wearing, this place doesn't offer much in the way of quality apparel." Yvette looked down at the purple swirls of her dressing gown and smiled meekly. Her hand reached down and brushed the glinting mirror mosaics on the pockets. "Thank you," she said. Eric and Susie exchanged a look. "Grandad!" Abby bulldozed into the room, her hair a matted mess, complete with pyjamas a good 2 inches short in the leg. "Abbykins!" Philip knelt down and swept his granddaughter up in his arms. "Eric," Susie said, while Abby continued to shower her grandfather in hugs, "do you think you can help me with that thing upstairs?" "Thing?" "You know, the thing." Another lingering look followed before Eric finally clicked. "Ah, the thing," he said, nodding his head vigorously despite the fact that only Susie was watching him. "Most definitely." Leaving Abby to demonstrate all her newly acquired dancing skills to her grandfather, he hastily retreated upstairs after his wife. "I just don't know what I'm supposed to do." Susie closed the door to her office. Eric wasn't normally allowed in the room for such menial purposes as a conversation, but the door was thick, and Susie wanted to make sure the pair weren't overheard. So while Eric took the swivel chair, Susie paced from one side of the room to the other. "What are you meant to do in this situation?" "The best thing we can do is leave them to it," Eric said, using the most grown-up and self-assured voice he could muster. "Your mum's not a fool. She's not going to take him back unless she has forgiven him." "I don't know. It's just recently. It sounds silly, but she's been kind of—" "Nice," Eric suggested. Susie offered a sad snort in response. "You know," she said, "I never thought my parents would separate, but now they are. I'm not sure I can imagine them back together." Eric stood up and wrapped his arms around his wife. She smelt of pencil lead, washing powder, with an undertone of coffee. "You get on with your work," Eric said. "I'll take Abby to the allotment. Lock yourself in here and give them a couple of hours' peace. You never know. By the end of the day, your mum may well have sent him packing." "I don't know why this is so hard. I'm an adult," Susie said. "It's hard because you love them," Eric said. Susie stayed suspiciously silent. "My goodness," Fleur said, as Eric told her how their evening had unravelled. "What a lot of drama.
What do you think they'll do?"
"I have no idea," Eric said as he watched Abby chasing Scout over on Hank's allotment. "But as long as it doesn't end up with more naked dancing or Abby getting her belly button pierced, I'll be happy." It was the type of day Eric hated at the plot. A light drizzle filled the air, amplifying the aromas of compost and mildew and rendering everything damp. At least with proper rain you could justify hiding away in your shed and greenhouse, but on a day like today, you looked weak if you turned up and didn't dig the dirt for at least an hour, particularly if, like today, the allotments were heaving. With less than half a bed to go, Eric leaned over to grab a trowel from the floor. His fingertips were inches away when it struck. "Ow!" he said as a sharp pain spasmed across his shoulders. He straightened himself up to standing. The pain fired again. "Ow! Ow! Ow!"
"Are you okay?" Fleur appeared at his side. "What happened?"
"Ah!"
Eric said, attempting to rub away the throbbing at the top of his neck.
"I guess I must have pulled that damn muscle again. Bloody hell, that hurts."
"Here, come and sit down."
"No, I'm... Ow!"
"Come,"
Fleur insisted, leading Eric over to Norman's shed. He wasn't sure he'd ever be able to call it Fleur's shed.
"Now, where did you say it hurts?" she said, lowering him down into one of the chairs.
"Just... Ow! There," Eric said, flinching as he attempted to show her. "But I really don't think you can touch... Ow! Ow! Ah! Ah!"
Fleur's fingers kneaded their way into Eric's muscles. She poked and prodded while he rubbed at his neck, feeling the nerves stretch and straighten as he did.
"How? What?"
"Just give me another minute," Fleur said, as undercurrents of expensive perfume wafted up from her hands while she worked. "You are so tense. I'm not surprised with all that's going on. You need to take better care of yourself."
Eric closed his eyes. He really was tense. He could feel it now all across his back and shoulders, all down his neck and spine. He breathed in deeply and let Fleur work her magic. By the time she'd finished, he was near enough asleep. "Where did you learn to do that?" he said, stretching himself upwards and wiggling joints he doubted had wiggled in years.
"I did a course, years ago, mind you, when I was traveling in Thailand. I went to this tiny little village near Chiang Mai and spent 3 months there just learning about massage and meditation. One of the happiest times of my life. A little sad, right? 20 years later and I still haven't topped it."
Eric continued to rub his shoulders, amazed by the miraculous disappearance of the pain. "You should go into business. Honestly, you'd make a fortune. You could set up a little station, although you'd probably have to deal with Janice's bunions." Fleur laughed. "I'd pay you," Eric said.
"Surely Susie gives you massages at home."
"She does," Eric said, "but with everything that's been going on."
Fleur nodded knowingly.
"Besides," Eric said, "they were never like that."
Fleur left shortly after the massage, leaving Eric to get on with some well-needed weeding. His shoulder, he thought, had not felt better in years. In fact, he felt so good he'd decided he'd treat Abby and himself to fish and chips for lunch. As Eric opened the front door to his house, he and Abby were greeted by a caustic citrus scent that could mean only one thing. Yvette was on a spring clean. Once they'd removed their coats and boots, Abby ran into the front room and turned on the TV, while Eric gave his shoulder a quick once-over and ambled into the kitchen. He found his mother-in-law elbow-deep in soap suds.
"Everything all right?" he said.
"Oh, Eric!"
Yvette jumped. Various saucepans, cake tins, and casserole dishes that had almost certainly not been used since her previous cleaning frenzy were spread out, drying on tea towels around the room. The windows were glistening, the oven door transparent, and even the dining table had been scrubbed of some of the lesser scribblings and stains.
"You don't mind, do you?" she said.
"You go ahead," Eric replied. "Just let me know if you need anything."
She smiled sadly, narrow and tight-lipped. "Thank you, Eric, dear. I will."
Shortly afterwards, Philip arrived at the house. With a spray of fresh roses, a box of chocolates, and his normal, yet freakishly luminous smile, he swept into the hall as if it were a ballroom.
"Grandad!"
Abby shrieked, delighted to see her grandfather again so soon.
"Are you going to live here now too?"
Philip bent down and lifted Abby up into his arms. We shall have to see, my little mon ami, we shall have to see. Eric rolled his eyes. Yvette saw. Dinner was non-stop talking. All of it Philip. Do you remember that time in Ecuador, he said, chowing down on Yvette's homemade veggie meatloaf, where they handed us those guinea pigs? As pets, Abby said. Not exactly, her grandfather replied. And what about that time in the Cayman Islands with the stingrays? Now that was something really special, wasn't it, my love? It was as though he was running through a back catalogue of every good thing the pair had done together over the last 40 years. And Verona, what year was that, 64? 68, Yvette corrected him. 68, of course, you're right. Still, Violetta. Philip kissed his fingers, then flew them from his lips. What a girl, what a voice. Fortunately, Philip's incessant chatter and Abby's constant barrage of questions distracted from the obvious animosity within the room. Is everything all right, dear? Yvette said, bringing Susie's silence to both Abby and Philip's attention. You seem rather quiet. Just thinking, Susie said. About what? Yvette said. Susie didn't reply. After 20 seconds of silence, a cold swell engulfed the dining room and everyone's eyes, Eric's included, became suddenly distracted by the tabletop etchings. The silence expanded, and a deep-rooted gnawing drilled away at Eric's insides. This was familiar. He had sat through family dinners like this before, silent, awkward, uncomfortable. He remembered them well. But they'd always involved his family, not Susie's, and more often than not the cause for the tension had been Eric himself. Eric took a deep breath and prepared himself to be a grown-up. This meatloaf. So, Dad, Susie said, clipping Eric's sentence while spearing a potato with her fork. How long are you planning on staying? Like I said, I'll stay as long as... But what about work? Surely they can't keep your job open indefinitely. Well, Philip lowered his fork to his plate. I'm on holiday at the minute, and we've got plenty of time saved up. Besides, I don't think indefinitely will play into it, will it, dear? He grasped his wife's hand and squeezed it. Yvette's timid smile flickered. I was looking, he said, and there's a position going in the Maldives. Senior dance instructors and an all-inclusive. I know it's not what we're used to, but I thought it might make a nice change. Get off the boats, try something new. And you have always loved the Maldives, haven't you, dear? Maybe, Yvette said. Or Iceland. I saw a position going in Iceland. And Grenada. There were 2 there. Didn't you have a friend who worked in Grenada, Vetty? Perhaps he could put in a good word for us. Perhaps, Yvette said, and pushed a piece of meatloaf around her plate. Philip grinned his talk show host grin. Eric feared another silence was once again about to consume them, and was considering what other polite topics, other than the meatloaf and weather, he could use to break it, when Philip dropped his knife onto the plate with a clatter. I almost forgot, he said, brushing his hands on the thighs of his trousers and pushing his plate into the center of the table. I've got a bit of a treat for you. For me? Abby bounced in her seat. Not this time, I'm afraid. This one's a treat for your grandmother. While Abby sank sulkily back into her chair, Susie stiffened. Box tickets, Philip continued, oblivious to their reaction, to see Hamilton. It's a matinee performance. I tried for the evening, but they were completely booked up. I had to call in some favors just to get these. I thought we could go down next Friday, book ourselves into the Ritz, make a weekend of it. The whole weekend? Yvette asked. Of course, that is all right, isn't it? Yvette's bottom lip disappeared under her top row of teeth. Granny, Abby said, following her grandfather's example and dropping her cutlery with a clatter onto her plate. I thought you were going to take me to one of your lessons next weekend. Well, Philip reached over and stroked his granddaughter on the shoulder. Don't you worry, she'll still have plenty of time to give you some dance lessons when she gets back. Maybe I can teach you too. How does that sound? A bit of ballroom dancing with your granddad? Abby pouted. We weren't going to a dance lesson, we were going to a magic lesson. Magic lesson? Philip frowned. Yvette blushed. Crystal healing, she said. It's a crystal healing course. Philip's face tightened and pinched before cracking open into a full smirk. Good God, it looks like I came back just in the nick of time, he said. First hippie clothes, now crystal healing. Another week and you'd have been jumping over sticks naked in the back garden. Chapter 21. For the rest of the week, Philip continued to invite himself over for breakfast and dinner. Eric would have liked to have made his own presence as minimal as possible, but it was tough. Every time he caught Yvette's eye, there would be a sharp tug behind his ribs, and he would feel obliged to stay and offer her some form of moral support, particularly with Susie barely making it downstairs most days. While Eric would never question the amount of work she was currently submerged beneath, he suspected that her father's presence in the house was also playing a large part in her absence. "Has your mum mentioned to you what she plans to do at all?" Eric asked one night when Susie crawled into bed well after midnight.
Not a word, Susie said, but if she's staying or leaving, I wish she'd just make up her mind, one way or another.
When Friday arrived, Yvette readied herself for their trip to London. "Are you sure you don't want me to give you a lift to the station?" Eric said. "I really don't mind at all." Yvette shook her head.
"It's fine, honestly. I like the fresh air." "I can run you down," Susie said, having left the shackles of the laptop long enough to bid her mother farewell. Once again, Yvette declined.
"Honestly, I'm perfectly fine walking by myself," she insisted.
Eric examined his mother-in-law as she slipped her handbag over her shoulder. Some days, the wonderment of how she could ever have raised Susie and Lydia was beyond belief. Other times, the three of them were so clearly cut from the same cloth. Today, it was difficult to tell. Yvette was dressed in her old clothes, with a feathery scarf and chandelier earrings all set off by the massive emerald ring of her grandmother's that she'd refused to let Eric use to propose, but there was something not quite right. The bright lipstick didn't seem to suit her so much anymore and made her mouth droop downward. The false eyelashes made her face look tired and small.
"I hope you have a wonderful time," Susie said, kissing her mum on the cheeks.
"So do I,"
Yvette replied. In place of missing her crystal healing course, Eric had arranged for Abby to go for a sleepover at Tom and Lydia's for the night. They would keep her there for the morning, then he and Susie would go and join them for dinner on Saturday night. That meant that for the first time in as long as Eric could remember, they were going to have the house to themselves all Friday night and Saturday morning. "What's the most romantic thing someone has ever done for you?" Eric asked Fleur as he composted the last of the rotten parsnips from the crop. It was such a waste. Next year, he decided, he would be planting more manageable amounts. Different varieties, that was the key. Make sure he didn't end up with any gluts. "Me?" Fleur said. Her hands were placed in a tight grip around Margot as she stroked her feathers. The chicken, it appeared, was not too keen on this, as indicated by its constant cawing and clawing at Fleur's skin.
"I'm not sure. My ex took me on holiday once. It wasn't a surprise, though. I had to book it. And pay half. I'm not sure if that counts as him taking me on holiday or not. Chocolates, fancy hotels. Ed Spencer made me a heart-shaped card out of jelly beans when we were in primary school, although I couldn't eat the jelly beans as they were covered in glue, which seems like a waste now I think about it. I guess that's it, really."
Eric mulled. Susie's not a big fan of jelly beans. But what about in the house? Would you find the whole rose petals on the bed thing cheesy, or a candle-lit bath? What would be the most romantic thing ever? Fleur put the chicken back in the run and mulled the question over.
"My cat was a present," she said. "Not from a boyfriend, though, but it's still the most thoughtful gift I've been given. I'd just moved up to London. Never lived by myself before, never even been on my own."
"I didn't know you had a cat."
"Colin. He died last year. He was 16, so he'd had a pretty good life."
Her gaze wandered off into the distance.
"I still miss him, actually. Weirdly, he was my best friend, keeping me company when I didn't know anyone. In a way, I suppose he kept me sane. I guess I probably shouldn't say that out loud."
With her head still lost in her thoughts, Fleur reached into the run and retrieved another hen.
"I'm guessing that Susie wouldn't want you to get her a cat as a romantic gesture," she said, ignoring the onslaught of talons into her wrist.
"No, Eric said as an idea began to formulate in the back of his mind. She most definitely would not want a cat. Susie had mentioned wanting a puppy since they first met. She had never had pets as a child due to the sporadic nature of her parents' living arrangements, and later because of her ex-husband Pete's litany of allergies, although Eric suspected his aversion to commitment also played a part. The garden in London was nothing more than a concrete box, and they both decided that it just wasn't fair to bring up an animal when they were both so busy working. But they were home now a lot, and how often had Susie mentioned being lonely in the last few months? How many times had she wished she had an excuse to get out of the house and go for a walk? A dog was the ideal excuse. She could meet people with a dog too, take it out for walks, rides even, now that they were both using their bikes. It would be perfect. Eric strode over to the allotment entrance. Yvette's dance class flyer was in the exact same position he had pinned it nearly 2 weeks ago, and next to it the same A4 sheet of paper. Red setter puppies for sale, the notice read. Eric didn't bother taking a photo of the sign. He typed the number directly into his phone and rang them straight away. Romance was not something to ruminate on. Romance required action. When the phone was answered and the availability of a puppy confirmed, he launched into full operation mode. Everything had to run according to plan. By 6:30, Eric's nerves were shot. Susie had left with Abby to go to Tom and Lydia's around 5. He had also persuaded her to pick up a takeaway to give him a little more time. "Please, can you go and get it?" he whinged. "They always get the delivery wrong over the phone." "Mine's never wrong." "Yours might not be, but mine always is. They always give me chicken instead of beef, and they never listen when I say no onion unless I'm actually there to say it." "Then you go and get it, Eric. I've been sitting all day. The last thing I want is to sit in the Chinese after dropping Abs off." Eric pulled his best, pleading face. Susie frowned, clenched her jaw, and then relaxed it. "Fine, I don't care. I'll go and get my boots on." She called up the stairs. "Come on, Abby, we're leaving now." "Drive safe," Eric shouted after her, waving as she pulled the Audi carefully out of the driveway. It was time to put the plan into action. "All Kennel Club registered," the owner had told him as Eric stood in the puppy-filled kitchen. "Only got bitches left, I'm afraid." Eric had gone straight from the allotment to Tesco earlier in the day to stock up on puppy-related paraphernalia. He had arranged to meet the owner at her house, just a few miles outside of Burlham, at 2:00. "Litter was 14, but these 5 are all that's left, and I've got another 2 people coming to look tomorrow, mind you. I wouldn't be surprised if they were all gone by Sunday. They've had all the jabs, of course. Fine to socialise if you have other animals." "That one," Eric said, not having listened to a word the woman had just said. "I want that one." His chosen pup was lying down, apart from the rest of the litter, and since Eric's arrival she'd done nothing but stare at him. Her deep brown eyes drooped down, and her paws, 4 times too big for her body at least, stuck out from under her chin. Every now and again she would cock her head as if trying to figure out what was going on inside his. "That one?" "That's the one." Eric took a tentative step forward, then stopped. For a brief second he thought she might bolt and scurry back to the safety of her siblings, but her head cocked, her eyes blinked, and less than a heartbeat later her tail was thumping hard against the floor. Only when Eric put his hand down to stroke her did she close her eyes. A soft hum vibrated through him as she nestled herself against his palm. "This is the one," Eric said again. He picked her up and cradled her in the crook of his arm. This little girl was going to make everything right. After handing over a ludicrous amount of money, the next stop was Hank's. "It'll just be a couple of hours," Eric assured him. "As soon as I get Susie out the house, I'll call you." "You need to bring her now," Eric said, having started the call to Hank before Susie and Abby were even out of sight. "And don't forget the food and the bed and the chew toy. Don't forget the chew toy. I think it's her favourite one." "It's all packed and ready," Hank assured him. "Don't bother knocking. Just come straight round the back, all right?" "Got it." "Okay, see you in 5. Eric was about to hang up when he remembered one last thing. It wasn't the most important element, but he did want to do things properly. I don't suppose either of you two have a beau, do you? He asked. After a fair bit of consideration, Eric had decided that the conservatory would be his room of choice when it came to his wife's surprise. The cloudless night sky added a constantly changing background of stars, while the lack of soft furnishings would also offer the least chewing opportunities for the as yet unnamed puppy. Also, it had direct access to the garden, where it would be necessary to house the puppy for the short time until his big reveal. He was 2/3 of the way through lighting mountains of cathedral-style candles when Hank and Jerry appeared in the back garden. Eric waved them in. "Good God," Eric said on surveying his newly purchased puppy. "What the hell is that?" Around the puppy's neck was tied a lime green bow tie, the magnitude of which Eric had never before encountered. The frilly lace material looked like it was something off one of Yvette's dancing get-ups, and the knot alone was almost double the size of the poor dog's head. "I had a few props left over from last year's Halloween party. I think this was used for somebody's pumpkin costume," Jerry said. "I guess it'll have to do." Eric stretched out a hand and scooped her out of Hank's arms. "It's all right, little girl," he said. "You're back with Daddy now." Just like Susie, Eric had never owned a dog before. Growing up, his father had never been keen, and with all the weekend trips away in Sally, he didn't think it would be fair. Still, Eric saw himself as a dog person. He could see it now, walks along the riverfront, the puppy's neckerchief fluttering in the wind, winter evenings curled up in front of the fire, his slippers obligingly delivered. She was everything he imagined and more. Before now, Eric had only believed the concept of love at first sight to exist on a purely biological level, but now he wasn't so sure. Her wet nose burrowed in under his chin, and the smell of earth and lanolin rose from her fur. "Have you had a setter before?" Hank said. "Lovely dogs, lovely temperament." "No, I haven't," Eric said. "Oh, she'll be grand. Great for Abby, too. Obviously she'll be barking." "You mean loudly?" "Oh, no, I mean barking as in crazy. Setters, they're bonkers, the lot of 'em." Eric looked at the bundle in his arms. The ball of fluff rose and fell, and a slight whimper escaped from her lips. "Not this one. She's perfect." And almost as if she'd heard him, she lifted her face towards his and gave him a long, slobbery kiss on his cheek. Eric felt bad locking her up in the shed, but it was only for half an hour at most, and the last thing he wanted was her knocking over one of the candles or shitting in the middle of the room before Susie got back. He cornered off an area between his seed trays and power tools and dropped her down with her blanket and her favorite toy. Then he gave her one last quick squeeze and hurried back to the house. Less than 3 minutes later, the front door opened and Susie walked in laden with styrofoam containers. "Have you at least got the plates out?" Susie called, smells of soy sauce and fried bean sprouts accompanying her voice. Eric raced into the hallway before she could get too far into the house and grabbed the bag of containers from her. "I'll sort this out." "Are you sure?" she said. "Why don't you go and sit in the conservatory? I thought it might be nice to eat in the air for once." "Why would we eat in the conservatory?" Susie frowned. "Why not? We have a big house. Let's use it. Now, go sit down. I'll follow you in." Susie eyed him suspiciously as she removed her shoes and coat. Eric watched on. His heart was beating at 10 to the dozen, and it was taking all his self-control not to scream out, "I got you a puppy," at the top of his voice. But that was for later. First came the romantic part. Susie's reaction was everything he hoped for. The moment she set foot into the conservatory, the whole space echoed with her gasp. Even Eric had to do a double take. It looked better than he had realized. The dozens of candles reflected off the glass walls, filling the whole room in 1,000 tiny sparkles. Smells of vanilla and honeysuckle rose thick, and the air and the warmth and the light surrounding them was both mesmerizing and comforting all at once. He stepped behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Eric," Susie whispered, "what is all this for?" "What's it for? It's for everything. For putting up with me, for coping with your mum, for never saying no to any of my silly schemes, and for always putting everyone else before yourself. I don't want you to think I don't appreciate it. We all appreciate it." "Eric," she said again, her eyes brimming with tears. Come on, he said. Let's eat. Eating proved more challenging than expected. Eric's eyes went back and forth to the shed as he attempted to chew his kung po chicken and noodles, all while feeling as though an army of genetically modified giant millipedes were doing the Argentine tango in his intestine. It didn't help matters that Susie was eating infuriatingly slowly. "How's Fleur doing at the allotment?" she said. "I keep meaning to catch up with her, but honestly, I don't know where the time has gone. Can you tell her to give me a call the next time you see her? Maybe we could arrange to go for tapas again." "You don't mean with me, do you?" Eric said, blanching. "No, definitely not with you. Don't worry, I learnt my lesson." Eric's gaze went once more back to the shed. It was a warm night, the warmest it had been so far that year, and he had put plenty of blankets in the shed, but he still felt bad. The place they got her from kept her inside, by the fire, and she probably wasn't used to being in the cold for that long. The last thing he wanted was to follow up his surprise with a trip to the 24-hour emergency vets. When Susie had only a few forkfuls left on her plate, he began to blow out some of the lower candles. "What are you doing?" Susie asked. "They looked pretty." "It was starting to get a bit hot for me," Eric said, "and I don't want to set the place on fire." "Oh, okay." "Don't worry," Eric said, noting Susie's distinct pout. "I have another surprise for you." "You do?" she said, her pout blossoming back into a smile. "I do." Deciding that saving the puppy from the freezing cold was far more important than Susie finishing her meal, he took her plate and put it down on the floor next to his. Then he bent down on the ground and took her hands. "I know this year hasn't got off to the greatest start for you," he said. "What with your mum and work and now your dad?" Susie gave a sad half laugh. "And I know that it's been harder here than you thought. I know you feel like you've been in the house on your own a lot and you don't really get a chance to meet people. I know you don't like feeling so cooped up like this all the time. And—" "Eric, where is this going?" "Well, I was trying to think of a way to tackle things, at least some of them, and I think that I have." Susie straightened up in her seat. "What have you done?" she asked. Eric sprang to his feet. "Just wait here," he said, "and close your eyes. You can't open your eyes until I say." Susie gave Eric one more quick look. "Okay," she said, and scrunched her eyes closed, a slanted smile twisting on her lips. "But I hope you've not done anything stupid, Eric." Chapter 22. It had not gone well. A puppy! Bolted upright, red-faced, hands on hips, looking miles and miles from the blissful, grateful wife he had imagined. "What on earth did you get a bloody puppy for?" "For you, for company, to get you out of the house." "Do you have any idea how much work a puppy is?" "But she can stay with you during the day," Eric stuttered. "You'll have company." "I'll have another bloody chore. Do you know how much walking one of these needs? Do you?" "Well, And who's going to toilet train her? Have you thought about that?" "Well, And what about when I'm away on book tours? I'll have to fly off last minute." "I'll still be here. I can take her to the allotment." "So that she can get covered in mud and trample it all over the house?" Eric squeezed the puppy tightly in his arms. The big brown eyes were still gazing up at him and piercing through the exact point in his sternum that led to his heart. "I'm sorry," said Susie, softening her voice and lowering herself back down into the chair. "But you do understand where I'm coming from, don't you? Maybe in a year's time, when this book is all sorted and the house isn't a complete mess, and Mum and Dad have sorted out whatever Mum and Dad need to sort out, maybe then we can think about getting a dog. But not now. This can't work now." "So you want me to get rid of her?" There was a strong heat building behind Eric's eyes. He would have liked the cause to be anger, but it wasn't. It was her, this little red bundle who had already stolen his heart so completely. She didn't deserve to be tossed back to that place, to the cold dog-eat-dog world of puppy sales. Who knew who might take her home? Gypsies? Drug addicts? What if no one took her home? What would happen then? "She needs to go back," Susie said again. With his throat clamped tight, Eric sniffed his way through a nod. "But she can stay tonight, can't she? I'll take her back in the morning, but not now. She's tired, and it's a long way back to where I got her," he lied. Susie lifted her hand and ruffled the scruff of her neck. "She can stay tonight," she said, "but first thing in the morning." First thing in the morning, Eric repeated. Any hopes Eric had harboured about Little Red, as he had covertly named her, changing Susie's mind overnight, were quickly eradicated when the howling started. At first it was just a whimper, a quiet sound that was easy to dismiss, much like the wind rattling through the windows or the hum of a fan in the summer months. Then it got louder. The whimpers became whines, the whines grew longer, and soon the only option Eric had was to go downstairs, curl up on his ridiculously uncomfortable sofa, and stay by her side. When she did finally fall asleep, it was in the crook of Eric's arm. When he woke, it was to a wagging tail and an onslaught of licks. His heart ached. At least if she had pissed all over him, he would have felt a bit better about returning her, Eric thought as the puppy wrestled on the ground with one of Abby's dance shoes. But she wouldn't do that. Little Red was perfect. She needs to be gone before Abby gets back, Susie said. I'm not having you two siding against me on this. Fine, Eric agreed. You know it's not like a pet shop. I probably won't get the money back. Then you won't get the money back. I'm not changing my mind. And maybe it's best if I pick up Abby myself. Give us a bit of time. I'll tell Lydia you're sick or something. Eric didn't bother with a reply. He was far too busy tickling Little Red's tummy. With Susie heading out early to pick Abby up from Lydia's, Eric decided to make his remaining time with Little Red special. He packed up her toys, along with a small bag of sausages, and readied himself for the allotment. He was halfway out the door, both dog and sausages in hand, when the house phone rang. Hello, Eric said, pinching the phone between his shoulder and ear as he tried to hold the squirming dog in place. Is he there? Eric took a moment. Sorry, he said. Who's calling? Is he there? The tone was efficient to the point of curt, and the accent, thick London. An unnatural tension roiled its way down Eric's spine. Who's speaking, please? Eric asked. You tell that little pipsqueak that I know where he is and what he's done, and I'm coming for him. Sorry, who is... The phone clicked dead. Under his arm, Little Red yapped. I've no idea, Eric said. Probably a wrong number. He considered that he should probably tell someone that the Burlham youths had graduated from performing wheelies in the station car park to making sinister prank calls. Together, the pair strolled down to the allotments, Little Red trotting out front on her lead. There was something special about her, about their connection, Eric mused, as once again he had to pause to allow her to pick up a stick and toss it around between her paws. She was certainly more intelligent than the average dog, he was sure. After all, how many other dogs would respond to their name after less than 24 hours? Red, he called, just to check it wasn't a coincidence. Her little ears pricked as her tail thwacked the floor. Eric's chest throbbed. Tossing her stick aside, they continued on. So, Hank said as he saw Eric approach, how did it all go? What did Susie think to the newest member of the family? Eric shook his head. What? She said we can't keep her. She said she's got to go back. A lump was swelling rapidly in Eric's throat. I know it's ridiculous because she's only a dog and she doesn't know me from Adam, but honestly, I feel like I'm losing a limb. The lump forced its way up towards his voice box. The way she looked up at me this morning when I was eating my breakfast, I just don't feel like the house is going to feel the same without her. Hank took off one of his gardening gloves and ruffled up the pup's fur. They'll find somewhere good for her. I hope so. Then, sadly and solemnly, Eric trod the way to his own patch of dirt. Oh my goodness, who is this? Fleur swept over, lifting the dog out of Eric's arms before he even had a chance to say hello. After 2 minutes' vigorous ear-rubbing, she finally looked up at Eric. Tell me you didn't. Oh, you did, didn't you? Oh, my Lord, she is gorgeous. Did Susie love her? She must be thrilled. Eric raised an eyebrow and tilted his head. What? Fleur said. Don't tell me she didn't love her. How could anyone not love her? Just look at those eyes, and those massive feet, and those amazing floppy ears. I know, right? With the puppy back in his arms, Eric strode across to Fleur's veranda. It was starting to feel more like Fleur's than Norman's, where he collapsed into one of the chairs with a sigh. Pursing her lips, Fleur lowered herself into the seat next to him.
So what now? She said. What are you going to do?
Susie said I have to take her back, so I guess I have to take her back.
No.
Fleur lifted the dog out of Eric's arms again and placed her squarely on her own lap.
You don't want to do that, do you?
Of course I don't. The moment's silence was filled by the contented murmurings of Little Red, who had now climbed onto Fleur's shoulder in order to gain a more optimum ear-chewing position. I just didn't realize. Eric could feel the tears welling in his eyes yet again. I just didn't realize I would fall in love with her so quickly, he said, sniffing loudly and wiping his eyes with the back of his sleeve. His emotional outburst was met with yet more silence. Once more Fleur's lips were pursed, although now her brow was crinkled in a thoughtful, contemplative way. The silence continued to expand around them.
What if I took her? She said eventually.
Sorry?
I said, what if I took her? I've been thinking about getting an animal, cat, dog, whatever, since I moved here. It just feels so empty now that Colin is gone. This seems like the perfect solution. I could bring her down to the allotment,
and I could still see her.
You could even pop round to the house now and then to take her for a walk if you wanted.
Eric's heart was thumping. His cheeks were glowing with an uncontainable heat, and his smile stretched to its limit. He shook it away and frowned. No, you can't do that. You can't take on a dog just because someone else is abandoning it. That's no reason to get a pet. What if you got bored?
Of those eyes? Anyway, that's not why I'd be taking her. Like I said, I've been thinking about it for a while, and somehow this seems right. Like it was meant to be.
Fleur lowered her gaze to where Little Red was now attempting to bundle herself beneath her jacket.
Does she have a name?
She asked. I've been calling her Little Red, Eric said. Fleur grimaced.
How about Lulu? She said to the puppy. What do you think about that? Do you like that name? Do you like the name Lulu?
As if she were aware of the entire conversation that had just taken place, including the sudden and abrupt change of her name, the Little Red Setter wiggled her way back down onto Fleur's lap, then hopped down onto the floor, tail wagging. Fleur and Eric laughed. You don't know what this means to me, Eric said, standing and walking the 2 steps over to Fleur.
Don't mention it.
Eric wrapped his arms around her in a hug. Who would have imagined, he thought, all those months ago, that his sledgehammer-wielding, chicken-smuggling neighbour would be the one to save the day? After that thought, he hugged her for another second longer, because that's what it felt like you should do when someone had stopped you being separated from your canine soulmate. You should hug them. Chapter 23. In the end, Eric had driven over to Lydia's for dinner. It seemed churlish holding on to a grudge when a fairly reasonable compromise had been obtained. Also, there was nothing in the fridge, and he was fairly certain that Lydia was making one of her potato lasagnas. When the front door creaked open, Susie stepped outside and took him by the hand.
Thank you, she said, and I'm sorry you had to do that. It couldn't have been easy.
Eric nodded. The image of Lulu trotting off into the distance echoed in his mind.
Were they all right about taking her back? I'm sure they'll be able to find a good home for her.
I'm sure she'll end up at a very good home, Eric said, recalling how he had spent a solid 15 minutes explaining to Fleur exactly where to rub behind Lulu's ears, and on her tummy and under her chin, to ensure that you got the biggest tail wag possible. He would try to pick up some treats to pass on to Fleur next week, maybe a pig's ear or something else equally overindulgent. He should probably get something for Fleur as well, he thought. The children were eating separately.
It's a special treat,
Lydia said to them as she dished up sizable portions of shepherd's pie onto their plates. It wasn't lasagna, but it wasn't bad.
You've been really good this weekend, and us grown-ups want to have a catch-up.
That means they want to talk about Grandma and Grandad, Ellery said.
Tom clipped his son round the ear.
Go and eat your food,
Lydia said, before promptly shutting the door and turning to Eric and Susie.
So, has he said anything about this other woman, this 24-year-old?
Susie shook her head.
Not a thing. He's just swept in, apparently not taking no for an answer.
But that's a good thing, isn't it? Lydia said.
He's realized his mistake, and he's coming to make amends.
Susie's nostrils flared in and out as she considered the questions.
I'm just not sure, she said. A month ago I would have said yes, but it's strange seeing Mum on her own like this. She's never been like this before, and it's hard to explain, but it's almost as if without Dad she's...
Nicer, Eric finished for her. She's nicer without him.
I was going to say freer, but yes, I guess in some ways she is nicer. Nicer and freer.
Eric spooned a mouthful of shepherd's pie into his mouth, which he hastily followed by a second. Was it the celery, he wondered? Tom and Lydia seemed to use it in everything, and even he couldn't deny their food was good. Celery was easy to grow. Perhaps he'd focus on that for next year's show. It was only going in for his third mouthful that Eric looked up and noticed the tension fixing itself around the table. Lydia's lips were pressed tightly together, disappearing into a straight line. Susie's expression mirrored it almost exactly. "What?" Susie said, being the first one to break the silence.
"Whatever it is, just say it."
"It's nothing," Lydia insisted.
"Lydia?"
"Well, it's only..."
"Only what?"
Lydia leaned back in her seat and took a long, deep inhale. Eric silently scooped another mouthful of mash. He wasn't entirely sure where the conversation was headed, but from the squirming around his intestines, he was certain it wasn't going to be pleasant.
"Let's be honest," Lydia said, looking solely at her sister. "You're hardly able to look at this from an objective point of view, are you?"
"Pardon?"
"Well, it's true, saying this stuff about Mum being freer and nicer. I just don't think that's coming from an objective place." "What are you on about? We see her every day, Lydia. I see her every day. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I just think that maybe you're getting your emotions a bit caught up. Maybe you're not seeing this from a clear perspective." "Pardon?" "Dad cheated on Mum, and yes, that was really wrong of him. But now he's come back and apologised, and Mum has obviously forgiven him, or at least she's going to if she's spending all this time with him. I just think it's wrong to tar Dad with the same brush as Pete."
"Pete!" He should have seen it coming from a mile off, but he hadn't, and from the way Susie's face flushed with anger, neither had she.
"You think I'm mad about Dad cheating on Mum because my ex-husband cheated on me?" "That's not exactly what I said." "Yes, it is. That's exactly what you're saying."
"No." Lydia paused for a sip of water.
"I think perhaps you're having difficulty seeing that Mum might be better off with Dad because your perceptions are skewed. And I think you're a delusional 45-year-old with daddy issues whose house smells like mountain goat."
Susie was on her feet.
"Abby!"
she yelled through into the other room.
"Get your things, we're going." "But I've not finished eating,"
Abby called back.
"We'll stop at McDonald's on the way home."
She marched through the door and grabbed Abby, leaving Eric sitting red-faced at the dining room table. "Great shepherd's pie," he said, rising to his feet, still chewing a mouthful as subtly as he could. "I really must get the recipe from you at some point." Back at home, Abby was given instructions to go and practice her dancing or ride her bike or basically do anything that meant she wasn't in earshot of Eric and Susie.
"Do you think she's right?"
Susie asked him over a late afternoon G&T.
"Maybe I'm acting this way because of Pete."
"Do you think you are?"
"I don't know. No. Yes. Maybe. I don't think so. The stuff that happened with Pete, it's not the same as this. I can't imagine what it's like for Mum after all those years, all those long memories. She trusted him. She had built a life around him. I don't see how he could just ruin all that."
"Perhaps it was just a silly midlife crisis."
Susie ummed as she sipped her drink. "Maybe, but then 3 months. He stayed away for nearly 3 months. Why did he come back now? If he knew he'd made a mistake, he should have been on the first flight after her the moment she left. Why did it take him so long?"
"I don't know," Eric said. "That's something you're going to have to ask him." Susie took another long draw of her drink. Eric followed suit.
"You know," she said when she placed the glass back down in front of her, "I really am sorry about the puppy. It was an amazing gesture and an amazing night. I'm sorry I ruined it. I just can't see how we can bring a puppy into this."
Eric pushed his glass against his lips and forced his eyes to meet hers. Even glazed with tears, they were the most beautiful eyes he had ever seen. "I should have asked. I should have thought it through a bit more."
"Soon," she said. "Maybe next year we'll be ready for one."
Eric closed his mouth and nodded. His mind flicked to his little red puppy and how willing Fleur would be to relinquish her responsibility after a full year. She would probably understand, he thought. Fleur was good like that. Philip and Yvette returned from London the following day, weighed down with fancy cardboard bags and hat boxes. The smell of cigars and pastries wafted off their clothes, along with something that smelt remarkably like whiskey and back-alley kebabs. "Granny!" Abby ran down the stairs to meet them. "Did you get me anything, did you? Did you?"
"Maybe," Yvette said. "I guess you'll just have to wait and see."
"You two look like you had fun," Eric said, unloading his mother-in-law.
"We did, Eric. We really did."
Yvette was grinning. It was a giddy grin, the type often caused by an exacting quantity of alcohol. Eric recognized it rather well. One more drink could tip the scale either way. Still, it was good to see her looking so at ease. Susie glanced at her watch.
"It's pretty late," she said. "I guess you'll be wanting to head back to your place now, Dad."
Yvette and Philip exchanged a look. "Actually," Philip said, "I thought I might stay here if that's okay."
"Here?" Susie said. "What's wrong with your place?"
Yvette stepped forward.
"It's a bit of a drive. Your father's been coming in from Malden each morning, and he can't really drive back now. He's had a few too many. It seems like a waste of money to pay for a taxi when there's more than enough space in my bed."
"Eric can drive you," Susie said to her father, a distinct lack of question mark apparent in the tone of her voice. Philip shook his head. "I couldn't ask you to do that. Really, it's fine. It's absolutely fine." Eric could see the tension building around his wife. Her blinking had reached an unprecedented level, and her foot was tapping faster and faster against the floor. "Yvette," Eric said, "would you mind taking Abby upstairs and running her a bath? Perhaps you can show her what you bought today."
"I'm sure her granddad would like to show her too,"
Yvette said.
"Granddad will come up shortly,"
Susie said. After a brief moment, Yvette took the hint and left. The remaining adults were 3 steps away from the kitchen table when Eric stopped. He had had more serious conversations around the cheap tatty pine table lately than he could even remember. He could barely sit at it without visions of naked Yvette or Abby's pierced ears jumping to the forefront of his mind. At that exact moment, it seemed to symbolize every disaster that had befallen them in recent months. "Shall we go into the dining room instead?" he said to Susie. Susie shrugged.
"Fine by me."
It was immediately evident that the decision to use the dining room as their questioning chamber had not been a wise one. While Philip moved around the table to sit beside the fireplace, Eric and Susie took the seats opposite. The immense length of the piece of furniture made it look like a board meeting, or a rather bizarre job interview. "So," Philip said, taking the lead in what was clearly his interrogation, "what do you want to know?"
"The truth,"
said Susie.
"About everything."
Philip nodded, although it was still another minute before he found a place to start. "The truth," he said, sucking in his cheeks and frowning. "The truth is that I was an old fool."
"Go on,"
Susie said. He sighed. "I wish I could tell you something original, something inventive, but the fact is I'm just a cliché, an aging man flattered by the attention of a young girl, fallen foul of all his morals."
"How long was it going on?"
"Going on?"
"The affair."
Philip's eyes widened. "An affair? No, it wasn't like that. I would never do that to your mother."
"What, then?"
Once again, Philip expelled the air from his lungs in a woeful gust. Eric's jaw locked. He knew this was an emotional time and probably difficult for Philip to talk about, but the number of sighs he had used to perforate the conversation had already tripled the length of their discussion. "Your mother told you about me being reassigned, I assume?"
"She did."
"And this was not my choice. I asked to stay with your mother. I really did, but there aren't as many men on the ship. 'Tis the burden of the artistic man." He paused, and when he received no hint of a sympathetic smile from Eric or Susie, he continued. "It was just before Christmas, 3 or 4 days before, I think, and we had just finished a big show. Katrina, that was the silly girl's name, said there was a party going on in her cabin and asked if I would like to come along. The only reason I said yes was to be polite. You understand that. You can't work with these people and live together and not be courteous. Anyway, there were drinks involved, and later, after everyone left, she kissed me. I hadn't expected it. It was entirely out of the blue.
And then? Susie asked.
Then?
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 Philip buried his head in his hands. Some whimpering noises, much the same as Lulu had made the night before, escaped from the cracks between his fingers. Eric turned to Susie. Her skin was white and her eyes were rimmed with the slightest tinge of pink, but she was holding it together. Of course she was. This was Susie. If this had been him and his father talking, Eric would have been across the table with him in a headlock before he had even had a chance to start speaking. Then again, Eric and his father had never had a particularly affectionate relationship.
It was the one night, I swear, that's all it was.
But Mum said the whole ship knew, that it had been going on for months, almost half a year, she said.
Philip scoffed dismissively. Ships and their gossip, absolute nonsense. A load of tongue-wagging fishwives, the lot of them, never give a second thought to who they're hurting in the process. Believe me, I've seen it all.
Susie sucked on her bottom lip. So why stay away for so long, she said, if it was, like you say, one drunken night of stupidity? Why did you not come after her? 3 months, Dad, that's a lot of time to leave someone thinking you were having an affair.
Philip massaged his temples with the knuckles of his index fingers. Perhaps that was wrong of me. Perhaps I miscalculated. But I thought she needed time. Space away from me. The last thing I wanted to do was badger her.
One phone call, Dad. Would that have been so hard? He lifted his hands, palms out in defeat.
Like I said, I'm a fool.
In the end, Eric made up a bed on the couch in the living room. Yvette protested vehemently.
We're married adults, for goodness sake. Don't be so ridiculous.
Susie fixed her face with her most measured smile. This is my home, Mother, and while you're here you will abide by at least some of my rules. If that's a problem, I'm sure I can ring up the Sailboat Inn. They have lovely family-sized rooms well within walking distance.
The sofa sounds grand, Philip said.
What do you think? Eric said as he curled up in the bed. Susie was facing the ceiling, her eyes locked on the place where the old string light pull used to be. He sounds like he's sorry, she said, and if it was just a one-night mistake, like he says, I don't know. After all, there was the incident with the plumber.
Oh, God, Chad, don't remind me, groaned Eric.
But if he missed her that much, surely she would have heard something. 3 months is a long time. Eric couldn't disagree. The previous year, he and Susie had spent a week separated, and every hour of it felt like a lifetime. He opened up his mouth to offer some words of wisdom to help comfort his wife, only to quickly realize he didn't have any.
I guess we just have to trust your mum, he said. Chapter 24. They were woken the following morning by a stream of bangs and clatters. Eric's first assumption was that Yvette had once again decided a spring clean was in order. However, when he stumbled out of bed and down the stairs, with Susie close on his heels, it was to the discovery of Yvette's suitcases stacked by the front door.
Mum?
Susie asked as Yvette came out to meet them, hair stacked high above her head in rollers.
I'm moving back in with your father, she said. We've talked it through and we've both suffered enough.
Now? Don't you think that's a bit fast?
What would be the point in waiting?
Yvette replied. When Susie couldn't offer a response, Eric jumped in with one. Where are you going? He said. Back to the ship. Philip flinched. No, fresh start and all. We thought we might try somewhere different, like the Dominican Republic. Vetti's got friends there. They've been trying to get us out there for years. This seems like the perfect time. Sounds incredible, Eric said.
He turned to his wife. Susie and Yvette's eyes were locked in a gaze.
We're not going straight away,
Yvette said, a hint of apology lilting in her voice.
Your father extended the booking and has still got another week on the rental place, so we thought we could pop back during the day if that's all right. See Abby a few more times before we leave.
The thought of leaving Abby was clearly causing her some distress. She wiped her eyes before any of the budding tears had a chance to escape down her cheek. Of course, Susie said. She'd love that. Do you want me to wake her now so you can say goodbye?"
No, no, don't fuss. We'll see her tomorrow.
Susie reached in and hugged her mother. Eric stretched out his hand towards his father-in-law.
Adieu, good man,
Philip said, and opened the front door just in time to see a car speed past. A second later came the sound of brakes screeching, followed by the familiar growl of a vehicle in reverse.
Gosh, they come down here fast, don't they?
You have no idea, Eric replied. 5 minutes later, and the pair were packed in Philip's hire car, Yvette waving wildly through the window. "You know," Susie said, wiping away the stray tears that tumbled down towards her chin, "I thought I'd feel a bit happier about this." Abby was immediately aware of the absence within the house. "But when are they coming back?" she asked, munching on a bowl of cereal. "I've got a performance in assembly on Thursday. Granny said she was going to help me."
"They'll be back for dinner tomorrow night," Eric told her, "and she's not leaving until next week. There'll be plenty of time for her to teach you everything you need to know by then."
"But what about my friends? She was going to teach them, too. She was going to teach us all."
"I know she was, sweetie."
Eric looked to his wife for support, but her gaze was gone, lost in some far-off place.
"Suze," he said, "everything all right?"
There was a moment's pause before she turned to face him. Her eyes glinted sadly. "Just a lot to be getting on with, that's all. Are you okay to get Abby sorted? I should probably head upstairs and make a start on things."
"You go," Eric said, lifting a coffee out from under the machine and taking it over to her. "I'll get Abby to school."
A smile tried to reach her eyes. "Thank you." As she turned to leave, Eric caught her by the elbow.
"I forgot," he said. "I was going to pull out some of the kitchen cabinets today, but that can wait if you'd rather. There's plenty I can do at the allotment."
Susie frowned and bit her lip. Eric waited for a response.
"Suze, cabinets or allotment? Are you sure you're okay?"
Susie's frown deepened and a moment of confusion graced her expression, before it cleared. "I'm fine," she said. "Honestly, why don't you head to the allotment? We can make a start on this together next week. I could probably do with smashing some things."
"Sounds perfect," Eric said, and leaned forward to kiss her on the lips.
Eric hadn't been lying about having lots to do at the allotment. Given the overly wet winter, many of his greenhouse seedlings were ready to be transported out into his planters. He had several varieties of spuds that he wanted to make a start on, and if time allowed it, he wanted to clean out his big blue water butt. The water had been stagnant all winter, and the combination of bird droppings, dead snails, and a multitude of wriggling creatures caused Eric's stomach to turn. He wanted it seen to as soon as possible. After all, he had first-hand experience at what happened when it was left even longer. However, despite his extensive list of jobs, Eric had a hard time getting anything productive done at all.
"How's my best girl?"
he said, rubbing a hand furiously on the exposed tummy of the red setter puppy.
"How's my favourite little girl in the whole wide world?"
"She's such a star," Fleur said, picking up a rag toy they'd been playing tug-of-war with. "She barely makes a whimper in the night. She hasn't peed in the house once, and I think she already knows how to sit. Here, watch this. Lulu." The dog's ears pricked immediately up. "Lulu, sit," Fleur said. Lulu wagged her tail. "Sit," she said again. The dog's tail wagged even harder. "Sit, Lulu." The dog leapt up onto her owner's lap and grabbed the tug-of-war toy in her mouth. "Okay," Fleur said, "so maybe that's more of a work in progress." Eric sauntered over and plucked Lulu up and off Fleur's lap.
"There's just something so calming about dogs," Eric said. "It's like they make all your troubles disappear."
After that, he continued to mill about, faffing with his seedlings and pulling out the odd weed, but would find himself stopping every 10 minutes to play yet another game with Lulu. At 11:30, Fleur brought out bacon sandwiches. "I made extra just in case there were other people around," she said, offering the plastic container to Eric. He obligingly accepted.
"Brown sauce," he said. "Good call."
"Right," Fleur said, taking a substantial bite of her own. "You know, it's only been a few months, but I can't believe how much clearer my head is now living down here. It was a good choice making this move."
"And illegally bribing the committee for an allotment."
"That was definitely a good idea. Look at the amazing company I get to keep. She laughed and threw her sandwich crust into the chicken run. A mass of feathers ran towards the scrap, wings flapping and beaks snapping. "We're going to need to get your run sorted soon," she said. "I thought you said you were going to have everything ready for your own chickens by April. We're well into March already."
"I don't know where this time has gone," Eric replied. While Fleur continued to decimate the sandwiches, Eric surveyed his plot. The raised beds and ordered rows were unrecognizable from the condemned patch of hell he had inherited nearly a year and a half ago. That whole chapter of his life felt like a lifetime ago, yet at the same time he had no idea how the time had passed so quickly. "Well," he said, bringing himself back to the present, "I ought to get on with some actual work." He reached his arm across and scratched the short, soft fur of Lulu's ears. "I shall see you tomorrow, little lady. And thank you," he said to Fleur, "for everything. I can't help feeling you're picking up a lot of my pieces at the minute." "What are friends for?" Fleur replied, and then she walked over and kissed his cheek. Abby was in a foul mood when Eric collected her from school. Nothing was right. No choice of food was correct, no suggestion of games she could play acceptable. She didn't want to help Eric sow seeds in the mini greenhouse he'd bought for the garden. She didn't want to practice her dance routine for assembly next Thursday. She didn't want to go outside and ride on her bike, nor did she want to see if any of her friends wanted to come over and play. The television wasn't showing anything she wanted to watch, and everything on her iPad was boring. "What do you want, Abs?" Eric begged after 30 minutes of preteen meltdown. "Tell me what you want to do." Abby's bottom lip jutted out above her chin. "I want to see Granny," she replied. "Of course you do." Video calling turned out to be a suitable compromise. "We'll be back tomorrow evening," Yvette said on the phone. "Your granddad and I just had a little bit of catching up to do. We'll go through all the routine then, I promise." "Are you coming back to stay?" Abby asked. Yvette pursed her lips and avoided the question. "Right," Eric said when he had finally persuaded Abby to hang up the phone. "Now get outside. You're not wasting a nice afternoon like this watching television, and we didn't buy that bike so that it could sit in the garage." "Fine, I was going to go out anyway." "Good. Just make sure you stick to the—" "I know." Abby rolled her eyes as she spoke. "Stick to the pavement, don't go near the main road, make sure my helmet is done up properly. I know, I know." She stomped off outside and into the garage, leaving Eric to wonder exactly how he was going to survive the teenage years. With Abby outside, Eric boiled the kettle and made a cup of tea. 4 o'clock was Susie's standard tea-drinking time, and the plan was that taking it up to her might give them a chance to talk. "How are you doing?" Eric said, pulling out a coaster and putting the mug down next to Susie's computer. "Have you got much done?" Susie yawned and rubbed her eyes. "Yes, I suppose. I don't know. Nothing feels right at the minute." "You're stressed. You need to take a break." "Probably," she admitted. "But do you know what I keep thinking about the most? There's all this stuff with Mum and Dad and work and Abby, and do you know what the one thing I can't stop thinking about is?" "What?" "That bloody puppy." "The puppy?" Susie pushed her glasses to the top of her head and rubbed her eyes. "It was the right decision, I know it was. There's no way we could have a puppy at the minute. Not with the house in the state it is and me working all the time." She paused for a second. "But I should have been the one to take it back, not you. That must have been horrible." Eric shuffled his feet. "Well—" "I know how much you always wanted a dog. Honestly, Suze, we'll get one. I promise we will. Next year, okay?" Eric nodded, unable to offer a response for fear it might give him away. "Maybe we should book that weekend away together," he said, noticing the bags beneath his wife's eyes, "before your mum and dad disappear again. It doesn't have to be Paris. We could just drive up to Norfolk or the Cotswolds." "Maybe," Susie said. She exhaled heavily before her eyes switched from Eric to her work and back once again. "I'll let you get on," he said. She was back, tapping away on her keyboard before Eric had even reached the door. 10 minutes later, Abby was back inside, moping. "What are you doing?" Eric said. "Where's your bike? I thought you were practicing going no-handed." Abby huffed and flopped down onto the sofa. "I'm done," she said. "You've barely been out there 5 minutes."
The man in the car was weirding me out.
"Weirding you out?
Yes, making me feel weird.
What man? What car?"
Abby pushed herself onto her knees, pulled back the curtain drapes, and pointed across the road. That car, that man, he kept staring at me while I was trying to go no-handed.
Eric followed Abby's finger. A black saloon was parked up directly opposite the house. It was an unremarkable vehicle to look at, something run-of-the-mill like a Toyota or a Ford, the type of car that regularly sped down the road thinking it was a shortcut to the village. But this one wasn't speeding. It wasn't even moving. A pair of sunglasses stared outwards from the driver's seat. "Abby, you stay here," Eric said, "and lock the door after me."
How can I do that if I have to stay here?
Abby replied. Ignoring his daughter's last comment, Eric darted through the hall, out of the house, and onto the driveway. Perhaps it was a surveyor, he thought, or one of those door-to-door salesmen searching for old people to sell their house into some dodgy pension scheme. His optimistic reasoning was quickly shattered. No sooner had Eric stepped foot out of the driveway when the car sparked into life. Eric picked up his pace, arms waving at the driver as the car pulled away from the curb. "Hey!" Eric called. The road was a dead end, and the car was facing the wrong way to get out. It would have to do a U-turn to get back out onto the main road. Eric ran into the road to get a better view. The car, having reached the dead end, came to an abrupt stop and began turning around. Eric stayed where he was, in the middle of the road. There was no way it would be able to get past him, Eric thought, standing squarely on one of the white lines. There wasn't room. It would have to stop, at which point Eric would ask the driver to wind down his window and find out exactly why he was staring at his daughter. Nice car or not, that kind of behavior was not all right. Eric stood his ground as the car came charging back toward him. "Slow down," Eric said. Then, thinking that perhaps the man hadn't seen him, he began to wave his arms. "What the—" The black car hurtled towards him, engine roaring and music blaring from the speakers. Eric's heart pounded in his chest. It would stop. It had to stop. There was no way the driver couldn't see him, but he couldn't keep going at the speed he was. It would hit him. It wouldn't, though. Surely not. Not unless it deliberately intended to. Eric dived out of the way in the nick of time. His elbow slammed against the curb. Small stones sprayed up around him. "Daddy!" Abby ran out of the driveway, barefoot and ashen-faced. "Daddy, are you all right?" Eric twisted his neck around as the tires screeched against the tarmac. He watched as the black saloon turned right onto the main road, right out onto the bends and away from Burlham. There was no chance he would be able to catch him now. Beside him, Abby was crying. "It's okay, baby. Daddy's okay. Daddy's okay." The words echoed from Eric's lips, and it took him a minute to realize that they were true. Yes, his heart was still doing 200 beats a minute, and there was blood in his mouth. No doubt he had bitten his tongue when he threw himself out of the path of the car, but all his limbs were intact. Nothing was broken, at least not that he could tell. One thing was certain. That was not a regular lost driver. Back inside the house, Eric bolted the front and back doors, then called the police. In less than 10 minutes, Maggie was at his door.
"So you didn't get the number plate?"
she asked Eric, pen between her lips and notepad out on her lap. "No," he said. "I wasn't looking. I just assumed he was going to stop." He took a sip of his tea, then, finding it too hot, blew the steam off the surface. "I still can't believe he didn't stop." Maggie had had to make the drinks. Given that the house had previously belonged to her aunt and uncle, she knew the place well, and neither Eric nor Susie was in any state to handle boiling water.
"I can't even believe you went out there. You should have called me," Susie said.
"Or me," Maggie agreed. "That would have been the sensible thing to do." Eric's tea sloshed in his cup. His legs were still trembling with aftershock. He took another sip of his tea. "I wasn't thinking. I was just going out to speak to the guy."
"You're okay, that's the main thing," Maggie said. "What about the man?" Susie asked. "Do you think there's much chance of catching him?"
Maggie sighed and closed her notepad.
"I'm going to be honest, we haven't got much to go on. A man in dark glasses driving a black car that may or may not have been a Toyota or a Ford. I've put it out over the radio, but I wouldn't hold your breath." "We understand, thank you," Eric said. "It might just be a huge misunderstanding," Maggie said, tucking the notepad into her pocket and rising to her feet. "But I don't think you should let Abby out there on her bike for a while, not unless someone is with her." "Don't worry, there's no chance of that," Eric said. "Good. Also, I'll drop by the school tomorrow to let them know about the situation, see if they've heard of anything similar going on. You never know, he might have done this at a few places. It won't hurt us all to be a little more alert. We assume Burlham is this little bubble. Maybe it is, but there's a road in and out of it, and more stuff seems to be seeping its way in." Susie crossed the room and pulled Maggie in for a hug. "Thank you," she said. "Maybe we could get together at some point under nicer circumstances. Perhaps dinner round here when we finally get our kitchen sorted." "That would be lovely," she said. "And don't worry, I can let myself out." She offered Eric one last pat on the shoulder as she went. With Maggie gone, Eric and Susie fell into a silence. Abby, shaken up by the whole event, had wanted to stick close. They had put the iPad on for her to watch, and she curled up on the floor by Susie's feet, but within 10 minutes the stress had taken its toll, and she was fast asleep. Eric picked her up, laid her down on the sofa, and pulled a blanket up over her shoulders. "I just can't believe it," Susie said. "I didn't think things like this happened out here. That was part of the reason for moving, so Abby could have more of a childhood, so she could play outside and not have to worry about things like this." "I know." Eric combed his fingers through Abby's hair, tucking a strand or two behind her ear. "And you didn't recognize him? You don't think it could have been some kind of prank?" Eric scoffed. "Definitely not a prank," he said, "and I didn't recognize him or the car." "Drink," she sighed, bracing her arms against the chair. "Yes, please," Eric replied. "A large one." After a minute, Susie still hadn't moved. Eric wondered if she'd been implying that he was the one who was meant to get the drinks, and was about to ask as much, when she spoke again. "I guess it's just a good thing Mum wasn't here. That would be the last thing she needed to hear after everything." Eric thought it over. On the sofa, Abby let out a soft, childish snore. "Perhaps we're better off keeping this to ourselves," he said, standing up after finally deciding to get the drinks himself. "The last thing we want to do is stir up a whole lot of fuss. After all, I'm sure it was just a one-off." Susie's eyes followed his, down to the top of Abby's head. "Perhaps you're right," she said. Chapter 25. Keeping the news of the mysterious black car to themselves didn't last quite as long as they'd hoped. At Abby's school, Eric had barely switched off the engine before he was accosted. "We heard about last night," a random parent told Eric as he approached the gate, Abby's hand firmly in his. "In Burlham, of all places, I can't believe it." "I won't be letting mine out on their own any time soon," said another. "This is terrible," Abby's teacher said in the classroom. "We're so glad that Abby managed to get away." "Well, he didn't actually try to grab her," said Eric.
"Are you sure?" she said, tilting her head, as if to imply Eric might be the one with the wrong information.
"Pretty sure. I was there, remember?"
"Oh yes, of course you were." Her teacher wasn't the only one who seemed to have got an embellished version. "I heard he pulled a knife on you," said Janice, cornering him the moment he arrived at the allotment. Her basket was slung over her shoulder, already half full of cut stems.
No knives," Eric said, "or guns, or any kind of weaponry. Apart from the car. I guess the car was a weapon, sort of."
"Oh," Janice said, looking genuinely disappointed.
"He did try to run me over, though," Eric said,
hoping that might cheer her up a little. Janice shrugged and hobbled away. "It really is terrible," Fleur said as they sat on her veranda. "You can understand why people are upset, especially if they have children."
"You don't need to tell me," Eric said. "I don't ever plan on letting Abby out the house again."
"And in Burlham. It's so sleepy you wouldn't think something like that was possible here." Lulu, who was undoubtedly blessed with some type of doggy intuition, had refused to leave Eric's side since she'd arrived at the allotment. Even when Fleur had called her, she'd fixed rigidly to Eric's ankles. Currently she was sleeping on his lap, the soft buzz of her snore vibrating down his knees.
"That's exactly what Susie said," Eric replied.
This kind of thing was one of our reasons for leaving London in the first place. Fleur inhaled sharply.
Where was Susie when this was going on? She asked. I thought she'd be home.
She was. She was upstairs working in her office.
I see.
She's pretty snowed under at the minute.
Obviously,
Fleur replied, with what sounded like a tut. Behind her, a loud squawking cut into the air.
Not again,
she groaned, levering herself up and out of the chair. Margot? Eric questioned.
Most probably,
Fleur chuckled, making her way over to the pen to deal with the clucking.
She's probably got her feet stuck in the wire again.
How does she do that?
I've no idea. In some chicken circles, she'd probably be considered a genius.
Eric thoroughly doubted that was true. A little before midday, Eric packed up his tools and began the cycle home. He had left the car for Susie, in case she fancied going out at all, although he knew the chance was slim. He was going to stop in at the police station and see if there had been any developments, if for no other reason than to put Susie's mind at ease, but Maggie had promised she would call him directly if anything turned up, so he decided better of it. With this thought at the forefront of his mind, he was more than a little startled to arrive home and find their driveway blocked by a blue and white police car. Susie? Eric dropped his bike against the wall. His keys fumbled in the lock. Susie? Susie! His legs carried him straight up the stairs to her office. He pushed open the door to find it empty. Racing back downstairs, he ran into the dining room. Her extended office was strewn with papers and notepads, but, yet again, no Susie. Susie! Eric shouted at the top of his lungs.
Eric?
With his eyes glazing from the panic, Eric turned to the voice. Susie was standing at the entrance to the conservatory. In 2 strides, he crossed the kitchen and flung his arms around his wife.
Eric, what's wrong?
Susie said, pushing herself back to arm's length and brushing a hand against his cheek. The police car, Eric said. I thought he'd come back. I don't know what I thought. His head flopped into his hands as he attempted to shake his stupidity away.
Maggie popped round is all, and we thought we'd talk in the conservatory, since it was a nice day.
I'm sorry, said Maggie as she appeared in the conservatory doorway. This is my fault. She was holding a freshly brewed cup of tea. Steam from the surface weaved up in spirals.
I didn't mean to freak you out, only we got a bit of news and I wanted to tell you personally. I've only just got here, literally 2 minutes ago. Sue's just put the kettle on so I could give you a ring. Probably should have rung ahead first, though.
That may have been a good idea, Eric said, closing his eyes and exhaling in relief. A second later, his eyes pinged open. You've got news? Maggie's mouth twisted.
Perhaps we should sit down, she said.
Maggie led the pair into the conservatory. Still holding Susie's arm, Eric lowered himself down into one of the chairs.
Obviously, we didn't have much to go on, but after I left yours last night, I went up to Buchanan's, you know, the garage?
Eric knew it well. It was where Sally had been stored after his father's death. It was situated half a mile up the main road past their turning.
Well, I thought I'd ask Florence, the owner, if she'd seen anything. Miraculously, she said she'd seen a man and car who fitted your ludicrously vague descriptions, and she remembered it because he wasn't particularly polite. So I asked if I could have a look at her CCTV, and guess what?
You managed to get a plate number, Eric said.
I did.
Eric's sigh of relief was as dramatic as it was audible. He turned to his wife. Susie smiled back and squeezed his knee, although the relief was short-lived. What is it? Eric said. What did you find out? Maggie steepled her fingers and rested her chin on the top of the spire.
The car we identified, the one we think fits the description, is registered under the name of a Mr. A. Carvey. Anton Carvey.
She emphasized the last name heavily both times she said it, although Eric wasn't entirely sure as to why. Am I supposed to know who that is? He said. Maggie's head bounced on her fingers. It was more of a contemplative gesture than a nod.
No, but we do. Not a pleasant chap. He's had a lot of dealings with the police in the past. Not around here, though. Mostly around South London.
Susie frowned.
And you're saying that this man, this Anton Carvey, is the man that tried to run Eric over?
It looks like it, Maggie nodded.
But why? Susie pressed. That's what we keep asking ourselves. I was hoping you might be able to offer some suggestions.
Suggestions? Eric said.
Well, I was thinking. Maggie directed her questioning at him. I know you worked for a big company in the city before you moved down here. I wondered if that might somehow be linked to all this. I'm not sure. Perhaps someone might feel you have a debt to pay?
Eric shook his head. I mainly worked with schools. The last 2 deals I secured were hiring extra physics teachers for schools in the Midlands. I can't imagine he'd have a problem with that. I know a lot of kids hate physics, but that seems a little extreme.
Maggie offered a suitably humoured chuckle that faded quickly. What about you? She said to Susie. You can't think of anyone who might have a grudge against you?
It was Susie's turn to shake her head.
Not unless they have a problem with mediocrely written chick lit and articles on how to make the most out of overripe avocados.
Maggie continued to nod thoughtfully.
Okay. Well, I had to check.
Maggie placed her mug down on the floor and stood up, causing Susie and Eric to follow suit.
You know there's a very good chance that this is all just some misunderstanding, and I'm sure it will all blow over soon enough. But just in case...
We'll bolt the windows, double-lock the doors, and have you on speed dial, Eric finished.
Maggie hugged them both before letting herself out.
It was only in the early evening, when Abby came careering down the staircase in her full dance garb, that Eric and Susie remembered her parents were coming for dinner.
Shit, Susie said. Have we got any food in?
Not unless you did a secret shop. I completely lost track of time, sorry.
As if sensing the conversation, the doorbell rang.
Take away it is, then.
They were 3 steps away from answering when Susie stopped. She knelt down to eye level with Abby, shooting Eric a quick nod en route. Abby, I think it's probably best we don't tell Granny and Grandad about the man with the car, she said. I don't want to worry them.
Susie looked at Eric, who nodded his agreement, then turned once more back to Abby.
Do you think that's all right, honey? Do you think you could keep it our little secret? Just for a bit, not forever. Just we don't want to tell them right now.
Abby wrinkled her nose as if she were a rabbit mid-chew. After a second or so, she dropped the expression. A small light glinted in her eyes.
Can I take the iPad to bed tonight? She said,
a smile creeping onto her lips. Eric scoffed. No, he said, absolutely not.
Abby sighed dramatically. I guess I'll have to tell Granny and Grandad about the strange man then, she said.
Eric's jaw dropped. Abigail Sibley, are you blackmailing me? He said.
The glint twinkled a little brighter in his daughter's eyes as she stared innocently up at her father. I'm not sure. Does it mean I'll get my own way if I am?
Eric was agog. Beside him, Susie cleared her throat.
20 minutes, that's it, she said.
Abby grinned.
A pleasure doing business with you, she said.
As Philip and Yvette swept through the hallway, it was like the last months had never happened. Yvette's coiffed hair stood inches above her scalp, and a haze of floral perfume clouded the air around her. Sparkling jewels dripped from her ears and neck, while her signature rings were back on her fingers. Philip looked different too. His skin appeared to be 3 shades darker. Eric had a recollection of there being a tanning salon just outside of Malden. Clearly Philip had been making the most of his time on the land.
Darlings, darlings,
said Yvette as she swung her coat from her shoulders and strode into the hallway, tossing the garment over to Eric en route.
My goodness, it feels like I haven't seen you in years.
She leaned forward and air-kissed Susie's cheeks.
Granny, Abby said, tugging at her grandmother's hand, I need you to help me. We have to practice. I'm dancing in assembly this week in front of the whole school.
The whole school? Abigail, that's marvellous. Simply marvellous.
She crouched down to hug her granddaughter.
Well then, she said, we must practice.
Is takeaway all right for dinner?
Susie said, taking her father's coat and hanging it on a hook next to Yvette's.
We were going to cook, but I'm afraid time got away from us.
Takeaway sounds delightful, Philip replied, although not Indian. The chili powder they use in these inauthentic meals gives me terrible wind. And not Thai either. My stomach bloats terribly with Thai. I suspect it's the fish sauce. Chinese it is then, Eric said. I'll be back as soon as I can, although I thought I might cycle down if you're all right with that."
"Sounds like a great idea," Susie said. Eric kissed Susie goodbye, squeezing her shoulders for extra support.
"I won't be long," he whispered.
"Ride safely," she replied.
The Chinese was in the centre of the village, just 3 doors down from Eves and Doyle Solicitors, the firm who had handled Eric's father's estate after his death. A red neon dragon flashed above the entrance, and the smell of deep-fried wontons wafted out into the street any time someone opened the door. Said wonton aroma had many a time been Eric's undoing, and more than once he had indulged in a little pre-lunch appetizer of spare ribs and prawn crackers after visiting the allotment. Susie had promised to ring through the order from the house the moment he left, but knowing how long it took Philip to make a decision about food, Eric suspected he would be waiting for the best part of half an hour. Normally, this would have been a source of deep aggravation. However, as Eric propped the bike against the wall outside the restaurant, he looked through the window and smiled. "Well, I didn't expect to see you here," he said, pushing open the door to the sound of Chinese mandolins.
"I'm addicted to the hot and sour soup," Fleur said. "Don't tell anyone, it's my 3rd takeaway this week."
Eric laughed. From down below him came a small bark. "Hey, you," said Eric, kneeling on the linoleum flooring and bundling the little dog into his arms. "Twice in one day, aren't I lucky?" The small dog slobbered all over his face, filling his nostrils with a smell of dog food and puppy breath. With a playful growl, Eric submerged his face into the wriggling mass of fur.
"Dog down or dog outside?"
Eric lifted his gaze from the ground to be confronted by a decidedly angry-looking teenage girl. "Sorry," Eric said, still on his knees. "My wife was going to ring through an order. Kung Po beef, spring—"
"I know your order. You need to put your dog down. Now."
"Sorry, I was just—" "Now." Eric caught Fleur's eye. The corners of his mouth twitched as he suppressed a grin. He could see her doing the same. "Sorry," Eric said, and lowered Lulu back to the floor. When the girl had disappeared back into the kitchen, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a dog biscuit. Keeping one eye on the door to the kitchen, he slipped the treat to Lulu. Her tail thumped the ground in response.
"So," Fleur said, "any news from the police? Do they have any idea who it was that tried to run you over yet?"
"Actually, yes.
"Really?"
It's a bit of a crazy story."
"I've got time," Fleur said.
Eric opened his mouth and tried to figure out what to tell her. It was probably best to start with Maggie appearing at the house in the police car and his ensuing panic, despite the fact it made him sound like a neurotic idiot. "Well, after I left you this morning, I—"
"Number 224,
yelled the cantankerous girl from behind the counter, stopping Eric's story before it had even started.
"Number 224.
Reaching up, she dropped a bag laden with sealed plastic containers onto the counter.
"Lemon chicken spare ribs, crispy seaweed, prawn crackers, hot and sour soup, sweet and sour pork balls, and chicken fried rice, number 224.
"That's me," Fleur said, and levered herself to standing before walking over and taking the bag. She passed the girl 2 20-pound notes, which she took and planted into the till.
"So tell me what happened,"
Fleur said, returning to her place on the hard white seat. Eric shook his head. "I'll catch you up in the morning. It's a long story, and it's not that interesting, really. You don't want to keep your company waiting."
"Company?"
Eric glanced back down at her feet. Lulu was attempting to pilfer prawn crackers from the top of the bag.
"Oh, this is just from—"
Fleur stopped mid-sentence and blushed. She pushed herself to her feet again.
"Yes, this is for me and my company. I definitely have company. Right, Lulu?"
She smiled again, wider this time. It pushed the apples of her cheeks into perfect rounds.
"I guess that means I'm busted."
Eric was still staring at Fleur's cheeks when she stopped talking. They were incredibly round, he noticed, and absolutely symmetrical, almost like golf balls. "So, yes, well," Eric started stuttering, suddenly coming back to the moment and hoping that he had started talking before Fleur noticed him staring. "I'll tell you everything when I see you tomorrow." Lulu looked up at her previous owner. Her tail flopped between her legs. "I know," Eric said to the dog, "but I'll see you tomorrow." She whined. Fleur looked at him apologetically.
"You know, I think she misses you," she said.
"I miss her, too," Eric said. He sighed deeply as he offered Lulu one more hurried rub. A moment later, the pair sauntered off down the high street. Eric's chest ached. There really was something special about that dog. A bond. Maybe he could talk to Fleur about letting him have her back next year when Susie was a bit more settled.
"One kung po chicken with extra onions,"
the girl called across the room. "God damn it," Eric cursed. Eric made good time on the ride home. He'd kept at a fairly strenuous pace all the way until the turn-off to his road when he slowed down. The last thing he wanted was to come face to face with a lost car doing a U-turn straight into him. In a battle of car versus bike, there was only ever one winner. A few meters from the house, and a voice caught his attention. "No, that's ridiculous." There was something about the hushed urgency that made Eric slow. "Why? You're panicking. It's understandable." For a second, Eric thought that Philip and Yvette had moved outside for a more private conversation, but as the one-line responses continued, he realized it must be a phone call. "You shouldn't be calling. We agreed. This is for the best. It's the only option. You know it is. I would have heard. I promise. Now stop panicking. You've got more important things to focus on." Eric's pulse was thumping in his chest. He couldn't stay out all night and listen. He needed to get into the house, but the last thing he wanted was for Philip to think he had been eavesdropping. With 3 meters left to go, he pushed down hard on the pedals and sped into the driveway as if he had sprinted the whole way there. Startled, Philip jumped back. "Eric," he said as he slipped his phone into his pocket, "I'd just come out to see where you got to. Is that the food? Fantastic, I'm starving." Then, without another word, he spun around and disappeared into the house. Inside, and the dilapidated kitchen table was covered in sequined lace and glitter glue. Hoping for another option, Eric peered into the dining room to see that table there was equally camouflaged, although in Susie's paraphernalia as opposed to Abby's.
"Granny's making my costume," Abby said.
"I can see. I guess it's a TV dinner," Eric said. No, Yvette said. "We can clear all this up." She lifted a corner of the fabric only to spray the floor with glitter. "I'll get the trays," Susie said.
"Why is it called a TV dinner when we're not allowed to have the TV on?" Abby asked as Eric opened the various containers. "It should be called a lap dinner because we're allowed it on our laps."
"Fine, it's a lap dinner," Eric conceded, sensing what could potentially become an incredibly long conversation.
"Can I watch my iPad? Then it's a bit more like a TV dinner."
"Nope, but good try," Eric said. "Anyway, we're not eating in the living room. I thought we'd eat in the conservatory for a change." After dishing up the food, Eric laid the spare ribs and prawn crackers on the countertop, instructing everyone to help themselves. In the conservatory, he took a place in the wicker armchair while Philip and Yvette squashed up on the sofa. The last time he had been in there, Eric thought, was with Lulu. The ache in his chest resurfaced and swelled. Clenching his jaw, he forced it back down. This was a nice room, he told himself. He couldn't let memories of his lost puppy haunt it forever, particularly when there was a chance that one day he might get her back. Eric was reminded one mouthful in how he hated TV dinners, even more than his crummy kitchen table and messy dining room. He found it impossible to eat on his lap without spilling something for starters, and the crick in his neck felt even worse hunched over.
"So, Mum, did you have a good day yesterday?" Susie asked, sitting cross-legged on the floor with her plate between her knees. "Did you and Dad do anything nice?"
"Oh, we did lots of nice things. Lots of very nice things." The pair looked at each other and giggled. Eric shuddered. "And we transferred all our money, ready for the Dominican Republic."
"So you're definitely going through with it?"
"We are," Philip said, shuffling to straighten his already perfect posture. "We even opened a whole world bank account. Our entire savings will soon be accessible in Dominican pesos." "Wow, that's a big decision," Eric said. "But a good one," Philip replied. Next to him, Yvette smiled. Her eyes were still wary, Eric thought with a little sadness, but at least her smiles were making a dent on her features now.
"Eric's right, this is a big move," Susie said, fixing her eyes solely on her mother.
"Well, it's time we did something a little different," Yvette replied. "And it means we'll have a base, a place that Abby can come and visit us.
You'd like that, wouldn't you, sweetie?
Probably, Abby said. I guess it depends what the food's like. The conversation continued with Philip at the helm again. Most of it was repeats of the previous night, which countries they'd enjoyed the most, where they would never visit again, and why Philip was so vehemently against going back to the cruise ships. It's claustrophobic, he insisted, spooning up a forkful of crispy shredded chili beef into his mouth. You don't see it when you're in there, but no, at my age, our age, I think it's time for a change, time to opt for a slower pace of life. Is that right? Eric said. Not to mention the lack of culture, no theatres, no art galleries, just crass, big-budget films and the same cabaret night after night. Do they have many art galleries in the Dominican Republic? Eric asked. The group fell into a food-fueled silence. Eric looked at his wife. Even in her silent state, Eric could see the cogs turning. He only wished he knew what conclusions they were building to. Are there any more of those spring rolls? Philip asked, despite the fact his plate was still half full. I'll go see, Susie responded. Eric placed a hand on her shoulder. You stay here. I'll go get them. She offered him an appreciative smile as he slipped through into the kitchen. They have dolphins in the Dominican Republic, Yvette was saying to Abby as he went. You can swim with them there. Would you like that, Abby dear? Dancing and swimming with dolphins. Will they eat me? Abby replied. In the kitchen, as Eric piled up the remnants of the appetizers to take back through, he was suddenly jealous of Fleur's mountain of food. No matter how much they ordered, he never felt like he got enough when guests were over. Fortunately, he was in the exact position to remedy that. Halfway through sneaking one of the larger spring rolls into his mouth, the doorbell rang. He groaned and dropped the roll back onto his plate. For a man that had previously prided himself on family privacy, moving to Burlem had thrown a complete spanner in the works. Most probably it was one of the neighbours wanting to catch up on the gossip regarding the black car, or else add their own sordid explanation. A small internal smile flickered within him. It wasn't that bad being part of a community. In fact, he rather liked it. I'll get it, Eric said. He was busy musing over which version of the story the caller would be here to deliberate when he reached the door and opened it without so much as a glance through the window. Hi, Eric began before running out of words. In all of Eric's adult life, he had never, bar one trip to Chicago where he watched an NBA game, considered himself a short man. At just shy of 6 foot, he had found his height highly acceptable for all jobs he could be required to do, including reaching items from the top shelf at a supermarket, spotting Abby and Susie in a packed hall after a school production, and any general handyman-type activities needed around the house or the allotment. In some situations, he had even considered himself tall. This was not such a situation. It would not have been an understatement to suggest the man with whom Eric found himself face to chest with was at least a head and a half taller. With the breadth to match, he stood nearly as wide as the door, and Eric roughly estimated that one of the man's biceps would probably measure the same in diameter as both of his own thighs strapped together. However, neither of those features, height nor bicep size, concerned Eric quite so much as the item of sports equipment currently grasped in his hand. The baseball bat struck the man's palm once, then again, and then a third time. Is he here? The man said. Eric winced at the glint of a gold tooth, more due to the cliché than anything else. Sorry, I think you may have got the wrong house. I'm not going to ask you again, the man said, eyes bulging in their sockets. Is he here? Right, said Eric, and then took a deep breath in as he tried to muster his most polite and forceful response. I'm going to tell you again, I think you have the wrong house. With one swift elbow, the man shoved Eric to the side and pushed his way into the hall. Wait a minute, you can't just barge in here. The man planted one of his oversized boots into the living room door. The wood buckled with the force. What the hell? I know he's here. The man spun around, swinging the baseball bat into the already busted living room door. The wood cracked with a sickening thud. Eric, what the hell is going on? Susie appeared in the hall in front of the pair. Her eyes blinked in disbelief at the sight of the man in front of her. Get out, Suze, Eric cried to his wife. Get everyone out.
Chapter 26. The house was a blur. Confused by all the noise, Yvette, Abby and Philip also appeared in the hallway with Susie. The mammoth man with the baseball bat stood between Eric and his family. "Go out the back door, now!" Eric shouted, trying to see a way around the Goliath to get to his family. "Now!" For a moment, the group watched on as if the sight were too bizarre. In a flash, Yvette had bundled Abby up in her arms while yanking Susie back into the kitchen. Seeing they were safe, Eric ducked back out through the front door. A minute later, the four of them had regrouped in the driveway. "Who the hell is that?" Susie asked. She, like Eric and Yvette, was panting, although the run could not have been more than a few meters. "I have no idea. We need to call the police." "What on earth did he want?"
Philip!
Yvette screamed. Eric glanced around them. The road was lit up by the street lamps and hazy house lights. They were right, he realized. It was just them. In the confusion, his concerns had been solely for Abby, Susie, and Yvette. He hadn't even thought about Philip.
"Grandad?"
Abby questioned.
He's still in there,
Yvette cried.
We have to get him. We have to.
Eric turned to Susie. She stood a little way away, clutching Abby, her phone pressed to her ear. A moment later, she was walking towards him.
"Maggie's on her way, but we need to get her out of here,"
Susie said, motioning with her chin towards Abby. Eric nodded, his voice taking a moment to catch up. "Take her to Hank's," Eric said, "and take your mum, too." Susie nodded, although Yvette refused to move. "Yvette, I need you to go with Susie. I'll see to Philip. Are you listening? You need to go with Susie and wait for the police."
Philip,
she muttered, seemingly oblivious to Eric's words.
My poor pipsqueak.
A loud crash jerked Eric's attention back to the house with a shudder. The whole situation was insane. The man, whoever he was clearly deranged, and now Philip was trapped in there with him. A churning sensation roiled its way through Eric's gut. There was no way a man like Philip could hold his own against the Goliath-like intruder, and neither, Eric suspected, could he. But maybe if he could just find a way to keep the man occupied until the police came, that would be enough. He had no choice. He had to go back in. "You can do this," Eric told himself in a mini-motivational pep talk. "You've got this." He closed his eyes, held his breath, and raced back into the house. His fists were up and balled, ready to strike, yet he had barely stepped inside when he froze. "What the—" Eric was confronted with what could easily have been a comedy sketch. The fast and nimble cat chased around the house by the lumping giant dog. Yes, the man with the bat had strength on his side, but 50 years of ballroom dancing meant that Philip was quicker on his feet than most men half his age. He ducked and dived and pirouetted out of the bat's reach, anticipating its movement with every swing. The bat came down with a thwack against Eric's sofa. Now they would have to get another one, he thought, although after this they were never having guests again, so a sofa bed was well and truly off the list. Another blow slammed down on the coffee table. Eric winced. Handmade Balinese teak tables were tough to get hold of at the best of times, and he had no idea how he would file this for the insurance claim. He couldn't look at the staircase. He didn't want to know what had happened to his beautiful balustrade. "Eric!" Philip shouted when he saw his son-in-law appearing at the doorway. "What are you doing?" "I came back to help you. What are you doing? Yvette and the girls are safe. Get out of here." Suddenly aware of the additional target in the room, the giant stopped and twisted round to face Eric. Philip took advantage of the distraction. As if choreographed from a West End show, he leapt from the armchair and into the air. He planted his left foot on the arm of the sofa, sprang into the air, arched his back and twisted upwards, sending his legs spinning. With one final flick of his foot, he struck square across the man's jaw. The baseball bat fell with a clatter. Dazed, or maybe dazzled and confused, the man staggered backwards and then forwards again, his eyes wandering and wobbling wildly. For a second he looked like he might go down, but then his gaze steadied and began scanning the floor. Eric saw what he was looking for just a fraction of a second before he did. There was no choice in the matter. If the meathead got his hands back on the baseball bat, it was likely that both Eric and his father-in-law, who was down and appeared to be suffering from his spectacular Bruce Lee impression, were going to meet the worst possible ending. Even without it, there was a good chance that this ended badly for them.
Without allowing himself any more time to think, Eric lunged across the room and grabbed the bat with both hands. He gasped in both fear and relief as he rolled onto his back. It was a peculiar position in which to face an assailant, Eric decided, his mind playing like a scene from a film unfolding in slow motion. The man was focused now, standing and looming only meters away from where Eric lay flat on his back, waving the bat furiously above him. The man-mountain moved forward. Eric squeezed his eyes half shut, blurring the figure in front of him. He had been knocked unconscious once before, when he was 11. His father had made him try out for the rugby team. A misplaced throw combined with a complete and utter lack of spatial awareness resulted in him taking a blow to the left temple. He had heard the crack for only a millisecond before everything went black. Hours later, and the woozy feeling had failed to pass. He had a feeling this was going to be a lot worse. Eric waited, heart in his mouth. He should have told the girls he loved them before he ran back inside, he thought. But they would know that, wouldn't they? They would remember how much he loved them. His eyes were fully closed now, awaiting the inevitable, trying to remember the last time he had kissed his wife and daughter. He had just managed to recall the moment when a fizzing electric static sound filled the air. "Look out!" someone yelled. Eric opened his eyes, gasped, and rolled to the side just in time to watch his Balinese teak coffee table disintegrate beneath the giant.
"But I don't get why he was even here," Yvette said. "Clearly he was insane. Had he escaped from somewhere? Do they have an asylum in Burlem?"
She was tending to a cut on the side of Philip's cheek. Everyone in the room, bar Maggie, was sitting, although on what remained questionable. The much-loved sofa no longer had functioning arms, and the coffee table looked more like one of Eric's failed DIY projects than anything else. "No, Yvette," Eric said. "No asylums in Burlem, except maybe this one."
"We need to press charges," she continued. "Oh, my poor little pipsqueak. You saved us all, you know that, don't you? You saved us all."
Now that the adrenaline had worn off, the reality was starting to sink in. Every time Eric blinked, the vision of the bat swinging above his head came to the forefront of his mind, causing cold sweats to spill out over his face and neck. If Maggie had arrived even a second later, Abby could have found herself without a father. It didn't bear thinking about. Once again it had fallen upon Maggie to make the tea. Her colleague had taken the statements and headed back to the station after bundling the assailant into the back of a police car. Technically, Maggie had already clocked off, but she'd stayed to make the drinks and give the house another once-over before she left. "So it was who you thought? That was Carvey?" Susie asked. Her hand trembled slightly as she clutched Eric's knee. Although that aside, she appeared to be in a better state than the rest of them. She had rung Lydia and asked her to collect Abby from Hank's, and had managed to answer most of the police questions, despite seeing far less than Eric or Philip. "It was," Maggie replied. "The man himself." "But why?" Susie continued. "What did he want with us? We don't even know the man." Maggie took a deep breath. She held it in her lungs as her eyes moved from Philip to Susie and back again. Philip, Eric noticed, had been unusually quiet since their relocation to the living room, letting Yvette fuss and tend to him without so much as a word. "Mr. Devonport, I believe you and your wife were recently separated," Maggie said. Yvette stiffened.
"Only briefly, and that's all in the past,"
she said, brushing off Maggie's comment with a dismissive wave of her hand.
"We're moving to the Dominican Republic. We've opened a bank account."
Maggie smiled.
"Besides," Yvette continued, "what would that have to do with some random thug coming into my daughter's home and attacking us?"
"I have to agree, Maggie," Susie said. "I'm not sure why the state of my parents' marriage has anything to do with a random attack." Maggie's smile remained in place, but it was tight and narrow and caused an unusual constriction around Eric's abdomen. He looked to Susie. She could see it, too. "The thing is, I don't believe it was random, and I'm not so sure that this separation is entirely in the past. Is it, Philip?" Maggie continued. Yvette's cheeks flamed. She threw herself up to standing.
"How dare—"
"Dad?" Susie's quiet tone stopped her mother's outburst in its tracks. "What's going on?" All eyes turned to Philip, whose head was down and shaking while Maggie nodded knowingly.
"Philip, what's she on about?"
Yvette was still on her feet.
"What does she mean, not in the past?"
Philip's gaze remained down, but even Eric, from across the room, could see the sheen of tears that began to glaze his eyes. "I'm so sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry." In truth, Eric felt like he had missed half a conversation. Maggie was continuing to nod her head sympathetically while Philip buried his in his hands, and Susie's whole face contorted in repulsion. It was only when Yvette spoke that Eric realized he was not the only one who needed a few more blanks filling in.
"What is she talking about?"
Yvette said, her gaze focused on her husband.
"What have you done, Philip?"
The clock in the hall was broken, smashed up by a loon with a baseball bat. Nonetheless, Eric couldn't help but hear a slow tick-tock as the seconds passed, one after another. "I didn't know," Philip said, finally lifting his gaze. His eyes pleaded first to his wife, but then in turn he looked to his daughter, and Eric, and even Maggie. "I didn't know who she was. She was funny and charming and beautiful. She made me laugh. I felt like I was 21 again." He paused and smiled slightly as if waiting for someone to interject. When nobody did, he continued. "She told me what her family did, who they were, but it didn't matter to me. She wanted out of that life. That's why she was on the boat. And I'm old, my clock's ticking. I was happy. We were happy. We were in love." Eric listened to his wife's repeated gulps as she swallowed back one tear and then another. Yvette was nearly translucent, trembling. Even he was having a hard time keeping his hands in his pockets and not balling them into fists, ready to launch them at his father-in-law. The silence expanded. There was more to come. Eric could feel it prickling in the air. He just prayed in his heart he was wrong. "We were going to raise it together," he said. "That was what she wanted, what I wanted too. We both did." Yvette yelped in pain. It took Eric a second longer. "A baby? You got her pregnant," he said. Philip nodded soundlessly. "We were going to be a proper family."
"You're over twice her age,"
Susie said, her pale skin having now taken on an angry glow.
"You're old enough to be her father, her grandfather even."
Philip screwed up his nose as if Susie had said the most disgusting, despicable thing possible, regardless of the fact that it was entirely true. "Love doesn't care about age," he said. Eric felt a flash of heat rush to his cheeks. "Are you insane?" he said. "You had a family, a wife, you vile piece of—"
"What happened?"
Maggie said, halting Eric before he actually lunged.
"I assume her family found out, threatened you."
Philip chewed his lip and nodded. "Carvey, he's her brother. We knew it was just a matter of time, but we thought we could try to appease him. We thought if he saw how happy we were, then he wouldn't—"
"You wouldn't care about the 40-year age gap,"
Susie finished for him. Philip sucked on his cheeks and pouted. "The minute we made port, she made me go. I knew about his temper, about it all. Poor Katrina, she only wanted to save me."
"So why come back here?" Susie said, a jet-black glare in her eyes. "Why come back to Mum with all these romantic gestures, trying to win her back?"
Philip lowered his gaze. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, but he made no attempt to wipe them away.
"Why would you do that, Dad? If you were happy with this girl, why did you come back at all?"
The room waited for an answer, and for the longest time none came. Tears flowed in unending torrents that slid silently down Yvette's face, though, through it all, she kept her posture upright and unyielding, never snivelled or sniffed. In fact, she'd been entirely silent since that first, painful yelp.
"Why, Dad?" Susie asked again. "Why did you come back?"
When a further silence followed, it was Yvette who cleared her throat.
"He needed me," she said. "That's right, isn't it, dear? You needed me so you could get a job in some remote little place where no one would find you. That's why it was all about the islands. Am I right? Bora Bora,
Fiji, Dominican Republic, anywhere off the radar. I'm right, aren't I? You needed to get yourself as far away from this place as possible, and I was the easiest route out of here.
All eyes were on Philip.
What was the plan? Yvette continued. Wait until we were settled, then send word to your tart and ship her over. Give her enough time to get back in the leotard and slyly sneak her into my place. You're a has-been, and even if you weren't, no one was going to give you a job after this stunt. It's a shame that love can't pay the bills, isn't it, Philip? After all, who would employ a pregnant 24-year-old dancer? I was your only chance. Dad?
Susie had gone pale again.
That isn't true. Surely. That can't be true. That can't be why you came back.
Philip's head remained bowed, and Yvette kept going.
Were you even going to come with me? She asked. Or did you just want to make it look like you'd gone? Perhaps if the rumour mill heard that you and I had disappeared to some remote little island, this cave would call off the dogs and you could slip back to a life here with your 20-something whore.
Philip's head snapped up. His eyes flashed with anger. Katrina is not a whore.
No.
Yvette held her composure far better than Philip was managing, far better than Eric imagined anyone would do in such a situation.
Maybe not. Maybe it is love, but everything else is true, isn't it? I was a decoy, a diversion, a sad little plot twist in your sordid little love story.
Philip mumbled something as he ground his molars. I still love you, too, he coughed out eventually, the words somewhere between a choke and a splutter. Yvette laughed. It was cold and heartless and sent chills straight down the length of Eric's spine. Eric stood up. He crossed the room, took hold of the door handle, and opened the door wide. I think you need to go now, Philip, he said. The moment Philip left, the tears started in earnest. Maggie escorted him out, while Yvette fell to the floor. Susie tried her best to comfort her, as did Eric, but in the end, all they could do was guide her up to her bed. 2 hours later, and her sobs still echoed through the walls. Eric had then left a message on the school answer phone at 9:30 at night, saying that Abby wouldn't be coming to school the next day due to personal circumstances. Susie had messaged her editor about pushing back a deadline. They needed time as a unit to support Yvette, that was clear. The decision was made that they would all go up to Lydia's tomorrow and make further plans from there. Hopefully some space away from the house would be enough time to get things clearer in their heads. I should get on with some work, Susie said, ignoring the hour. I'm going up to my office for a bit. Are you sure I can't help you with anything? Eric replied. I'm sure, she said. For an hour, Eric busied himself trying to fix some of the mess that the baseball bat had caused. The recently laid carpet was full of splinters and the prized balustrades smashed to pieces. When his legs and mind could take no more, he went up to Susie's office and rapped his knuckles on the door. When she didn't reply, he pushed it open anyway and peered his head through. Suze? She twisted around to face him. Her face was blotchy, red and raw from where she'd been crying. On her desk lay her laptop and notebooks. All of them were closed. Suze, he said, what can I do? She smiled meekly. Is there any work I can help you with? Or your mum? I was thinking about it, and we can start converting the garage next week if you want. I'm okay with that. Really, I am. She can stay forever if that's what you want. Susie's smile broadened just a little. Eric moved closer. Bending down, he wrapped his arms around her. It was minutes before they separated. Can you message Lydia, see if Abby's okay? Already done. She nodded. I just don't understand how he did that to Mum. To any of us, she said. I knew he wasn't perfect, but to trick her like that. To use her. And now the baby, what, I'm going to have a brother or sister who's younger than my daughter? That's ridiculous. Eric stayed silent. There were no words he could offer that would be of any real comfort. In the end, he decided no words were better. I just can't get the image of Mum out of my head. She was so numb. So hurt.
He broke her, Eric. I really think he broke her.
Images of them all sitting back in the lounge flitted through Eric's mind. Poor Yvette. She'd hung on to his hand for so long, tending to his wounds, so desperate to believe it wasn't true, desperate to believe her darling little pipsqueak still loved her. Eric dropped Susie's hands. "Shit," he said. He rang here and warned me."
"What? What are you on about? Who rang? What did they warn you about?"
"Him. Carvery, or whatever his name is.
"What?"
He was saying something about killing that little pipsqueak. That's what he said. Tell that little pipsqueak we know where he is and we're coming for him. It was about your dad."
Susie's jaw was agape. Her eyes bulged. She pushed herself back in her seat. "And you're only just telling me now," she said.
Eric jerked. "Well, I didn't know what they were on about. I thought it was some kind of prank call."
"But you didn't think to tell me about it, that somebody telephoned and threatened my dad."
"I didn't know they were talking about your dad. I thought it was just the village kids playing pranks again. I didn't even know your mum called him Pipsqueak."
"But you should have said something."
"I wasn't thinking," Eric admitted. "I was in a rush and then it slipped my mind. This is a genuine mistake. Susie, why are you speaking to me like I've done something wrong?" Susie was on her feet. Her whole body was trembling.
"A man with a baseball bat came into our home and attacked my family. Abby was here, for Christ's sake, Eric. Abby was here."
"I don't know what you want me to say. That's not my fault."
"You could have stopped it."
"I thought it was a prank." Eric's eyes were locked on his wife's, although at that moment they were utterly unrecognizable. Her nostrils flared as she refused to blink. Then, after what seemed like an eternity, she snapped back down into her chair and swiveled away from him.
"I think you should go," she said. "I have a lot of things to deal with."
Eric stared at the back of her head, waiting for her to sigh or cry or offer some form of normal reaction. "Suze?"
"Just go,"
she said. Then, slamming the door behind him, Eric did exactly as she suggested. Chapter 27. Eric wasn't thinking straight when he stormed out of the house. He wasn't really thinking at all. A stream of red-hot emotions hurtled through him as he grabbed the closest coat to the door and marched outside, oblivious of the weather that had drifted in since his father-in-law's departure. Even when he did notice the rain, he didn't care. The best thing he could do, he thought, was ring Hank. Hank always made him see sense, always offered a reasonable and well-balanced approach to any situation, always helped him see both sides. Although at that moment Eric realized that wasn't what he wanted to hear. He didn't want to hear how hard the day had been for Susie, or how she deserved a little slack. Hadn't he been trying his hardest? Hadn't he attempted to take some of the strain off her by doing every household chore under the sun? Hadn't he tried to arrange a weekend away where they could both relax and forget about the house and the allotment and all the ridiculous goings-on in their life for a little while? Hadn't he let her turn the dining room into an extended office and let her mother live there unconditionally with barely a hint of complaint? A car sped past, spraying water up onto the pavement and soaking Eric's trouser legs. He was not a shitty husband. He was doing his best. No, Eric realized as the rain fell faster and began to splash up around his feet. He didn't need Hank guilting him into feeling bad about the situation, making out like he was somehow to blame when he clearly wasn't. Susie was being unfair, and that was the truth of it. What Eric wanted, he realized, was to feel wanted. What he wanted was someone who would appreciate everything he was trying to do, the husband he was trying to be. Someone who would offer him affection without judging or asking questions. Someone who would be pleased to see him no matter what. What he wanted, he thought, was Lulu. Eric had passed Fleur's house with the luminous fence posts enough times to know which one it was. He had even waved at her through the window a couple of times, but he had never actually knocked on the door. He stood there, the light rain now a full-on storm that poured down the back of his neck. It was only after he'd knocked that he glanced at his watch and realized how late it was. He hesitated, ready to turn and leave, when the door swung open. Fleur stood there in a tasteful silk dressing gown.
"Eric, my God, what's happened? Come in, quickly, come in."
Eric staggered inside, his legs suddenly lead weights beneath his body. The cold of the rain had reached all the way through to his skin, and his head was spinning with exhaustion and frustration and 100 other emotions he couldn't quite place.
Eric, is everything all right?
I needed to come. I needed to see. As if she knew, Lulu came bounding from inside the house, her tail wagging, tongue drooping. She wanted him, just like he knew she would. Lulu wanted Eric. Eric dropped to his knees in the hallway as she bounced up and down on the floor around him. This was what he needed, he told himself as she buried her nose into the sodden material of his coat. This was what he wanted, to be appreciated, to be loved, to be understood. When or why the tears started, he couldn't be sure. At first it was just difficult to breathe. Then his shoulders started juddering. Then the juddering spread and his breathing grew shallower, and before he had even realized, he was crouched down on Fleur's tasteful hall carpet, crying as Lulu licked his ears. When he finally looked back up, Fleur's brow was furrowed with concern.
You want to come through? She said. I have leftover Chinese.
Leftovers sound perfect. The spare ribs were cold and the prawn crackers soggy and chewy, but the food made an immediate difference. Half a plate in, Eric stopped chewing and began to talk.
You poor thing,
Fleur said, having listened to his account of the entire evening, from their meeting at the Chinese takeaway to his subsequent arrival on her doorstep.
Going in after him. You could have been killed. You must have been terrified.
To be honest, I wasn't really thinking about that, Eric said. He was sitting on a variety of towels, with one draped over his shoulders and a hot water bottle on his lap. Fleur had offered him the use of her shower, but with no dry clothes for him to change into, it didn't really make any sense.
No,
Fleur said.
I don't suppose you were. And now where is your father-in-law?
Gone back to this Katrina for all I know. Eric's fingers were sticky with sauce. As he reached them down for Lulu to lick, he winced at the pain in his shoulder.
Your shoulder again,
Fleur said. Eric nodded.
Right, turn around.
Fleur moved from her seat across the room to the space on the sofa directly next to Eric.
Let's have a proper look at this.
I'm soaking wet. You don't want to do that, Eric said. Fleur looked at him and raised an eyebrow.
I think I can cope with a bit of rainwater.
Eric was going to insist that he was fine, but the pain struck again, this time surging up his neck. Only if you're sure. Fleur pushed him forward on the seat and slipped in behind him. There was a funny sense of misplaced déjà vu to the act as she squeezed herself into the gap, placing her body tight against his, a powder blue towel filling the space between them.
You really need to take some time for yourself,
Fleur was saying as she worked out the knots and the cricks with her fingers.
Honestly, the month you've had, you deserve some rest.
She smelt new, like peppermint or soap, and when Susie's own aroma of pencil lead and late-night gins crept into his mind, Eric pushed it down. He didn't want to think of Susie. Thinking of Susie right now made him feel angry and disappointed and let down. After all he was trying to do for her, how could she honestly think he'd keep something like that from her deliberately? Everything he tried to do was to make life easier for her.
This tension has gotten worse,
Fleur continued as she worked.
I told you should have had it seen to.
Eric sighed. His eyes were closed and his mind drifting off, and more Fleur's voice was fading into the background, like waves lapping on a distant shore. He focused instead on the pressure of her hands, the softness around his neck, the receptiveness of his muscles. An involuntary moan escaped his lips. In hindsight, he could see it coming, and not just from that evening. Looking back, he could see that it had been building for weeks, if not months, but until that actual moment, the moment when it actually happened, he had been completely oblivious. Fleur's hands squeezed their way around Eric's shoulders before moving down to the tops of his arms. Another moan escaped him, and her hands slipped lower, falling into his, where their fingers entwined. At the time, he thought she was twisting him around, although later he would realize that was impossible. It must have been him who twisted or leaned in or at least turned a little. Probably, he thought, so that he could say something. Probably so that he could thank her for the Chinese or the ear, or for keeping the puppy that he had so desperately needed to see. But when he parted his lips, It was not to speak. His lips were met by another pair, a pair that tasted of red wine and sweet and sour and were stronger than the usual pair that pressed up against his. By a force beyond his control, his mouth responded, and the two pairs of lips found a rhythm, a new, unexpected, exciting rhythm. Eric snapped back into the room. With his pulse racing, he sprang up from his seat, pushing Fleur to the side as he did. Fleur was on her feet, hand on his shoulder. Eric, I can't do this. I didn't mean, I didn't want to, He was stumbling backwards, stammering as he went. His coat, still sodden, hung across the back of a chair. He grabbed it with one hand. Eric, please. Lulu was at his feet now, barking and yapping and clearly confused by the sudden outburst. I just wanted to see the dog, Eric said as he staggered out through the front door. I just came to see the dog.
Chapter 28. The light was on in the lounge, exactly what Eric had dreaded. The walk home had given him time to deliberate every eventuality. The best-case scenario was that Susie was upstairs in bed. He would have to tell her. He had to tell her, but morning felt like a more suitable time. He could get up early, make her breakfast in bed, and then tell her. Then again, he thought, maybe that would be a bit strange. Maybe it was better if he just got it out of the way now. Maybe it was a good thing that she was still up, and hopefully a bit angry. It would be much easier to tell her what happened if she was still angry. He considered what words he would use to explain the event, if that's what he could call it. He had to call it something, but to say kiss made it sound lurid, sexual, like he had cheated. And he hadn't. He was certain he hadn't, at least not deliberately. 3 times during the walk back, Eric had had to stop and steady his thoughts in order to prevent himself from throwing up on the pavement. He wanted to convince himself it was the Chinese, that he had just eaten too much, but he knew that was bullshit. His stomach corkscrewed. It wasn't his fault, he reminded himself for the 100th time in 20 minutes. He had gone there with good intentions. All he wanted to do was see Lulu and indulge in a bit of non-judgmental affection. If Susie hadn't made him get rid of the puppy, he would never have gone around to Fleur's in the first place. If Susie had just let him keep Lulu, none of this would ever have happened. Susie definitely held some responsibility in the situation, Eric tried to convince himself, although as the squirming around his intestines increased, he realized he was not doing a particularly good job. He had barely turned the key in the lock when the door sprang open. I'm so sorry, Susie said. Eric's feet were still firmly placed on the outside welcome mat as Susie's arms squeezed tight around him. I'm so sorry. I was completely out of line. She had been crying, a lot, judging from the blotchiness of her skin. Her hands were cold, as if she hadn't thought to turn the heat up, and her loosely knotted hair messily framed her face. How were you to know they were after Dad? She carried on. I wasn't thinking. I really wasn't. I wouldn't have known if I answered the call either. I'm so sorry. She backed up into the doorway, giving Eric room to slide into the house. Oh my goodness, she said, suddenly noticing Eric's state. You're soaked. Take these off and I'll put them straight into the wash. I'm fine. You're not. You're not fine at all. The scene evolved as if Eric were a spectator, watching as his wife fussed about, apologizing for something she really didn't need to apologize for. She took his coat and then his jacket and even made him remove his jeans, standing there in their open hallway. I'll sort these for you now, she said. You go get dry. She moved in for a kiss. Eric stiffened. A waft of red wine which clung to his lips caught his attention. He turned his head sharply to the side. I'm just going to have a bath, he said. Warm up a bit. Susie's hands dropped. Fixing her gaze on him, she tilted her head to the side. Her eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Eric, she said, is everything all right? Everything's fine, he said, and this time he held her gaze. He held it for all he was worth. He held it so firmly that his eyes began to water and he could feel his pulse pounding with every passing breath. I just want to get clean and dry, that's all. For a moment, Eric was certain she knew. His heart thumped even harder in his chest. His pulse beat fiercely in his stomach. Perhaps Fleur had already called here.
Perhaps this niceness was simply a ruse and she'd taken his clothes simply to set fire to them before pushing him out stark naked into the night so that he could rot forever in accidental adultery hell. It was too much. He had to tell her now. He had to tell her. Susie dropped her gaze and smiled. "Of course," she said. "You get in the bath. I'll bring you a drink up." When Susie climbed into bed in the early hours, Eric pretended that he was asleep. He groaned, what he considered to be a reasonable amount, when she moved the duvet over to her side, and mumbled in what he felt was a suitably incoherent, sleepy-sounding manner when she spoke. "It'll calm down now," Susie said. "I'm certain. We'll find our rhythm again. Everything will calm down again now." Eric couldn't respond. It was going to be a sleepless night, he realized. An incredibly sleepless night. Eric had tossed and turned all night, battling his wife for the duvet while racking his brain for the best way to explain that he had kissed, or had at least been involved in being kissed by, another woman. The room was hot, stiflingly so for the end of March, but even opening the window did little to alleviate the sweating. In the room beside them, Yvette fared no better. Her pacing and sobbing provided a constant ostinato to his own melodrama, which replayed over and over in his mind. Only when he had finally drifted off and the early morning birds had just broken through the nighttime silence did Yvette's sobs turn into a scream that shattered everyone's fitful sleep. "Mum?" Susie jerked herself awake, her feet off the side of the bed before she had fully opened her eyes. "What is it? What's happened?" Eric bounded into the living room only moments after Susie to find Yvette blanched and shaking.
"The money, our joint accounts, he's drained them."
"What do you mean?"
"All the pesos, they're gone. That was the plan. That was always the plan."
3 tabs for 3 different bank accounts were open on the laptop screen in front of them. "He must have done it last night as soon as he left." Together, Eric and Susie studied one page of Yvette's finances, and then the next, and the one after. Each displayed a strikingly stark balance of less than £100.
"How could he do this?"
Yvette was trembling and her complexion constantly fluctuating between furious red and ashen grey.
"After everything, how could he do this?"
Susie's complexion was also undertaking a similar periodic variation. "But he can't have," Eric said, the only one who seemed to be able to find a voice in the situation. "Are you sure you haven't made a mistake, that you're not looking at old accounts?" Yvette flicked the screens to the on-screen statements, each of which showed massive transfers. "We won't let him do this, Mum, we won't." Susie rested one of her hands on her mother's elbow, the other a clawed talon by her side. "He can't do this. We'll get you a lawyer, the one in the village. We can call him now." Yvette shook her head.
"There's no point," she said plainly. "It was all shared. Everything. Our entire life. And now he's taken it all. What are they going to tell me? That I'm an old fool?"
Eric scanned through the statements, each one causing him to balk with more disgust than the next. "But do you not have anything separate? Surely all your accounts weren't together?"
42 years.
Yvette clenched her fist for emphasis.
Why would I have thought to change it after all this time? Besides, we thought it would be best for the move.
She corrected herself.
He thought it would be best if everything was in pesos. That way we could...
She stopped herself just in time. A few sharp breaths turned into another heavily expelled sigh. The tears momentarily abated.
"I have a little bit," she said to Susie. "A little bit that your grandmother left behind. And my jewellery too, but I could never part with that. All our savings. All your inheritance. Oh, Susie, I'm so sorry. That money was meant for you and your sister."
That was all it took. Yvette collapsed into her daughter's arms, shuddering with tears. Susie looked to Eric. Her eyes were pleading for support in a way they had done so many times across the years. Still, he had difficulty holding her gaze, even now, even with this. "Are you sure you can't come?" Susie said later as they loaded up the Audi with an overnight bag for herself, Yvette and Abby, ready to take to Lydia's. Yvette was shrouded in one of her batik quilts, all the healing crystals she owned draped around her neck and wrists. "No, it's fine. There are things I can get on with here," he said. "I need to get the house sorted before Abby gets back. And besides, there's not enough room at your sister's for all of us."
"And you're sure you'll be all right by yourself?"
Susie said. Eric nodded. "I'll be fine." When she kissed him goodbye, he thought he might just throw up. His hands were shaking, and there were so many causes it was almost impossible to identify the main culprit. He was furious, that much was certain. Furious at Fleur. Who the hell did she think she was, kissing a married man like that? And her friend's husband to boot. Susie had bent over backwards to welcome her to the village, taking her out for tapas, inviting her to Hank's for New Year's Eve. Did she have any idea how lucky she was to have a friend like Susie? And look at how she repaid her. Fleur was a bad friend, a bad person, Eric decided. He wandered back into the house and sighed. In the light of yesterday's events, there was still an excessive amount of clearing up to do. The bottom 2 railings of the banister were busted, as were the 3rd, 4th, 6th, and 9th. In the living room, both the coffee table and the sofa were completely beyond repair. He carried on through the house. Fucking Philip! What kind of man would do that to his wife? To his children? Had Philip not made such a catastrophic balls up with his life, Eric would never have been at Fleur's. Had he just had the guts to leave Yvette, or tell her the truth, or just run off with his 24-year-old girlfriend to Bora Bora or wherever the hell he was planning on taking her, then none of this would have happened. He slumped to the floor next to a broken photo frame. He should be tidying things up, he thought, looking at the sea of debris filling the floor around him. He should be doing as he said he was and making the place straight for when Abby got home. Only he didn't feel like tidying. He felt like the exact opposite. It was an incredible feeling, swinging the sledgehammer into the scratched pine and hearing the wood splinter beneath him. How many years had they had that crappy piece of flat-pack furniture, he thought? Too many. He changed his angle and struck one of the legs. The table buckled at the side. Another whack saw the whole side collapse to the ground. He didn't need that kind of crap in his life. He was still raining down blows on the now decimated table when the doorbell rang. Eric dropped the sledgehammer, wiped his brow with his sleeve, and made his way over to the front door. "You have to be kidding me," he said, and moved to close the door the moment he had opened it. A hand pushed back against the pane, stopping it just before it clicked.
"Please, Eric," Fleur said. "I just wanted to apologize. I brought you these."
She held out a basket of eggs. Eric scoffed in disgust and moved again to shut the door. For the second time, Fleur caught it.
"Eric,
No," he said, swinging the door open fully. "I don't want to hear it. What the hell do you think you're doing coming around here? This is my home. Susie could have been here."
I...
Fleur stuttered. The eggs in the basket rattled as her hand shook. "You what?" Eric snapped.
"I was watching. I saw her leave."
Eric balked. "You were watching the house? What are you, some kind of stalker now?" A small yap averted his attention before turning his muscles rigid.
"Please,"
Fleur said.
"I was out of line. I completely misread the situation."
"You think?"
"But I don't want to ruin our friendship. Please, Eric, it was one silly mistake."
Her eyes were welling, and her lower lip trembled. Beside her, Lulu had started to whine.
"I was just lonely, and you were kind and funny, and I—"
Before Eric realized what had happened, she was scrunched up against his shoulder, sobbing as the basket dangled in her hand. Eric's stomach loosened, the burning anger becoming a more bearable simmer.
"I messed up so badly, didn't I?"
Fleur said.
"It's the same every time. I mess everything up."
Eric sighed. "Come in," he said. "I'll make you a cup of tea." In the kitchen, Eric discovered that his hasty demolition of the kitchen table may not have been such a wise move. With mugs of tea on their laps, Eric and Fleur sat on high-backed chairs, facing each other. Now that she'd stopped crying, Fleur was remaining unusually quiet. Even Lulu seemed to be eyeing Eric with some kind of suspicion.
I really am sorry, Fleur said. I was confused. The loneliness, our friendship, then you turning up like that, all soaked through and upset. It felt like something out of a romantic comedy, I suppose.
Or a horror movie, Eric muttered.
What was that?
Fleur said. Eric shook his head, and she let it go. A silence expanded between them.
Have you told Susie yet?
Said Fleur, breaking the silence after several sips of her tea. No.
Are you going to?
It was a question he had asked himself multiple times.
I mean, I won't tell her. I won't tell anyone, Fleur said. Really, we can keep it a secret. Keep this between you and me. I don't mind. You don't have to tell her if you don't want. I swear I'll never say a word.
Eric stared at the mug in his hand. Could he do that, he wondered. His memory skipped back to the last time he had lied to her, the last time he had hidden the truth about where he was going and what he was doing. She had left him over it. She came back, of course, but she had left him, packed up and gone to Lydia's for over a week, and it had broken his heart. Not seeing Abby every day, not having Susie next to him when he curled up in bed at night. Eric's stomach twisted and tightened. She had been under so much pressure recently. How could he add this to her list of things to worry about? The argument went back and forth in his mind. Besides, what if she didn't believe him about it simply being a kiss? What if she didn't believe that Fleur was the one responsible, not him? She wouldn't stick around, not after everything she went through with Pete. And then what would happen? Eric placed his hand on the back of one of the chairs. The air in the room had thinned and the kitchen table had started to shift in and out of focus. It should be an easy decision to make, one side of his conscience was telling him. It should have been straightforward, and yet each thought in his head was countered by another, even more convincing one. The dizziness was almost unbearable.
Are you all right?
Fleur lifted her hand to his shoulder. Eric shook it away. I can't, he said.
Can't what?
I can't have her leave me. A tangible silence filled the air between them. Eric's heart pounded in his chest. If you breathe a word... Fleur's eyes brightened, her head nodded rapidly.
I swear I won't.
And you're not to see her, not to speak to her, not even to be friends with her anymore?
But I...
Her lower lip trembled.
Okay. I won't. I won't ever talk to her again.
A deep breath filled his lungs with cold air. He was really going to do it, he thought. He was really going to keep the kiss from Susie. The pounding in his chest had lessened by a fraction. It was for the best for all of them. This way they could move on with their lives without any more shadows hanging over them. This way he could focus his attention on helping with Yvette and Abby, not waste all his energy trying to convince Susie that he still loved her. Because he did. More than anything in the world, Eric loved Susie. Okay, he said to Fleur, his pulse steady for the first time all day. She will never find out. Epilogue. Eric had tried to keep his word to Fleur. When they had spoken, he had been certain it was the right thing to do. But as the minutes passed, the old arguments rose in the back of his head, and finally, on the floor of a smashed-up kitchen, he accepted the truth. He couldn't keep it from her. I need to talk to you, he said down the phone, the sounds of shrieking children echoing in the background.
Can it wait? Susie said. Mum is still in a bad way.
No, Eric said. I need you to come home now. I need to speak to you now.
Eric, is everything all right?
Please, he said. Please, can you come home? Just you, though. There was a pause.
I'm on my way.
Eric was staring out the window when her car pulled into the driveway. He had rehearsed his lines to himself multiple times, and provided she didn't interrupt, he would be fine. A lump was bulging in his throat, constricting his airway and making it near impossible to swallow, while sweat slickened his palms more by the second. The minute her car door clicked open, he was on his feet.
Eric,
Susie called as she rushed into the house.
Where are you? Is everything all right?
He stepped out into the hallway. Susie flung her arms around him. "What happened?" she said. "Did he come back? Did Dad come back? Did Maggie call?" "No," Eric said. Tension filled his whole body, forbidding more than one-word answers. "Then what? What is it?" "I think you should sit down." "Eric, you're worrying me." "Please, Susie." He could feel the heat building behind his eyes. "Please sit down." Susie's brow knitted. "Okay," she said. "Okay." With both the living room and kitchen out of action, Eric led Susie into the dining room. The carpet, though a little more weathered, still exuded the new carpet smell and forced Eric's mind back to the night just before Christmas when he and Susie had worked all night to get ready for Lydia's arrival. Their in-law invasion had only just begun, and Fleur hadn't even entered their lives. How happy the children had been as they rode their bikes up and down the road. It felt like a lifetime ago. So much had happened. "Eric," Susie said, taking off her coat and hanging it on the back of her chair. "What is it? Why did you need me to come home?" Eric closed his eyes. He took a breath in through his nose for 6 long counts before holding it, then releasing it to a count of 8. When he opened his eyes again, he tried to block out the thumping in his chest and focused entirely on Susie. "I need you to know it didn't mean anything," he started. He had meant to sit down before he started. He had wanted them both to be sitting down, but now he was standing. He had no choice but to carry on that way. "I need you to know that," he said again. "It didn't mean anything." Susie's eyes flashed and blinked. "Eric?" It was an accident, and I know that sounds silly, but it really was. I really just wasn't thinking." "Eric, what did you do?" "Had I known, I would never have gone around there. I wouldn't have even thought about it." "Eric?" "It was one kiss, and she kissed me. She did. I didn't know what I was doing, and I hadn't gone around there to—" "Eric!" Susie's voice cut a hole in the air around them. Her skin was white, startlingly so, and Eric could see the tremble to her hands as she looked up at him. A heavy vice clamped around his chest. Susie opened her mouth to speak, and a single tear began to wind its way down to her chin. "You kissed someone," she said. Eric stared at her. He could feel the blood pulsing in his veins, banging against his eardrums. Susie was waiting, her eyes glistening and wet as she stared up at him. He wanted to speak. He desperately wanted to say something, anything that would change the look currently affixed to her face. But he couldn't. There just weren't enough words. "Who did you kiss?" Susie said, her voice now embroiled with a bitterness that caused Eric's stomach to curdle. Who did you kiss?" Eric tried to swallow back the lump in his windpipe. "Fleur," he whispered. "I kissed Fleur." Eric had expected a more volatile response, a yell or a scream or perhaps just a small gasp. Instead, Susie nodded. It was a slow nod, barely discernible at all, but every second of it caused an agony of inextinguishable flames to writhe around Eric's chest. "At the allotment," she said. "Today." Eric shook his head. He could feel his own tears now, tumbling beyond control. "At her house. Last night." "Last night?" Eric nodded. His tears were now mingled with a streaming nose, and he wanted to say more, give her his pre-rehearsed speech, but suddenly all the words he could think of sounded hollow and feeble. Susie was shaking her head now. "I don't understand. When did you go to Fleur's? Why? Why did you go to Fleur's?" "After we fought, I just wanted to see her." "To see Fleur?" "No," said Eric as he stepped towards Susie, but she stood up and backed away just as fast. "I went to see Lulu. I just wanted to see Lulu." "Lulu?" Susie flung her hands into the air. "Who the hell is Lulu? What is this, one of Fleur's friends? Was this some kind of sordid orgy?" "No, God no. Lulu, the dog, my dog, our dog. I just wanted to see our dog." Susie's face was crinkled now, scrunched up in confusion, and when she shook her head, it was with far more ferocity than before. What do you mean, our dog? Our puppy, Little Red, the puppy I got you so you wouldn't be lonely.
What? Why would she be at Fleur's? I thought you took her back.
Eric's eyes shifted to the ground. It was small, but Susie saw it. She grabbed her coat and moved for the door.
More lies,
she said. Susie, please, Eric begged. He reached for her arm, but she was already through the hall and at the front door. Susie, listen to me.
You lied,
she said, striding toward her car.
You lied again. How many lies have you told, Eric? You promised, after last time.
I haven't lied. I'm telling you the truth now.
You told me you got rid of the dog.
I did. I just didn't.
It's just lies, Eric. Everything that's coming out of your mouth.
She stopped and looked him square in the eyes.
You don't get it, Eric. Secrets, lies, they spiral. You can't control them. You don't understand. You can't.
Susie, you're not making any sense.
And now you're cheating on me, kissing my friend.
No, I'm not cheating, I swear. It was one kiss. Eric was sobbing now. The words were coming out between gulping, gasping breaths.
It wasn't even me. I just wanted to see the dog.
For God's sake, Eric.
Susie flung the car door open and got in.
Please, Susie, please, it was a mistake.
She wound down the window.
Pack a bag, Eric. I don't want you here when I get back,
she said, and began to wind the window up. Susie, no. Susie, please. He clung to the window until his fingers were nearly squashed. Susie! She turned the key in the ignition. The car choked and spluttered as it failed to start.
Susie, please!
Eric hammered on the window. She turned the key again. This time the engine started. She put the car into reverse.
Goodbye, Eric,
she mouthed through the glass. Susie's eyes were still on Eric as she slammed her foot down on the accelerator. Eyes glistening with tears, he held her gaze, pleading with all his heart as she left without a moment's hesitation. She never once looked away, not even to glance in her wing mirrors or her rear-view mirror, or even over her shoulder as she sped backwards into the road Eric had complained about so many times. Had she looked, then perhaps she would have seen it coming. Instead, Susie's pale blue eyes were still fixed solely on Eric's when a dark red car sped around the corner and collided right into the side of their car.
Susie!
Eric screamed. This has been Peas, Carrots and a Red Feather Boa, the Peas and Carrots series, Book 2, written by Hannah Lynn, narrated by Rafe Beckley. Copyright 2019 by Hannah Lynn. Production copyright by Hannah Lynn.
To find out what becomes of Susie, make sure you listen to Peas, Carrots and Six More Feet, available now.